428. It was the best time to eat golden-clothed crabs in Pondwater City. Once it was time to eat, the entire city would be filled with the unique fragrance. There would even be some old gluttons who came all the way from the Zhuang dynasty. They would drink at the waterfront mansions and restaurants that they had good relationships with. However, very few people came to the Stone Hair country, which was the closest to the Book Lake. After all, their lives were about to be lost. The Island Master Alliance meeting would be held in 10 days. At that time, more than 100 island masters would go to the Palace Willow Island where the owner had not been for many years to elect a ruler. Liu Jimao, the immortal river severing of the verdant Gorge Island, was naturally the candidate that everyone wanted. However, this was Calligraphy Lake, a place where more than 400 wild cultivators would join forces to kill the nascent soul and golden core sword cultivators as soon as the banquet ended. In the past 2 days, there was news in Pondwater City that Little Devil Gu was coming to the city to eat crabs. Fan Yang, the young governor of the Pondwater City, had started to buy the fattest golden-clothed crabs in the Book Lake at a high price. They were the rarest bamboo branch of the golden-clothed crabs. They were extremely large and contained abundant water essence. Ordinary fishermen could not even dream of catching one in their lifetime. It was a treasure that only cave-dwelling realm cultivators could catch. Liu Jimao had stopped expanding the verdant Gorge Island in the past year. He was like a person who ate crazily. He had to slow down and digest his food first. Otherwise, although it seemed to be a good situation, it was actually still a mess. Liu Jimao had always been clear-headed about this. He was very strict about the selection of wild cultivators who came to join the verdant Gorge Island. The specific matters were handled by a female cultivator among his disciples named Tian Hu. She was Jiyu Kan's second senior sister at the beginning. Now, she had naturally become the eldest senior sister. Since the eldest senior brother had been killed by Jiyu Kan, she could not leave the position empty. It would be inappropriate and would not be good if word got out. Now, there were a lot of young cultivators and disciples of rich families around Jiyu Kan. For example, Fan Yang, the young governor of the Pondwater City, who was going to hold a banquet to entertain brother Jiyu. He was the only son of the governor of the Pondwater City and was spoiled by his wife. He was not afraid of gods on earth and only heroes. In short, he was brainless. He was almost 30 years old, but he still liked to address Jiyu Kan as Big Brother Jiyu. Everyone in Poolwater City liked to treat this young city lord as a joke. Other than that, there was also the fourth senior brother of the Green Gorge Island, Qin Haodong. Bo! This Suzhou plant. Olivaceous oyster. Black Lulu mantis man Saijun. Shit confusion. Harder than shun. Qiangji. Servant. Thumb Phi Tan 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 my Omega Mountain. There was also the Island Master's junior martial brother, Lu Saisong, who was several hundred years older than the Island Master's senior martial brother. Because he was a disciple taken in by an ancestor before he went into seclusion, his seniority was exceptionally high. Huangxiao Island was one of the few large islands that could compete with Green Gorge Island before Green Gorge Island was at its peak. Of course, it was definitely not as powerful as Green Gorge Island now. The young master of the Drum Island, Yuan Yuan, was nicknamed Yuan Yuan. His parents were a pair of cultivators from the Drum Island. Both of them were golden core cultivators. The woman's surname was Yuan while the man's surname was Yuan. Both of them were married into the family. Yuan Yuan's mother was a shrewish and unreasonable person who gave Liu Jimao a headache. Most importantly, this female cultivator was said to have a great background. She was the favored concubine of a nascent soul sword cultivator from the Zhuang dynasty in her early years. Han Jingling, the prince of the Stone Hair country, and Huang He, the son of the great general. Jiyu Kan, Fan Yang, and Qin Fan. Pop. Sushu. La Xing Hash. Kaka. Pingzhu. If Xia apologizes to you. Luyo. Aside from Lord Tianhu, who was forcefully pulled into the group by Jiyu Kan, the other 8 people were like-minded. It was said that under Jiyu Kan's suggestion, they caught a huge rooster from somewhere and drank its blood to form an alliance. They became brothers and were known as the 10 heroes of Book Lake. Not to mention Book Lake, Even the other 8 people were muttering to themselves. There were obviously 9 of them, so why did they announce to the public that there were 10 heroes? At that time, the little devil, Ji Kan, was only barefooted as she stood on the second chair. She jumped up and down and pointed at the empty first chair. She grinned and said that she would keep that seat for now. Ji Kan was not old, but after she came to Book Lake, she grew a lot taller like bamboo shoots after the rain. She was only a teenager, but she was already as tall as a teenager of 14 or 15 years old. There was a rumor that the flood dragon, which liked to eat chi cultivators as food, could nourish the body of Ji Kan. On Verdant Canyon Island, the only assassination that was close to success was when the assassin heavily slashed the back of Ji Kan. If it was an ordinary person, he would have died on the spot. Even if it was a chi cultivator in the lower 5 states, he would not be able to get out of bed without 2 or 3 years of recuperation. However, in less than half a month, the little devil came out of the mountain again. She sat on the head of the flood dragon, which she called Little Loach, and wandered happily in Book Lake. On this day, overlooking Book Lake from a tall building in Pondwater City, one could see a huge ship sailing slowly towards it. The ship was as big as the city wall of Pondwater City. Around the ship, except for the waves caused by the ship, there were subtle ripples on the surface of the lake more than 1,000 feet away from the ship. There was a guy who looked like a teenager, who was wearing a fitting dark green robe, sitting barefooted on the railing at the bow of the ship, swinging his legs. Every once in a while, he would habitually sniff. It seemed that he had grown taller over the years. However, there were still 2 lines of snot on his face. He had to put the 2 little azure dragons back into the cave residence. There were 3 people standing behind him. The eldest senior sister, Tian Hu, was now in charge of the life and death of nearly 10,000 people on Verdant Canyon Island and the Vassal Islands. She already had a majestic aura similar to that of immortal Jiang Jie. On her left and right stood her 2 junior brothers, Qin Wushuang. After that, there was a row of more than 10 beautiful young ladies with different temperaments. They were just out for a trip and had changed into modest clothes. Under the lake around the ship, it was a little loach that was a few thousand feet long. The ferry on the shore had long since been occupied by the junior city lord of Pondwater City, Fan Yang, and all the unrelated people were expelled. The young island master of Drum Island, Yuan, the young ancestor Lu Tsaisang, who was addressed by a large group of white-haired old cultivators on Yellow Nightmare Island, and the prince of Stonehair Kingdom, Han Jingling, who had been taking refuge here for half a year, were chatting happily on the shore. The only one missing was Huang He, the son of the great general of Shahao country. It was said that Huang, his father, who was in charge of 60,000 elite border troops in the southeast of Shahao country, had just stabbed the emperor of Shahao country in the back. He had joined the Song clan and planned to support Han Jingling as the new emperor. He was very busy and couldn't leave. He just sent a secret letter to Pondwater City, asking his brother Han Jingling to wait for good news. The outline of the city wall of Pondwater City was getting clearer. Tian, who walked to the railing and whispered, "Are we really going to change the route into the city and give the assassins a chance?" The youth crossed his arms and grinned. "Do you really think I'm here to eat crabs? I'm going to vomit from eating crabs, and they're so annoying. They're not even as good as the fried crabs in the stream in my hometown. They're crispy in one bite, and I don't even need chopsticks. That kind of taste is good. You country bumpkins from Book Island Lake know nothing. You think you're blind just because you have some stinky money in your pocket. Do you think I need to bring money with me? Do I need to bring a bunch of retainers?" Tian Hu smiled. "Little junior brother is a dragon among men, and we can't compare to him." The young man leaned back and turned his head. He chuckled and said, "Senior sister, even if you say such nice things, you still don't have the right to be a lass. You're too ugly and your breasts are too small. You're so pitiful. Any ordinary mirror would be a demon-revealing mirror for women with average looks like you." Tian Hu smiled awkwardly. She did not think it was a bad thing. On a secluded path by the lake far away from the ferry, there was a yellowed willow tree. A middle-aged man stood beside a willow tree and gazed at the ship in the distance. He took off his wine gourd, lifted it up and put it down, and lifted it up again, but he did not drink. As the local people of Longquan County became more and more familiar with the so-called immortals on the mountain, some of them learned that not all the doctors in the world could create an ointment that could make people feel no pain and close their eyes peacefully in the midst of unbearable illnesses. In particular, there were people who were constantly recruited into the Dragon Spring Sword sect. Even among the survivors of the felons of the Liu dynasty, there were 2 children who became immortals on the Divine Grace Mountain. The Yang family's shop was bustling. The 7 aunts and 8 aunts all brought their children to the medicine shop. They were all racking their brains to look for the immortals. Old Yang, who watched over the backyard, was naturally the most suspicious. As a result, the Yang family's shop almost closed down. The current patriarch of the Yang family, who had a saying passed down from generation to generation, almost knelt down and kowtowed to old Yang to apologize. They were all neighbors in the neighborhood or familiar faces in the town. After a lot of twists and turns, they could always make connections. The Yang family was not among the 4 major families and 10 major clans in the town. They were just a regular, well-off family. It was not good to ask the workers in the shop to chase them away. Besides, unless they were ruthless, it was impossible to chase them away. If it really did not work, the medicine shop could only find someone to guard the door and persuade them patiently. Old Yang was not an immortal at all. He was just an old man who had a few secret prescriptions passed down from his ancestors. Who would believe such bullshit? The more it was like that, the more suspicious people became. They felt more and more that old Yang, who liked to smoke, was a hermit expert. Fortunately, old Yang did not seem to care too much about this. He did not ask the patriarch of the Yang family to close down the shop. Instead, he asked the medicine shop to spread the word that he knew some face reading and bone weighing. However, every time he examined a child to see if they had the aptitude to become immortals, he had to collect money. Moreover, it was not cheap. A piece of snow cost money. In the end, the people of the town were used to being poor. Even if they suddenly had a house with money, they would not be the kind of people who did not treat money as money. Some people sold their pots and pans and iron to save up 1,000 taels of silver. Some people borrowed money from friends who suddenly became rich by selling their ancestral items. Fortunately, many people chose to wait and see. There were not many people who brought money to the medicine shop on the first day. Old Yang said a bunch of immortal words that were shrouded in clouds and mist. However, these were not important. What was important was that old Yang only shook his head and did not take a fancy to anyone. When the number of people who came to the door decreased, the medicine shop began to spread the word that they did not need to pay for the snow. As long as they bought a packet of medicine from the Yang family's shop, it would be fine. Everyone was neighbors, so a piece of snow was indeed expensive. As a result, the number of people who came to the door decreased sharply. The Yang family's medicine shop must have gone crazy thinking about money. Then there were constantly people who went back on their word. They went to the Yang family's shop to ask for the snow back, making a scene and using all kinds of methods. The shop was abnormally firm on this matter, not yielding an inch. Let alone a piece of snow, they could not even think of getting a copper coin back. In this world, was there a reason to return money when both parties were willing to do business? Did they really think that the Yang family's shop was doing good deeds? Everyone hit a wall. In the end, suddenly one day, a person who was close to the Yang family's shop, after getting drunk, said that he relied on his connections to get back the immortal money. Moreover, the people of the Yang family's shop said that old Yang was actually a swindler who copied a tattered physiognomy book. Even the initial rumors were deliberately spread by the Yang family's shop, in order to make money for the medicine shop. The shop exploded. In one night, the reputation of the Yang family's shop was ruined. The descendants of the Yang family were all like rats on the street, complaining endlessly. They requested the head of the Yang family to get rid of that old man who dared to act mysterious without any ability to do so. The head of the Yang family talked until his mouth was sore, and it was not easy to appease the family members. After that, the medicine shop was finally peaceful. It was estimated that the medicine shop and old Yang begged to touch people's bones and read their physiognomy, but no one was willing. They were too lazy to care if they did not accept money, unless they were paid. As a result, the medicine shop changed 2 shop assistants. One was a kill girl from the Dragon Rider Alley, and the other was a child from the Peachleaf Alley. No one cared anymore. These bullshit things, the layman watched for the excitement, the expert watched for the skill, and the fated person watched for the Tao. A man from a small town who had disappeared for a few years appeared again. Zheng Dafeng, the gatekeeper, had not brought back a wife, nor did he bring back any money from outside the village. Although Zheng Dafeng was not a shop assistant, he often sat at the entrance of the medicine shop with a wooden stool. He did not stop anyone, but just watched the excitement. He still had that sloppy look, and his eyes were sneaky. He kept sticking to the breasts and buttocks of the women, which made the women in the small town look down on him. After Zheng Dafeng returned to the small town, in addition to this farce, he also saw many people who had become rich by accident. They stayed up all night, gathered in groups to gamble, and hung around the newly built brothels every day. They walked in with their heads held high, and walked out with their legs a little weak. There were also people who had so much money in their pockets that it was almost impossible to count. Their waists were even harder than the old locust tree back in the day. The men and old bachelors who did not dare to breathe loudly when walking on Fulu Street and Peachleaf Alley now had the guts to start drinking with the managers. They discussed the possibility of buying 1 or 2 maidservants with decent looks. It would be best if they were women who could read and read. Even better, if they were young girls, that would be even better. In the past, he did not even dare to dream. If he could press down on a woman with the fragrance of a scholar on his bed, then this life would be worth it. In the past, a bag of copper coins was the boss. Now, even the silver was his grandson. Money and what not were just farts. Money flowed like water, flowing in the hands of different people. People's hearts were the same. After autumn, Zheng Dafeng was a little worried. Basking in the warm autumn sun, Zheng Dafeng lowered his head and glanced at his crotch. He was even more worried. He always felt that he had let down this little brother of his. Was he really going to turn from a handsome young bachelor to an old bachelor? For no reason, he thought of the woman who had said her surname was Jiang on the street outside the dusty medicine shop. She was probably twice Zheng Dafeng's weight. Zheng Dafeng shivered. The girl was a good girl, but some things could not be dealt with just by turning off the lights. Such a big girl, no matter how good her temperament was, no matter how willing she was to be friends, Zheng Dafeng would rather mistreat his little brother than mistreat himself. Just as Zheng Dafeng was filled with guilt towards that Miss Jiang because of his thoughts, Wan Ting suddenly appeared in the medicine shop's backyard. For the first time, old Yang was not smoking tobacco today. He was sunbathing and taking a nap. He opened his eyes and glanced at Wan Ting. A rare guest. Wan Ting picked up 2 jugs of wine and raised his arm. Old Yang shook his head and smiled. I don't drink this. Wan Ting moved a long stool and sat opposite the main room. He was separated from Old Yang by a courtyard. Old Yang asked, "It's rare for Saint Wan to be uneasy. Why? Are you worried About Wan Xiu?" Wan Ting nodded. Old Yang made a rare joke. Is it so difficult to accept Chen Pinggan as a son-in-law? Wan Ting drank a mouthful of wine. Chen Pinggan is not bad. Although I am unwilling to accept him as a disciple, it's not that I don't recognize Chen Pinggan's character. If Wan Xiu was not Wan Xiu, but an ordinary girl, I would let her be. Perhaps. I would often drink with this son-in-law. It wouldn't be bad. Moreover, I don't have to worry about my daughter being wronged. I only have to worry about my daughter being too unreasonable and my son-in-law running away. But my daughter is Xiu Xiu. Old Yang nodded. Things are too good, but there are also worries. I can understand. Wan Ting drank the wine of worries. After a big mouthful of wine, he wiped his mouth and said gloomily, because the old divine lord had talked about it before, this time it's Kui. I can guess the general plan, but I can't guess how sinister it is, how it's interlocking and meticulous. This is not my strong point, and I can't be bothered to think about it. But when it comes to cultivation, the most taboo is to drag things out. If my Xiu gets stuck in deeper, something will happen sooner or later. So I let Xiu go to Bookslip Lake this time. Old Yang said, "You're willing to throw the peach? Such a smart person will definitely return the plum. Don't worry. She will do things beautifully and flawlessly. At least it won't backfire. At this point, old Yang smiled slightly, as if he had thought of something. Returning a plum for a peach, substituting a plum for a peach. It's all a bit chewy. As for whether it tastes like Chinese gold thread or sugar water, it depends on the person. Ruan Ting also didn't bother himself with this kind of riddle. Let alone him, perhaps other than Qi Jing-chun, all the people from the 3 sects overseeing Dragon Pearl Paradise wouldn't be able to guess what this old divine lord was thinking, scheming, and seeking. Ruan Ting had never engaged in pointless competition. He had plenty of time, and he was already busy enough with forging iron and swords. He also had to worry about Xiu Xiu's future. Where would he have the leisure time to play games with others? Old Yang was just speaking casually. He returned to the main topic. You wanted to settle things, so you used Jiu Can from Mud Bottle Alley, and then used that embroidered tiger's unknown scheme to create a rift between Wan Xiu and Chen Pinggan. The more transparent their state of mind, the more they like to go down a dead end. When they become stubborn, a sesame-sized flaw would be bigger than the sky. That's why I didn't stop Wan Xiu from leaving Longquan County. This is also your, Ruan Ting's, human nature as a father. Ruan Ting sighed with emotion for no reason. This Kui. She's really amazing. He, Ruan Ting, hoped that his daughter, Wan Xiu, would no longer be entangled in matters of love and could cultivate in peace. The sooner she ascended to the upper 5 realms, the sooner she would have the power to protect herself. When she wanted to sleep, someone would pass her a pillow. Ruan Ting and Kui? They didn't have any contact. They didn't even hint at anything. Everything was because Ruan Ting had voluntarily thrown himself into the chessboard and acted as Kui with his daughter. One of the chess pieces on the chessboard. This was Kui. Accurate calculations and accurate predictions on people's hearts. This was the chess ability of a national player outside the chessboard. Old Yang laughed. Don't look down on the Wen Sheng's first disciple. That battle that decided the entire world's literature vein, half of the rules were the same as Kui. How can they not be amazing? But at that time, Kui was already a bird startled by the twang of a bow, and was somewhat guilty, hiding here and there. It was very difficult, and he didn't dare to show himself, so he lost the last chance to mend the relationship between master and disciple. Of course, this was also the Wen Sheng's protection against Kui. Look at my first disciple, he deceived his master and destroyed his ancestors. He was even more like a stray dog than the most holy master back then. Your second sage's lineage still has the nerve to pester him endlessly. Didn't you all clamor to have compassion, then put Kui? Treat it as a fart and let it go. So Kui ran to our Aquarius continent safe and sound. Ruan Ting, don't look at me like that, this kind of shameless thing, the Wen Sheng is capable of doing. So out of so many saints, I only find this Mr. pleasing to the eye. Ruan Ting's mouth twitched. The twisted intestines of a scholar, I reckon it is more twisted than all the mountains in the world. Old Yang laughed. Adding the Daoist's green underworld, the Buddhist's lotus underworld, and the demon race's savage underworld, they still can't compare. It was the first time Ruan Ting felt that drinking and chatting with this old divine lord was much better than he imagined. He could come often in the future. Anyway, a grown girl couldn't be kept at home. Even if he kept her by his side, she wouldn't put him in her heart. Every time he thought of this, Ruan Ting wished he could open a wine shop in the town, so that he wouldn't have to go to the shop to buy wine and be teased by a common woman. After Ruan Ting left, Zheng Dafeng walked into the backyard. As a disciple, the first thing Zheng Dafeng did when he returned to the town was to visit his master. That meeting was the first time Zheng Dafeng dared to look straight at old Yang, and calmly said some rebellious words. For example, even if he had no future in this life, he could either continue to work at the relay station to earn a living, or go to Chen Ping'an's Luo Po Mountain and continue to be a gatekeeper. And he, Zheng Dafeng, did not feel that it was shameful, and had a stable life, which was good. Old Yang just stood there smoking. He did not say anything good, nor did he scold him. After Zheng Dafeng finished speaking, he left the backyard of the medicine shop, although he still felt a little guilty, but he had never felt so relaxed before. He then felt that it was laughable. In the past, he was still a martial artist of the 8th realm, and did not dare to speak to his master like that. Every time he spoke, His master would never say more than 10 words. Zheng Dafeng was afraid that his master would misunderstand him and look down on him even more. But after thinking about it, Zheng Dafeng felt that this was a good thing, staying in the town and coming to the medicine shop every few days to find the old man. Who cared if the old man found him annoying? Zheng Dafeng entered the backyard, sat on a bench, and did not say anything. He planned to sit with his master for a while, and then leave. Although he had a lot to say, Zheng Dafeng knew his master's temper very well. Once he made a decision, not just him, Li Er, or anyone else in the world, could change his master's mind. Old Yang smoked his pipe, blew out a smoke ring, and said slowly, "When you returned home, didn't you bring a pipe? Why did you throw it away? Can't you see it?" Zheng Dafeng was struck by lightning. The first thing he did was to count with his fingers, and said in surprise, "Master, you said 22 words in one go today." Old Yang asked, "A disciple who does not even dare to look straight at his master is worthy of being called a master. How many words can you say? Back then, was you worthy?" Zheng Dafeng sat up straight. "I've disappointed you, master." Old Yang's following words were as harsh as ever. "Without hope, how can you be disappointed? 8 words." This was the most normal conversation between master and disciple before Zheng Dafeng left home. Zheng Dafeng did not feel wronged, and was rather happy. With these 8 words, his master had already said 30 words today. In the future, when he met Li Er, he had to brag about it. Old Yang threw out the pipe that Zheng Dafeng had secretly thrown outside the town. Zheng Dafeng caught it, and realized that it even contained tobacco. Old Yang said, "I only have one question for you. Is anyone else worthy of being treated like this? Is this a scheme?" Zheng Dafeng sighed, and with a twirl of his fingers, he lit the tobacco. He still had the ability to do this. Old Yang said, if Chen Pingan's natal porcelain had not been broken, he would have the aptitude of an earth immortal. It was neither good nor bad, just not outstanding. Now, Chen Pingan's heart has been broken, and his future as a Qi refinement warrior has been cut off. He can still walk the path of martial arts. At the very least, he will be completely disheartened. What's wrong with being a rich man in Luopa Mountain who has lost his soul but leads a stable life? The master and disciple were both smoking when Zheng Dafeng suddenly said, "This is not good." Old Yang sneered, "Oh?" Zheng Dafeng raised his head, mustered up his courage and said, "He is Chen Pingan." Old Yang knocked the tobacco pipe on the stairs and said casually, "The real reason why Chen Pingan was chosen was because of Qi Jingchuan's words, which persuaded that existence to choose to gamble. Do you really think that it was because of Chen Pingan's aptitude, temperament, talent, and circumstances?" Zheng Dafeng retorted, "Would Qi Jingchun choose Ma Kushuan or Mai of the Xie family to persuade that existence? I think that even Qi Jingchun would be too embarrassed to say that. Therefore, according to Chen Pingan's theory, if you want to know what the result is, you have to go back step by step. Qi Jingchuan's words are of great importance, but can Chen Pingan's aptitude, temperament, talent, and circumstances be ignored? After I went out, I realized that the people of the outside world are more convinced of the sufferings of the world than the people of the small town. As long as someone is rewarded, it is no longer sufferings. The sufferings of the sufferings and the ups and downs of people's hearts are nothing compared to a level, a magical equipment, a flying sword, or an opportunity in their eyes." Old Yang smiled, but his eyes were cold. "Do those idiots deserve to be mentioned by you and me? How are you going to talk to a bunch of ants when they are fighting for the crumbs of food? Lying on the ground and talking to them? It seems that the longer you go on this long journey, the more you live, the more backward you are." Zheng Dafeng quickly changed the topic with a smile. "Master, you have bet a lot on Chen Pingan. Are you not worried that you will lose everything?" Old Yang shook his head and said, "You have bad taste. Don't complain that you made a loss in your business." Zheng Dafeng sighed. He had already done everything he could. If he continued to nag for Chen Pingan, it would probably backfire. Old Yang glanced at the hunchbacked man who was in a daze and said, "Kui? The things you have asked for and the knowledge you have secretly learned have given me some good things that have benefited me greatly. In the past, I have racked my brains and thought for more than 9,000 years but still could not find the crux of the problem. I have thought a lot, but the results have been minimal. I have gained a lot from our 2 conversations. I have to return this extra gain to Kui. So even if I lost everything I bet on Chen Pingan, it still does not matter much. Zheng Dafeng asked, Master, I am very curious. Among the many disciples you have taken, is there anyone who makes you especially happy or sad? For example, senior apprentice brother Li has the potential to reach the divine arrival of the 10 realms. Will Master be satisfied? Old Yang shook his head and said, No. Zheng Dafeng pointed at himself and giggled, What about me? I am already so miserable, but I am not sad at all. Old Yang could only laugh mockingly. Zheng Dafeng's eyes were sad. Master, although I have long been prepared, when I really know the answer, I am still a little sad. Old Yang could not be bothered to talk nonsense with this disciple. He suddenly said, In order to live, and in order to live a better life, you have to compete with the world. Children are ignorant, young people are hot-blooded, ignorant people are brave, chivalrous people in the Jianghu, scholars are spirited, generals are loyal, and ambitious people gamble. This can go forward with a clear conscience. But some people just have to twist themselves. How can you untie the knot that you have twisted yourself into? It is difficult for people who cultivate the Tao today to cultivate their hearts. This is also why we set up a restriction for them back then. It is why they are inferior to ants. But at that time, we did not expect that this kind of useless thing would become Kui. As for the so-called sparks, forget it, let's just talk about the sloppiness of a person's heart. It is like someone who is climbing a mountain and wearing wet clothes. Even if it doesn't delay the journey, it will only become heavier and heavier. In the end, how to wring it dry and feel refreshed so that they can continue climbing the mountain is a great skill. However, no one thought that this group of ants could really climb to the top of the mountain. Of course, they might have thought of it, but for the sake of immortality, they didn't care. They mistakenly thought that the ants had climbed to the top of the mountain and saw the jade palaces in the sky. Even if they grew wings, they would still have a long way to go from the top of the mountain to the sky. At that time, it wouldn't be too late to trample them to death. They originally planned to fatten themselves up and then hunt and eat their fill. In fact, countless years have passed and they are still very stable. Countless gods! The decay of their golden bodies has slowed down, and the world is constantly expanding in all directions. But in the end, you have already seen it for yourself. When Old Yang said this, he didn't have much grief or anger. He was calm as if he was an outsider who was talking about the biggest secret in the world. Zheng Dafeng asked carefully, Why didn't the saints of the 3 sects eliminate Master? Old Yang smiled and said, Is there any meaning in asking such a big question now? Shouldn't you think about why you don't want to be a bachelor? Zheng Dafeng smiled and said, Master, you know how to say funny things. For the first time, Old Man Yang revealed a helpless expression. His wrinkled face became even more wrinkled. Isn't it all because of that hateful woman, Li's nagging? Zheng Dafeng asked softly, Sister-in-law too? Old Yang sneered and said, If she were, wouldn't I teach her a lesson and make her worse than pigs and dogs? I don't care because she is just a shrew in the marketplace who makes you worry. Zheng Dafeng felt relieved. Old Yang said, Jiyu Kan is to Chen Pingan, and Chen Pingan is to Qi Jingchun. She is the crux of the deadlock. Zheng Dafeng frowned and said, Isn't Jiyu Kan and Chen Pingan's nature too different? The man shook his head. It's different, it's different. Old Yang smiled and said, If you don't talk about good and evil and look back, is it really different? Zheng Dafeng fell into deep thought. Zheng Dafeng's eyes became determined. Old Yang shook his head and said, Don't get involved. Even if you are a martial artist of the 10th realm, it's useless. In this situation that had nothing to do with killing or life and death, the saint of literature couldn't help Chen Pingan even if he wanted to. This had nothing to do with one's knowledge or cultivation. Because the sacrificial deity position of the Confucian temple was smashed, the saint of literature's own knowledge? It's still there. Of course, the saint of literature could use a great knowledge to temporarily overshadow Chen Pingan's current knowledge and subdue the evil dragon in his heart. However, in the long run, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. It would be easy for him to take a wrong path and cause Chen Pingan's death. Old Yang glanced at the sky. Sect Master Lu, who came as a guest, can help Chen Pinggan walk on another path. However, Chen Pinggan won't agree to it. Moreover, Chen Pinggan guessed correctly. Sect Master Lu wants the Chen Pinggan that Qi Jingchun chose. Naturally, it's not Chen Pinggan himself. Who would have thought that from the moment he left Old Dragon City, there was a more terrible situation than the Ascendant Realm Du Mao and the natal item sword-swallowing boat waiting for him, Chen Pinggan. It was autumn. It was autumn hunting. Old Yang said indifferently, with the arrival of the chaotic world, there will be a day when those who don't like to talk about the truth, those fools who think that it's useless to know the truth, and those evil people who use the truth to satisfy their own selfish desires will all come to light together with those fundamental truths. People will die if they don't eat, and people will die if they don't drink. At that time, they will know how precious it is to have someone who is willing to talk about the truth. Fortunately, people have bad memories. After suffering the pain, they will soon forget it. The world goes back and forth like this. It's been 10,000 years, and it's still not better. Zheng Dafeng said in a trembling voice, "Better? How is it better?" Old Yang smiled. "Am I a human?" Zheng Dafeng was speechless. Old Yang asked again, "Are you a human?" Zheng Dafeng was still silent. Zheng Dafeng finally left the shop and walked through Mud Bottle Alley. He passed by Chen Pinggan's ancestral house and Ji Yu Kan's ancestral house. Old Yang was alone in the yard, smoking. 10,000 years ago, the divine brilliance in the sky was mighty and the stars were bright. The insignificant human nature of the human world was just a spark. How could it win? Kui gave the answer. Old Yang was unwilling to admit it, but he had to admit it. And the person who could give that answer was probably somewhere in the Bookslip Lake now. On the top floor of a tall building with a wide view in Pool Water City, the door opened. A white-clothed youth with a mole between his eyebrows sat there with an old man in a scholarly robe. They looked at the magnificent scenery of Bookslip Lake together. Kui Dongshan, Kui? There were two people now. There was one person in the past. Dali Imperial Tutor Xiu Hu, the first disciple of the literary saint. Kui Dongshan's expression was solemn. He controlled the flying sword Jin Sui to draw a small lightning pool around him. He used it to remind himself that no matter what happened, he could not walk out of this circle. Kui looked at Kui Dongshan and smiled, as expected of a teacher and a student. "Both of you like to draw a circle." Kui Dongshan gritted his teeth and said, "If I lose, I will definitely admit it. If you lose, don't bully me and turn your back on me. If it wasn't for this old bastard who forcibly set up this game and didn't give him any room to refuse, how could he, Kui Dongshan, be willing to go to the gambling table again?" Right now, he hated the term eldest senior brother the most. He was even more unwilling to bet on big wins and losses. But if the old bastard didn't agree, what could he, Kui Dongshan, do? On the other hand, if Kui Dongshan was sitting in Kui, he felt that he would do the same in Kui Dongshan's position. How could he not understand himself? This time, he, Kui Dongshan, and Kui? It was very simple. They had to distinguish the primary and secondary. That was all. It didn't involve life and death. This was also the reason why Kui Dongshan didn't want to break the pot. This was also why Kui Dongshan hated himself the most. A person would know where his bottom line was better than any outsider. If Kui lost, from now on, he would allow Kui. In the Great Sui Kingdom, it was similar to ceding territory and proclaiming himself king. Not only Kui, but the entire Song clan would bet on Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan was worth this price. Kui. The last time they met, he said with a smile, even I thought it was a dead end. Chen Pinggan was able to break it. Naturally, he deserves my admiration. Such an existence can't be casually killed. Then, the other extreme, try your best to rope him in. What's so shameful about this? If Kui Dongshan lost, he would have to leave the mountain and leave Cliff Academy to help Kui. Devise strategies to take down the Zhuiying dynasty, and after bypassing Lakeview Academy, dispatch the Dali cavalry. Or to the south of Dali and the north of Lakeview Academy, suppress all sides, quickly digest half of the Aquarius Continent's foundation, and become the internal strength that truly belonged to Dali. Kui Dongshan would have to obediently return to the path of merit and become Kui, the first disciple of the School of Merit. Why was that immortal ferry boat of Qingwan country so slow? Why was there no ferry directly to Book Lake in Old Dragon City, Qingwan Kingdom, and Huangting Kingdom? Why would Chen Pinggan refine the second natal item in the Great Sui Kingdom Academy? Why did Longquan County suddenly start a new round of mountain trading? It was all for the sake of Book Lake. Even the east wind was lacking. However, in this process, everything had to be in line with the general trend of the continent. It was reasonable and not Kui. It was a forced layout under the premise that Kui Dongshan was personally watching. Kui. Step by step, he placed his pieces. Every move he made could not be that unreasonable hand. Dali had already secretly infiltrated Book Lake. Now, it was quietly closing the net. As an important place adjacent to the Zhuiying dynasty, Book Lake had long been in the hands of Dali imperial tutor. Liu Zhimao, the true lord of the river Severing, wanted to unify Book Lake. After unifying the Jianghu, who would he give it to? Naturally, it would be sold to the imperial family for a sky-high price. It was just that this imperial family was a little far from Book Lake. Would the imperial family sell it again? Who would they sell it to? It was Yugui sect of Tongya continent. Yugui sect planned to choose a place with good feng shui in Aquarius continent as the location of the sect. There were already 3 locations. One was Longquan County, which was split into 2. Ruan-Kan and Yugui sect were equally divided. One was somewhere near Yunlin Jiang clan and Qingwan kingdom. The last one was Book Lake. Liu Zhimao had always been ambitious and ambitious. Over the years, he had acted fiercely and roped in others. He had shown the disposition of an overlord who could monopolize the Scroll Lake. Now that he had made his last move and had the help of the Great Li cultivators, he was expected to settle the matter with one blow. He should have added Ruan Xiu, who stood on the opposite side of Jiyu Kan. He should have waited until the new king of Jianghu was elected and experienced a series of battles with the Oriole behind. It was fine. Ruan Xiu was not in the chessboard in the first place. Whether she was there or not, it did not matter. At most, it was just icing on the cake. Originally, Chen Pinggan should have arrived at Longquan County and happily bought 1 or 2 mountains. He would practice his fist techniques in the bamboo house of Luo Po Mountain and chat with the 2 little fellows happily. Then he would suddenly hear the grievous news from Book Lake. A huge battle had started at Book Lake, and the young Jiyu Kan was deeply involved in it. Furthermore, he had exerted a considerable amount of influence. After that, Chen Pinggan would anxiously board an immortal ferry that happened to pass by Oxhorn Mountain. Through Wei Pai's personal connections, he would spend a large amount of immortal money and take the risk to pass through Aquarius continent's territory and arrive at Book Lake. At that time, the situation would be even more complicated and difficult to solve. Because there would be more dead people. And maybe Ruan Xiu would be added. Kui. He laughed. It's fine, the situation has already been decided. Just take it that I do not have the heart to kill you, Kui Dongshan. It will save you the time of changing your path. It will take too long and delay the direction of Aquarius continent. Kui. He shifted his gaze and looked at a small road beside the lake. With a smile on his face, he said slowly, You, Chen Pinggan, have always been upright. You are willing to be reasonable in everything. Don't tell me you want to become a Buddhist. Then I'll leave it to you. The reason you believe in, there is no difference between close and distant. Then when the person you care about the most, the person closest to you, commits a huge mistake, but that person seems to have his own reasons, at that time, what will you, Chen Pinggan, do? The reason that you, Chen Pinggan, have always insisted on, will it still be useful? I am very curious, and I am looking forward to it. Or should I go to those messy writings of scholars, or the so-called warnings, and find a few reasons that I want? Kui. He squinted his eyes. You and I can wait and see. Kui Dongshan sneered. What a good saying, a gentleman can be bullied. Kui. He continued to speak. In the past, during the test in the small town, to Chen Pinggan, there were many temptations, and it was not pure enough, that was why we lost so badly. At the end of the day, I still underestimated a youth from a shabby alley. Since he was able to be chosen by Qi Jing-chun, we should have been more cautious. Therefore, in this current test, we only need to ask the heart. Kui Dongshan was not actually Kui. He was kept in the dark, and was schemed against by that old bastard behind his back. In fact, every step, Kui would tell Kui Dongshan clearly and straightforwardly. The more it was like this, the more Kui Dongshan felt that he was waiting for death. Therefore, when Chen Pinggan, the picture scroll, and the other 3 people arrived at Qingwan country, Kui Dongshan finally could not sit still. He could not watch himself become the vassal of that old bastard. That was why he suddenly appeared in that quiet and peaceful little village. After that, until Chen Pinggan arrived at Cliff Academy, Kui Dongshan cheated a little twice. The first time, he also naturally borrowed from the debate between Buddhism and Taoism in Qingwan country to talk about legalism. That time, when they parted, he, Kui Dongshan, secretly gave Pei Qian a brocade pouch with a note inside. The second time was when they met again at Cliff Academy. He persuaded Chen Pinggan to read more of the serious books of the 3 religions and 100 schools. His real intention was to secretly recommend those Buddhist books to Chen Pinggan. It was already an extravagant hope to break out of this situation. Then, taking 10,000 steps back, let Mr. Chen Pinggan at least protect his Taoist heart. Kui Dongshan knew that he was struggling with all his might, so he gave 2 possibilities. One was legalism, right and wrong, right and wrong. One was determined by the law, there was no difference between close and distant. The other was Buddhism, the theory of karma, all living beings suffered. Yesterday's various causes, today's various effects. The various causes of the previous life, the various effects of the present life. Those innocent people's misfortune today was because of the sins of the previous life, so it was reasonable. Actually, Kui Dongshan's cheating was even more covert. It was in the courtyard of Cliff Academy, and it was the most ingenious. At this moment, Kui, looking at the Qingxia Island's junk ship on the lake that was slowly approaching the ferry on the shore, he smiled. You cheated twice, I can pretend that I didn't see it. If I suppress you with the general trend, you will inevitably be unconvinced, so what if I give you a handicap of 2 pieces? Kui Dongshan smiled. You old bastard, you really talk like a generous person. I like it, I like it. Otherwise, give me a handicap of 1 piece again. You can't do it more than 3 times, how about it? Kui, looking at the junk ship, didn't I already give you a handicap? I'm just afraid that you will be embarrassed if I say it out loud. Kui Dongshan's face was ugly. Kui, he said to himself, in the courtyard of Donghua Mountain, you deliberately seduced the 2 naughty and lively children, and wantonly painted on your fairy paintings. Then you deliberately scared Pei Qian with a skeleton painting, and deliberately overdid it, and then you really provoked Chen Pinggan's beating and scolding. Chen Pinggan's performance must have made you very happy, right? Because he had come so far, but he didn't stick too much to the rigid principles in the book. He knew that a gentleman's bending and stretching were indispensable, and he also knew what when in Rome, do as the Romans do meant. He laughed that Chen Pinggan didn't care about those paintings at all, because they were worthless in his eyes. Plus, Chen Pinggan was willing to treat him as one of his own, so why would he talk to Kui Dongshan about the basic principles of the order when it was clear that it was Pei Qian and Li Huai who were wrong first? Because this is called when in Rome, do as the Romans do. All the principles in the world must conform to those without mistakes. Your intention is nothing more than to let Chen Pinggan think carefully about why Jiyu Kan was in this book lake, and how she became a little devil who killed innocent people. Is it possible? Is it because the world is like this, and Jiyu Kan didn't make so many mistakes? Kui Dongshan's face was solemn. Kui, he said with a smile, but is it really useful? Do you really think that your move is very clever? You are wrong. Your move was clever for the boy in Clay Bottle Alley, but now it is just adding fuel to the fire for Chen Pinggan, who is a ballast in his heart. It will only make him think deeper, and in the end, he will be more at a loss. Kui Dongshan, up to now, haven't you seen the really interesting part of my move? Kui. His expression was calm, and he didn't turn to look at Kui Dongshan, nor did he put on an aggressive posture. What's interesting about it? It's in the two words, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. It's dispensable, and the principles can be talked about but not talked about. Between the principles of law, the law of a place, and the principles of oneself can be mixed up. Book Lake is a lawless place. The secular laws don't work, and the principles of the sages don't work either. Even the rules set among the islands in Book Lake don't work. Here, the big fish eat the small fish, and the small fish eat the shrimps. People eat people, and people don't treat people as people. Everything depends on the fist. Almost everyone is involved in the killing, and no one is an exception. These can be the justifications for Chen Pinggan to take a step back for peace of mind. These are the leeway that I deliberately gave Chen Pinggan. I gave him countless choices. The main road and the fork in the road are all under his feet, and no one can stop him. In this way, I can let him experience it firsthand. It seems that there is really no such thing as righteousness in the world. I want Chen Pinggan to have no choice but to deny himself for Jiyu Kan and accept the bastard theories of the world that only have one's position and that there is no right or wrong. Kui. He smiled and said, when a reasonable person meets a world that believes in the fist and only talks about reason, then this good person will be badly battered and bound by his own hands and feet. I'd like to see how you, Chen Pinggan, will talk about disappointment and hope in the end. Kui Dongshan smiled bitterly. It's wonderful. It's really wonderful. Kui. After that, he spoke tirelessly. Every sentence was like a knife stabbing into Kui Dongshan's heart. Chen Pinggan thinks that Jiyu Kan's mother saved your life because of the bowl of gratitude she gave you back then. Your affection for Jiyu Kan is no less than Liu Xianyang's. You treat Jiyu Kan as your own younger brother. In fact, you were the one who personally gave that loach to Jiyu Kan back then. Since you, Kui Dongshan, secretly used the principles of Buddhism to save Chen Pinggan, can you really save him? Didn't Chen Pinggan believe in the memorial arch? Don't ask for help from outsiders. The karma of those who died in vain can be explained, but once you escape from Zen and want to give yourself a place of peace of mind outside the principles of Confucianism, the problem arises again. Do you want to obtain the earliest karma related to you? Can you see it? If Chen Pinggan pretends not to see it, it's fine, because Chen Pinggan has already lost the pure heart that Qi Jingchun cherishes the most. The victor between the two of us has already been decided. If Chen Pinggan really can't see it, it's fine. I will find someone to remind him. Kui. In the end, he came to a conclusion. His tone was normal and did not seem too happy. This time, no one can save him. Chen Pinggan himself can't either. Kui Dongshan sat at the side and did not say a word. Kui. Finally, he turned his head and smiled. A young man should have vitality. Why are you more lethargic than me now? Kui Dongshan closed his eyes. His face was covered in tears. He whispered softly, I hope that Mr.'s state of mind will be like spring all year round, like spring all year round. The ship by the lake had already docked. The middle-aged man with the surname Chen stood under the willow tree with withered yellow leaves in the distance. In the end, he did not drink. After putting the wine pot back on his waist, he hesitated. He was 17 years old this year. Kui stood up, stretched out a hand, and said with a smile, please enter the trap. 429, just like the ending of the Little Lotus figure, the main plot and ending of this volume of Little Teacher have been planned since the first volume. The ship slowly approached the shore. It was so huge that Fan Yang, Yuan, and LV Caisang could only look up at it. At the bow of the ship, Jiyu Kan, who was wearing a dark green robe, jumped off the railing. Senior sister Tianhu patted the robe for him naturally. Jiyu Kan glanced at her. You don't have to go ashore today. Tianhu looked worried. The assassins lurking in Pond Water City are said to be sword cultivators from the Zhuiying dynasty. They can't be underestimated. With me around, Jiyu Kan smiled and said, what's the use of having you here? Don't tell me that eldest senior sister will die for me if my life is in danger. Since you can't do it, don't try to please me. Do you think I'm a fool? Look, you're helping me smooth out the wrinkles on my robe. It's within your power and you're willing to do it. As for me, I enjoy it. Isn't it great? Tianhu's eyes dimmed. She didn't insist anymore. Qin Ju and Chao Zhe looked at each other and smiled. Junior brother Ji Yu couldn't be treated as a child. Their master, perfected cultivator Liu Jimao, once joked at a celebration party that Ji Yu was the only one who had inherited his legacy. Liu Jimao looked around at the people in the hall and said that the future island master of Verdant Canyon Island would only be Ji Yu. No one could compete for it. Otherwise, he would clean up the place himself without Ji Yu doing anything. He would not let the corpses go to waste. At that time, Ji Yu was leaning against an extremely wide chair. His feet were stepping on the loach that had revealed its true form but had a much slimmer body. When Ji Yu heard those words, he laughed out loud and raised the wine cup filled with sweet fruit wine. "Master, have some wine, have some wine." In the end, only Ji Yu, his two senior martial brothers, Qin Ju and Chao Zhe, and two young ladies with hedges covering their faces were left behind. Their figures were graceful and alluring. The young city governor of Pool Water City, Fan Yang, was a good-looking but useless person. He was tall and had a dignified appearance. He quickly walked over to welcome Ji Yu and the others. He bowed and cupped his fists as he said with a flattering smile, "Big brother Ji Yu, didn't you find it troublesome to eat crabs last time? This time, I've put in a lot of effort and specially picked one for big brother Ji Yu." Speaking of this, Fan Yang had a playful smile on his face and made a gesture of drawing a semicircle in front of his chest with both hands. "For such a young lady, let's make it clear in advance. If brother Ji Yu doesn't like her, she can only help you pick the crab meat. But if you like her and want to bring her back to Verdant Canyon Island as a maid, you have to give me credit. Brother Ji Yu, you don't know how much effort and money I spent to bring her from Stonehair Kingdom to Pool City." Ji Yu said with a smile, "Could it be that this woman who had the opportunity to get close to me has actually been replaced by an enemy who deliberately wanted to assassinate me?" Fan Yang was dumbfounded. "Then what should I do? I spent so much money, but it's all for naught." Yuan, who had been reincarnated into a good family, laughed gloatingly. Before Ji Yu came to Verdant Canyon Island, Lv Saisang, who used to be the little devil of Book Lake, had looked down on the idiot Fan Yang from the bottom of his heart. However, he was happy to have a spendthrift who said, "Whoever stops me from spending money will have an irreconcilable enmity with me." All the island owners of Book Lake needed a few money bags that were happier to spend money than to earn money. Moreover, Pool Water City, as one of the three big cities around Book Lake, was really rich. Lv Saisang was a handsome young man with a slender figure. He was dressed in snow-white clothes. Huang He once joked that Lv Saisang was more than enough to be Ji Yu prostitute with some rouge, but he had to carry two big steamed buns in his arms. As a result, Lv Saisang flew into a rage and fought fiercely. He killed a Wu Dao master who tried his best to protect Huang He on the spot. However, Ji Yu persuaded him to stop in the end. However, it was obvious that the relationship between Lv Saisang and Huang He, the only son of the general of Shahao country, was broken. Huang He regretted it afterward and thought of many ways to repair the relationship, but Lv Saisang did not give him face. Lv Saisang said to Ji Yu in a soft voice, Can, don't worry. I've checked. She's just a cultivator in the lower 5 realms. She's really good looking and is very famous in Shahao country. Compared with her, those women you gathered in Verdant Canyon Island are just vulgar women with dirty eyes. Ji Yu swept her leg and gently kicked Lv Saisang's leg. She scolded with a smile, "Are you out of your mind? Why did you do that? You've ruined my surprise." Lv Saisang rolled her eyes at Ji Yu. She looked a little charming, which made Qin Ju and Chao Zhe feel strange, but they did not dare to show it. Although everyone was one of the 10 heroes of Book and Slip Lake, everyone knew that there were 9 people here. They all knew how much weight and who was worth. For example, Huang He did not count in his heart once and mistakenly thought that Lv Saisang was really a brother who could confide in him. He was immediately rebuffed. It was said that when he returned to the general's residence, he complained and complained at first. In the end, he was scolded badly by his father. Yuan, the young master of Huang Ya Island, who was nicknamed Yuan by his parents, looked around and wondered, "Ji Yu, where's that big loach of yours? Why didn't it come ashore with us?" We walked through the roads of Pool Water City once last year. It's enough for the big loach to pass through. Ji can put her hands in the big sleeves of her embroidered robe and said with a smile, "The little loach stayed in the lake this time and did not follow us to Pool Water City to join in the fun. It has to walk more and drink more water recently because it ate too many chi refinement warriors last year. It also directly swallowed the essence of water that the two big islands had accumulated for hundreds of years. Therefore, it often went into seclusion at the bottom of the lake this year. Let me tell you a piece of good news. I'm only telling you this secret because we're brothers. Remember not to spread it. The little loach will soon be a real nascent soul realm cultivator. By then, even my master, perfected Lord Zhejiang, will not be a match for the little loach in our Book and Slip Lake. Yes, maybe only that old guy from Gongliu Island who has been away for many years is qualified to fight with the little loach." Fan Yang said in a daze, "Big brother Ji, you promised me that when you're happy one day, you'll let me touch the big loach's head so that I can brag to others. Does that still count?" Ji raised her head slightly and looked at this silly fool. There were really fools in this world. They were either the kind who kept a low profile and bided their time or were really stupid. This had nothing to do with how much money he had or whether his parents were smart or not. Ji smiled and said, "It counts. How can it not count? When have I, Ji ever not counted?" Fan Yang beamed with joy and danced with joy. In the end, he was kicked in the crotch by Ji. What a waste of being so big and so small. Fan Yang bent over in pain and covered his crotch. He was still not angry and begged, "Big brother Ji, don't be like this. My parents are easy to talk to, but when it comes to carrying on the family line, they don't allow me to mess around. The words you taught me last time, saying that heroes in the world would be embarrassed to go out and greet people if they didn't pursue being alone for the rest of their lives. Mother was so angry that she chased after me and beat me. Mother didn't hit me hard, so I didn't feel pain. However, Mother's eyes were red and I began to feel sorry for her." Ji stood on tiptoe and patted Fan Yang's head. "Fools have fool's luck. In the future, you'll definitely be able to give birth to a nest of little fools with your wife who hasn't reincarnated yet." Fan Yang grinned and laughed to himself. Ji rolled her eyes. He could never understand good and bad words, and he could never tell whether a person was good or bad. However, everyone could see that Fan Yang was a brainless guy. If he really left his parents' wings and vision, he would be cheated wherever he went. However, Ji was the most tolerant of Fan Yang. She cheated him of his money, but she didn't go overboard. She also didn't allow others to bully Fan Yang too much. Lu Caisang's eyes were shining, as if she was happier than Ji. This is a great thing. Later at the banquet, Can, I'll drink a few more cups of wooty wine with you. Yuan, who had a round face, was the most heartless among the brothers. He smiled at everyone and no matter what kind of joke they made, he would not get angry. However, after hearing such a shocking news, Yuan, who was caught off guard, was stunned for a moment. He quickly returned to normal and clicked his tongue. "In the future, we'll be basking in Jiukan's light. Won't we be able to walk sideways in Book Slip Lake to be worthy of our status?" Jiukan smiled. "Fan Yang, Yu, Caisang, and Yuan, take my two senior brothers to the crab-eating place and occupy the place. I'll take a detour and buy a few things." Fan Yang was so annoyed that he dared to glare at Jiukan. He said angrily, "Buy things? Buy? Brother Ji, are you looking down on me from the bottom of your heart? In Pool Water City, do I need brother Ji to buy things that I like?" Jiukan jumped up and slapped Fan Yang's face. "Who the hell said that I have to spend money to buy things? How unpleasant is it to snatch things?" Fan Yang was slapped, but he smiled brightly. He covered his face with one hand and gave a thumbs up with the other. "Brother Ji, you're so particular." Jiukan waved his hand. "Get lost, don't disturb me from enjoying the scenery. How can I have fun if I stay with you guys?" Lu Caisang said with a straight face, "No, Book Slip Lake is very chaotic now. I have to stay by your side." Jiukan said helplessly, Fine. You and I will eat dust the day after tomorrow. You're like a woman." Lu Caisang snorted coldly. The two sides parted ways at the ferry. Of course, Fan Yang had prepared a luxurious carriage for his brother Ji Yu Kan and Lu Saisang walked to one carriage, and the other two girls sat in the other. In the eyes of the tens of thousands of cultivators in Bookslip Lake, the only thing Ji Yu Kan and Lu Saisang had in common was that both of them had a good master. But the two of them had a good relationship. Ji Yu Kan still had his hands in his sleeves. He suddenly hit Lu Saisang with his elbow and said in a low voice, "If you go to my hometown and happen to have no cultivation, I dare say that when you walk in the alley, you will definitely be chased by those lecherous bachelors who happen to pass by and touch you. At that time, you will cry and run to my door, knocking hard on the door, saying Ji Yu Kan, it's not good, there are men who want to take off my clothes. Haha, I'm so happy just thinking about it. But do you know what's even more fun? After those bastards take off your pants, they will curse you and say that you have a penis. Do you know what's the most fun? It's when they grit their teeth and make up their minds to flip you over and do you on the spot. Ouch, I can't. My stomach hurts." Ji Yu Kan walked with his head down and waist bent, laughing. Lu Saisang's face was cold. Disgusting. The two of them sat in the carriage one after another. Lu Saisang asked softly, "Why did you change into this outfit? I thought you didn't like to dress so fancy before." Ji Yu Kan closed his eyes and didn't say anything. Lu Saisang hesitated for a moment. Yuan is a very shrewd person. His mother is related to a nascent soul sword cultivator in Zhuiying dynasty. Many people in Bookslip Lake think that Huang Xiaolong is deliberately scaring people, but my master said that this matter is absolutely true. Yuan's mother's earliest identity is that powerful sword cultivator's favorite concubine. Although there is no way to give her a status, the relationship is definitely still there. You must be careful. Once you kill Yuan, who has evil intentions, it means that you will be targeted by a nascent soul sword cultivator. Ji Yu Kan didn't open his eyes, but the corners of his mouth curled up. Don't think of Yuan as such a bad person. Lu Saisang said angrily, "I'm doing this for your own good. If you don't care, you will suffer losses." Yuan's family is the kind of bad people who like to secretly harm people. Ji Yu Kan finally opened his eyes and asked, "No matter how bad Yuan is, can he be compared to me, Ji Yu Kan?" Lu Saisang suddenly covered his mouth and laughed. Ji Yu Kan imitated his tone and said sweetly, "Disgusting." Lu Saisang suddenly felt a little sad. He looked at Ji Yu Kan, this child who changed every year. Who would dare to treat him as a child? Even his master, one of the few old cultivators who could make perfected cultivator Jie Jiang afraid, said that Ji Yu Kan was a freak. Unless he suddenly died one day and accidentally fulfilled the Bulsh *T saying that those who commit evil are doomed to destruction, once he gathered the general forces that had little to do with Verdant Canyon Island, even the immortals of the upper five realms might not dare to provoke him. Lu Saisang asked softly, "Ji Yu Kan, when will you open your heart to me?" Ji Yu Kan pulled out a hand from the big sleeve of his embroidered robe and lifted the curtain. He said casually, "Don't even think about it, Lu Saisang. There are only two people in the world who can make me open my heart to them. It will be like this for the rest of my life. I know it's not fair to you because you are one of the few cultivators of Booklake who really treat me as a friend. But there's no other way. We met late. When you met me, I had already made a name for myself, so you can't." They had already entered the city. Ji Yu Kan put down the curtain and said to Lu Saisang with a smile, "But don't worry, if you are beaten to death one day, I, Ji Yu Kan, will avenge you." Lu Saisang curled his lips. Lu Saisang leaned against the wall of the carriage and asked, "Ji Yu Kan, how did you do it at such a young age?" Ji Yu Kan said, "In my hometown, when I was only 3 or 4 years old, I began to watch my mother curse and fight with people in the street. I learn everything very quickly." Ji Yu Kan stretched out a finger. "When I was a little older, I could lie on the ridge under the sun without moving for at least 2 hours just to catch a loach. He can't compare to me." Lu Saisang asked curiously, "Who is he?" Ji Yu Kan narrowed his eyes and asked, "Do you want to die?" Lu Saisang, who was not afraid of anything in Booklake, was actually a little scared at this moment. Ji Yu Kan's expression suddenly changed and he said with a smile, Yuan, that little rascal, sooner or later, I will say this to him. Just change the words. Do you want to die? What's so great about having a nascent soul sword cultivator as a father? If he provokes me, I will kill Yuan's mother in front of that nascent soul sword cultivator. I will take off her clothes and hang them on the bow of the ship to visit all the islands of Book Lake. Lu Caisong looked puzzled. Ji Yukan lifted the curtain again and said absent-mindedly, "You don't understand the dialect of my hometown." On the top floor of the tall building in Pool Water City, Kui Dongshan was still surrounded by a circle of golden lightning. Kui Dongshan sighed. Kui Dong bent down slightly and looked at the two scrolls on the ground. He smiled and said, "Are you disappointed that the last bit of luck in your heart is gone? You shouldn't put your hope on someone else with such a mentality." Kui Dong probably knew that Kui Dongshan wouldn't talk to him, so he continued, "These are two dead knots that Chen Pinggan came up with slowly, and Ji Yukan was born naturally. Do you think that the one might be because of Ji Yukan? Do you think that Chen Pinggan will be enlightened if he talks to the little guy emotionally and logically? Not to mention that it is hard to reason with him, even if the affection is very heavy, Ji Yukan will not change her nature. That is Ji Yukan. Clay Bottle Alley is only so big. Do you think that I won't look at Ji Yukan, a little guy with such a strong backbone that even Liu Zhimao can't lift? Kui Dongshan, don't you think that you underestimate Kui Dong too much? How dare you set up this trap when you don't even know Ji Yukan's true nature? For people like us, we can't make any more mistakes after making one. But I can't blame you. When you are at the end of your rope, people like to grab hold of a life-saving straw. This is human nature. In fact, we were the same person back then. I saw it, so did you. It's just that you are confused now." Kui Dong pointed at Chen Pinggan, who was secretly following the carriage. "Do you know what your bigger mistake is?" Kui Dong asked and answered his own question. "Back then, Qi Jingchun completely fell out with us in that old house in the small town. He said that if we dared to scheme against Chen Pinggan again within 60 years, our realms would drop endlessly. Of course, this was not Qi Jingchun deliberately mystifying us. You and I both know it. But after we separated, you still had the heart of a young man. You didn't believe in heresy, right? Then, at the bottom of the well in that inn, you were almost killed by Chen Pinggan with a wisp of sword energy. After that, you went to the other extreme and began to believe in this sentence without a doubt. This is the last life-saving straw that you, Kui Dongshan, are currently in the chaotic heart lake." The corner of Kui Dongshan's mouth twitched. Kui Dong's expression was still calm. He stared at the picture and said to himself, "Qi Jingchun, the haunting ghost, really can't be more dead. Then we might as well look at this problem safely. Let's say that Qi Jingchun's chess skills were superb and his prediction was far-reaching. He had already predicted the disaster at the calligraphy lake. So, before Qi Jingchun died, he used some kind of secret technique to place a part of his soul somewhere in the calligraphy lake. But have you ever thought about what kind of scholar Qi Jingchun was? He would rather Zhao Yarou, whom he had high hopes for, not inherit his literary lineage. He wanted Zhao Yarou to study in peace and travel far away. Do you think that Qi Jingchun, whose soul was not complete, would hide in a corner and look at Chen Pinggan, only hoping that Chen Pinggan could live on without any worries and worries? He sincerely hoped that Chen Pinggan would not have so many messy things on his shoulders in the future. Even you feel sorry for your new husband. Do you think that Qi Jingchun would not feel sorry for him?" Kui Dong smiled. "Of course, I won't deny that even though Qi Jingchun's soul had been divided into 3, I was still somewhat afraid of him. Now, as long as he dares to show up and catch some clues for me, I won't give him a chance to say a word. Not a single word." Kui Dong turned his head and stared blankly at Kui Dong, the version of himself who had grown up and aged. "Tell me, why did I turn into the current you?" Kui Dong smiled and moved his finger to point at the carriage. "Chen Pinggan will probably say the same thing to Ji Yukan when he meets her. Why did you turn into the kind of person you hated the most in the past?" Kui Dong did not even look at Kui Dong and the slightly swaying pool of golden lightning. He slowly said, "Let's not talk about the fact that you can't kill me. Even if you did, this dead end is still a dead end. Just like the general trend of the world, it can't be changed. So you should just sit there obediently. Since I still have some time and haven't returned to Dali yet, you can still ask me, Kui Dong, if there are many questions that you don't understand. When Kui Dong stopped talking, then the building became silent. Kui Dong seemed to have thought of something interesting. He smiled and asked, if you don't want to ask, then I'll ask you. Say, if Ji can answered Chen Pingan's question like this, how would Chen Pingan feel? For example. Well, Ji can might confidently say to him, I don't think I did anything wrong. If you, Chen Pingan, have the ability to beat me to death. Or, when I, Ji can, and my mother were bullied by those bad people at Bookslip Lake, where were you, Chen Pingan? Kui Dongshan's vision was hazy. He stared blankly at the old man in a scholarly robe, at the him who had walked step by step unswervingly to this day. Kui Dong smiled and said, in fact, when everyone grows up, whether they study or not, they will more or less feel lonely. The smarter people can vaguely sense that the world is not silent at some moment in an instant. Some people who ask themselves will get a vague response. Guilt and regret. Do you know what this is? You don't know, because this is something that I, Kui Dong, have only figured out in recent years. You, Kui Dong, are sailing against the current, retreating again and again. If I don't tell you, you won't understand. This is called a person's conscience of the world. But this kind of feeling will never make a person's life better. It will only make people feel more uncomfortable. It's the same for both good and bad people. Kui Dong continued, by the way, when you went to the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom to squander your time, I told the old Divine Emperor about the ideas we came up with back then. It helped him to untie a small knot in his heart. Think about it, for someone like the old Divine Emperor, it took nearly 10,000 years to clear a knot in his heart. How long do you think Chen Pingan will take? Besides, if I, Kui Dong, am in his shoes, I will not burst into tears just because Chen Pingan said think about it again unintentionally. Just because it was a completely different answer from the old scholars, just like you are now. Kui Dong Shan raised his arm and put it in front of his eyes. Kui Dong smiled and said, you don't even have the guts to call me an old bastard. It seems that you are really heartbroken. You are almost as pitiful as Chen Pingan. But don't worry. Next, the teacher will only be more pitiful and sad than the student. Kui Dong Shan fell backward. His face was covered with tears and snot, and he was sobbing. Kui Sha said expressionlessly, if I remember correctly, the earliest time I had such a miserable state of mind was a long time ago. It was on the top floor of the library in my hometown that my grandfather had taken away the stairs. At that time, I was about the same age as you. I was angry with my grandfather and deliberately tore a sage book that my grandfather admired the most. I used it to wipe my ass and then threw it down. When my grandfather saw those pieces of paper, he didn't fly into a rage out of humiliation. He didn't even say anything. He didn't even scold me. He just put the ladder back and then left. Kui Sha smiled and said, what I told the old god was only half of the story. It was about the hidden strength of weak human nature. It was the so-called empathy, synesthesia, and compassion that later generations would interpret as empathy, synesthesia, and compassion. It could make a person, no matter how strong he or she was, do stupid things that the aloof, indifferent, and flawed gods could never imagine. They would sacrifice themselves for others, they would be happy for others, they would be willing to die for others, they would be willing to die for others, they would be willing to sacrifice themselves for others, they would be willing to sacrifice themselves for others, they would be willing to sacrifice themselves for others, they would be willing to help others climb to the top of the mountain, they would go to the top of the mountain, they would go to the top of the mountain, they would go to the top of the mountain, they would go to the top of the mountain, they would go to the top of the mountain, they would go to the top of the mountain, they would go to the top of the mountain, they would go to the top of the mountain, they would go to the top of the mountain, they would go to the top of the mountain, they would go to the top of the mountain, they would go to the top of the mountain, they would go to the top of the mountain, they would go to the top of the mountain, they would go to the top of the mountain, they would go to the top of the mountain, they would go to the top of the mountain, they would go to the top of the mountain, they would go to the top of the mountain, they would go to the top of the mountain, they would go to the top of the mountain, they would go to the top of the mountain, they would go to the top of the mountain, they would go to the top of the mountain, They would smash those gods who looked down on the human world and treated the fate of the human race as food for incense. Kui Dong smiled again and said, but this is only half of the human nature. The other half of human nature is that a person is born to know that in order to survive, they can do anything. No matter how humble I am unique in this world. So countless I want to live longer, and live better. We don't know that we actually already know that one. We rely on our instinct of being raised by the gods to fight for it. Since there is only 1 foot 1, we can only fight for what is in the hands of others. We can make our one bigger and more numerous. There is no end to this pursuit. Kui Dong stretched out his finger and pointed at Chen Ping'an and the carriage. Ji Yu may not have known about Chen Ping'an's difficulties, just like Chen Ping'an may not have known about Qi Jingchuan's thoughts in the past. Kui Dong withdrew his hand and asked with a smile, then take a guess. Last time, when Qi Jingchun held an umbrella for Chen Ping'an and walked on the street outside the Young family's drugstore, Qi Jingchun had already told Chen Ping'an not to feel guilty in the future. However, I think the most important thing to consider is whether this young man in Mud Bottle Alley had already guessed that he was the key chess piece that killed Qi Jingchun. Kui Dong turned his head and shook his head with a smile. Kui Dong had already isolated all his observation and divine awareness. Kui Dong continued to look at the 2 scrolls. Old scholar, if you saw these, what would you say? Yes, you would tug at your beard and say, this isn't good. Kui Dong suddenly mocked, in such a big Tongyi continent, only Zun Yuan is not blind. How incredible. Kui Dong Shan lay there stiffly like a dead man. Kui Dong turned his head. What was written in that brocade pouch of yours? This is the only thing I'm curious about. Don't play dead. I know that even if you sealed off the longevity bridge, you can still guess my thoughts. Kui Dong Shan, you still have this bit of intelligence. Kui Dong Shan did not move and played dead until the end. On the most crowded busy street in Pool Water City, a soul-stirring siege took place in a place where no assassination should have taken place. An 8th-tier sword cultivator from the Zhuiying dynasty, an 8th-tier martial artist from the distant travel realm, and a Jindan formation master who had set up a formation. It was a foolproof setup. However, the result disappointed the spectators. Firstly, the assassination was too sudden. Secondly, the ending happened too quickly. The cabin of the second carriage exploded, and a woman wearing a veil hat appeared. She allowed the 8th-tier sword cultivator's life-bound flying sword to stab her heart. She killed the distant travel realm martial artist with a punch. She still held a heart that had been cut out of her chest. She rushed over, opened her mouth wide, and swallowed it. Then, she caught up to the sword cultivator and punched him in the back. She forcibly broke the military school's golden crow armor. Then, with a claw, she dug out another heart. She hovered in the air, not looking at the corpse that fell to the ground. She allowed the cultivator's life-bound nascent soul to escape with the Jindan. This was what her master had agreed with her beforehand. If she killed all of them in one go, she would not be able to play with them in the future. And this little miss of hers was precisely that little loach. It had quietly entered the nascent soul realm. A flood dragon nascent soul realm was equivalent to a 9th-tier martial artist and a nascent soul cultivator. Moreover, it was not a regular flood dragon. It was one of the last 5 descendants of the true dragon in the world. It returned to the side of the first carriage, still carefully chewing on the taste of the 8th-tier sword cultivator's heart. It could be said to be wonderful. It was very difficult to eat such a delicious meal at Bookslip Lake. Ji Yu Kan, dressed in an ink-green python robe, jumped off the carriage. LV Tsaisang followed closely behind. Ji Yu Kan walked to its side and extended a finger to help it wipe the corner of its mouth. She complained, "Little loach, how many times have I told you? You're not allowed to eat in such an unsightly manner. Do you still want to eat at the same table as me and mother in the future?" It smiled bashfully and turned its head away, somewhat embarrassed. This scene caused LV Tsaisang to tremble with fear. Ji Yu Kan swaggered over to the Golden Core Formation Master who stood by the side of the street and did not dare to move at all. The Earth Immortal was surrounded by the Jindan Formation Master had already dispersed like the tide. It was not that the formation master's mind was not tough enough and she was so frightened that she could not move her legs. Instead, she was already being watched by that evil creature. As long as she dared to move, she would die. Ji Kan covered her sleeves with both hands and walked around the Jindan formation master, who looked like an ordinary woman. In the end, she stood in front of her and sighed. "It's a pity that you're too ugly. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to die." The woman knelt on the ground with a thump. "Ji Kan, please spare my life. From now on, I can serve you." Ji Kan smiled and did not say anything, as if she was weighing the pros and cons. It, who had lost its curtain hat but was still wearing the clothes of a girl, burped and hurriedly covered its mouth. Ji Kan turned her head and glared at it. Then she smiled at Elvide Saisang. "How is it? You didn't eat my dust for nothing, right?" Elvide Saisang nodded with a bright smile. Otherwise, she wouldn't be the biggest devil of Bookslip Lake before Ji Kan kept twisting her neck and said with a smile, "Elvide Saisang, tell this aren't the rules of Bookslip Lake that I told her earlier." In the early years on Azure Gorge Island, there were many assassinations and sneak attacks. For some reason, Ji Kan actually asked Liu Jimao, who had been exposed, not to follow the clues and investigate the mastermind behind those assassinations. However, whether it was the enemies of Bookslip Lake or the rogue cultivators who hired assassins because they didn't like Ji Kan's style, none of them were fools. They didn't want to spend money or risk their lives to send people to Azure Gorge Island to die for nothing. Elvide Saisang glanced at the woman and said with a smile, "After all the assassinations and provocations on Azure Gorge Island, the first time a guest attacks, only one person will be killed. The second time, in addition to the attacker's life, a pair will be sacrificed. The third time, if the attacker has a family, the whole family will be killed. If the attacker has no family, the whole family of the mastermind will be killed. If the mastermind is also alone and pitiful, his closest friends will be killed. In short, the path to the palace of the King of Hell can't be too lonely." Ji Kan nodded and turned his head to look at the woman whose face was full of fear and despair again. He stretched out one hand and stretched out 3 fingers. "Why do you want to die for nothing? 100 years is never too late for a cultivator to take revenge. But you are actually right. 100 years later, you won't dare to come back. The 3 of you are too useless. I remember that there was an assassin on the Verdant Gorge Island 2 years ago. That assassin was really powerful. Although his skills were not high, his thoughts were very good. He actually squatted in the toilet and stabbed me with his sword. What AF * King Genius. If it wasn't for the fact that Little Loach attacked so quickly, I wouldn't have killed him." Ji Kan kept one hand in his sleeve and the other stretched out 3 fingers. "Before you, outside Azure Gorge Island, there have been 3 times. Last time, I told that guy that a family should be united no matter where they are. The first time, I killed whoever tried to kill me. The second time, I killed a close relative. The third time, I killed his whole family. Now, it's the 4th time. What do you say?" The woman swallowed her saliva. 9 Familial extermination. Ji Kan suddenly understood. "Yes, that's what I said." Ji Kan retracted his fingers and bent slightly with his hands in his sleeves. It was good to talk to women. They were often not tall, so he didn't need to raise his head to talk. Ji Kan chuckled softly. 9 Familial extermination? 9 Familial extermination? Actually, there's no need to be afraid. It's a reunion. You can't even get together during festivals. At this time, a middle-aged man with a sword and a wine pot on his back walked out from under the eaves of a nearby street. He walked straight to Ji Kan. Elvide Saisang turned around and narrowed her eyes with murderous intent. Ji Kan also turned around and said with a smile, "Don't worry about it. Let him come." Elvide Saisang hesitated for a moment but still made way. The middle-aged man with the surname Chen walked in front of the young man in a python robe. The little loach, who had already turned into a human, suddenly took a step back. Ji Kan, who had a telepathic connection with it, just frowned and was slapped in the face by the man. That man said, "Say that again." Elvide Saisang opened her mouth wide. Almost everyone on the street was the same. That man suddenly raised his hand and slapped Ji Kan's face. His voice trembled, but he said sternly, Ji Kan. Say that again. Ji Kan turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. Then, he tilted his head. His cheeks were red and swollen, but his eyes were full of laughter. Ha ha, Chen Pingan. You're here. 4:30. The dark green robe was made from the molted skin of Little Loach after he reached the nascent soul stage. It was a robe that perfected cultivator Jie Jiang spent a lot of money and hired a master to make. Ji Kan was no longer covering her sleeves with her hands. She was no longer the mysterious devil that countless scholars and cultivators found unfathomable. She opened her arms and bounced on the spot. Chen Pingan, you've grown so tall. I was thinking that I could be as tall as you when we meet again. However, the middle-aged man didn't say anything. The people in the Pond Water City who were watching on the street didn't even dare to breathe. Even Elvite Saisang, who was as arrogant as Ji Kan, felt a little uneasy. Ji Kan scratched her head. Chen Pingan finally said in a hoarse voice, "How's your aunt?" Ji Kan nodded hard and said, "She's fine." Chen Pingan said, "I want to see your aunt." "Can I?" Ji Kan felt wronged and said, "What's wrong with that? My mother often talks about you." Chen Pingan, "Why are you treating me like an outsider?" Chen Pingan said, "I'll wait for you at the ferry. You can eat crabs with your friends first and then take me to the Verdant Canyon Island." Ji Kan smiled and said, "Why do you care about them? Just ignore them. Let's go. I'll take you to the Verdant Canyon Island. Now my mother and I have a big house to live in. It's much more luxurious than the Mud Bottle Alley. Let's not talk about carriages, even Little Loach can come and go. How big is the road and how grand the house is, right?" Chen Pingan asked, "Don't you want someone to say hello to Fan Yang and Yuan Yuan?" Ji Kan shook her head and said, "No need. These fairweather friends are nothing." Chen Pingan did not say anything else. He only glanced at the little loach behind Ji Kan that he had caught in the fields years ago. Now that it had appeared in human form, it looked like an ordinary young woman. But, upon closer inspection, its vertical golden pupils allowed a cultivator to see some clues. When Chen Pingan glanced at it, it was one of the descendants of the 5 true dragons of the Dragon Cave Heaven who did not even take Liu Jimao seriously at the Book Lake. This time, it did not take a step back like before. However, its eyes were still lowered, as if it did not dare to look at Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan didn't say anything. He turned around and walked towards the ferry. Ji Kan quickly caught up with him. She glanced at Chen Pingan's back and pondered for a moment. In the end, she still asked Elvite Saisang to inform Fan Yang and the others. Then, she asked Little Loach to bring along the Gold Core Earth Immortal Assassin Woman. Lu Saisang wanted to say something but hesitated. Ji Kan's gaze was cold. Lu Saisang coldly snorted and left. Only then did Ji Kan swagger to catch up with Chen Pingan. She was very happy. The sleeves of her embroidered robe fluttered in the wind. If she had not met Chen Pingan, the woman would have died today. Killing all her relatives was not a joke. They would definitely have a reunion in the netherworld. Ji Kan saw that Chen Pingan did not stop when he passed by the carriage. She shouted, "Chen Pingan, aren't you going to take the carriage?" Chen Pingan did not stop or turn around. "I have my own feet, and I can follow the carriage." Ji Kan asked Little Loach to take the assassin to the carriage. She followed Chen Pingan and went to the Qingxia Island ship at the ferry. All along the way, Ji Kan didn't ask Chen Pingan why he slapped her twice, nor did she talk about her awe-inspiring performance at Bookslip Lake. She just chatted idly with Chen Pingan about the interesting events of Longquan County that she'd heard about. However, the closer they got to the Book Lake, the more disappointed Ji Kan became. Because just like how she ignored her bad friends, Chen Pingan did not say a word to her throughout the journey. However, what Ji Kan found most strange about Chen Pingan was that he did not seem to be in a state of anger, but absent-mindedness. To be precise, Chen Pingan's mind was immersed in her own matters. This made Ji Kan feel slightly relieved. What Ji Kan was most afraid of was that Chen Pingan did not say a word. After seeing her, he slapped her twice and then left without saying a word. They would never meet again in this life. If they met again by chance in the future, they would just be strangers. When they boarded the ship, Little Loach followed behind with the golden core woman. Ji Yukan asked carefully, "Chen Pingan, why don't I let the assassin go? I'm in a good mood today. It's okay to let her go." Chen Pingan's footsteps paused for a moment, but he did not stop and continued forward. Ji Yukan clearly sensed Chen Pingan's anger and disappointment at that moment. However, Ji Yukan did not understand why she said that and did that. But she was wrong on Chen Pingan's side. Thus, Ji Yukan turned her head and covered her sleeves with her hands. She did not stop walking and twisted her neck as she looked coldly at the woman. It was all because of this woman who came out and tried to assassinate her today that she had angered Chen Pingan. She truly deserved to die 1,000 times. Even the execution of 9 generations of her family would not be enough. When they arrived at the bow of the ship, Chen Pingan stood still and looked at the distant lake by himself. Ji Yukan felt wronged and resentful. However, she wanted to be closer to Chen Pingan, so she could only stand a few steps behind him. She did not even have the confidence to stand side by side with Chen Pingan. At this moment, the assassin woman who finally felt that she had a chance of survival knelt down and kowtowed to Chen Pingan. "Please let me go. I know you're a good person, a merciful living bodhisattva. Please tell Ji Yukan to let me go this time. As long as you don't kill me, I'll build a memorial arch and a temple for you in the future. I'll offer incense and kowtow to you every day. Even if you want me to be Ji Yukan's slave." Little Loach's fingers moved slightly. Ji Yukan smiled. She turned around and shook her head at Little Loach, allowing the assassin to kowtow and beg for mercy. Banging sounds could be heard on the deck of the ship. Chen Pingan took off the blade-strengthening gourd with trembling hands and drank a mouthful of wine. Then he turned around. However, he was not looking at the woman who called him a good person and a living bodhisattva, but Ji Yukan. He asked, "Why don't you just kill her?" Ji Yukan said with a serious face, "Just killing her won't work. There are too many people in the Book Lake who are looking for death. Chen Pingan, you may not know this, but in this lawless Book Lake, I'll only kill whoever tries to kill me. That would be the greatest kindness of a bodhisattva. It would make the tens of thousands of cultivators in the mountains and lakes, as well as the lakeside cities that depend on the island owners, look down on me and laugh at me." Ji Yukan was probably afraid that Chen Pingan did not believe her. She turned around and asked Little Loach, "Is that so? I'm not lying to Chen Pingan, am I?" The most lawless Little Loach in the Book Lake nodded timidly. The woman was able to become a gold core earth immortal and dared to assassinate Ji Yukan. Of course, she was not stupid. She immediately understood the meaning of the life-saving straw. She could kill Ji Yukan. She felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. When she lowered her head, her eyes were wandering. Chen Pingan looked at her and asked, "If I can guarantee that I can kill you and everyone related to you can live, what will you do?" The woman raised her head with tears in her eyes. "I know you're a good person. Why can't you let me go as well? I know I'm wrong. I shouldn't have tried to assassinate Ji Yukan. I promise that I'll take a detour if I see Ji Yukan in the future. Please save me. Saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda. Please." Chen Pingan said slowly, "If you succeed in your assassination today, and Ji Yukan kneels on the ground and begs you to let him and his mother go, will you agree? Just tell me the truth." The woman wiped her tears and said, "Even if I'm willing to let Ji Yukan go, that sword practitioner from the Zhuiying dynasty will definitely kill him. But as long as Ji Yukan begs me, I'll definitely let his mother go. I'll protect that innocent woman and won't let her be bullied." Ji Yukan smiled brightly. Of course, he knew that the woman was bluffing. In order to survive, she would say anything to deceive a ghost. Ji Yukan was not surprised at all. But what did it matter? As long as Chen Pingan was willing to agree and not be angry with him, it was not a big deal to let 1 or 2 of these ants go. Not to mention the lowly life of an earthly immortal realm golden core realm cultivator like her, he didn't care even if it was the lives of her entire clan. These intentions, promises, and cultivations were all worthless ants, and he, Ji Yukan, didn't take them seriously at all. Just like this time, wasn't he intentionally taking a detour to head to the banquet for fun? To tease these guys who mistakenly thought that victory was in his hands. Chen Pinggan said slowly to Ji Yukan, I don't think you're wrong to kill her on the street. You can kill her here or at Verdant Canyon Island. You can do it either way. Ji Yukan was stunned. Chen Pinggan asked, what did you call her on the street? Ji Yukan thought for a moment. Auntie. Chen Pinggan asked, what did I call your mother? Ji Yukan said sullenly, Auntie too. Chen Pinggan murmured, a family should be united. A family should be reunited. Ji Yukan's eyes suddenly turned red. He lowered his head. Then what do you want me to do? Kill her or let her go? Only if you don't get angry, and don't ignore me like this. Chen Pinggan, tell me. I'll do it. Chen Pinggan turned around. It's up to you. I'll go to Verdant Canyon Island to see Auntie. I'll probably leave after that. Chen Pinggan did not say anything else. Ji Yukan gnashed his teeth. His eyes were wet and his fists were clenched. Ji Yukan and Little Loach were telepathically connected. Without needing Ji Yukan to speak, Little Loach grabbed the gold core Earth Immortal and locked him up in a secret room in the cabin. Chen Pinggan stood at the bow the whole time. Ji Yukan went to the top floor of the ship. She was so upset that she smashed all the cups on the table. The girls were trembling with fear. They did not know why their little master, who was always smiling, was so irritable today. Little Loach stood at the side. He was also somewhat sullen and depressed. Ji Yukan looked up and stared at Little Loach. She laughed and said proudly, don't be afraid, Little Loach. Chen Pinggan is just sulking with me. He was always like this when I was little. After I made him unhappy, he would ignore me no matter how much I tried to flatter him. It's exactly the same as today. But every time he saw me or my mother being bullied by the neighbors or the bad guys in town, he would still help us. After that, I just cried and threw a tantrum. Chen Pinggan would definitely not be angry anymore. Alas, it's a pity that I don't have those 2 streams of snot anymore. That's my greatest Dharma treasure. Do you understand? Every time Chen Pinggan helped me and my mother, as long as he saw me sniffling, he couldn't keep a straight face and would laugh. Every time after that, he wouldn't be angry with me anymore. Little Loach nodded. Ji Yukan and itself finally knew why it had taken a step back on the street. It was really scared. It was a kind of respect and fear that involved the root of its Tao. Perhaps even Chen Pinggan himself, the entire Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven, and Ji Yukan's master, perfected cultivator Liu Jimao, did not know the reason. That was because this Little Loach was very different from the golden carp in Li Er's basket and the 5-legged snake in Song Jisin's courtyard. To be able to successfully capture Little Loach, this great opportunity, was Chen Pinggan's own opportunity. It was the only opportunity that Chen Pinggan had grasped by himself in Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven and had the chance to firmly grasp it in his hand. However, Chen Pinggan had given it to Ji Yukan, who had also acted out of his own heart and had shamelessly asked Chen Pinggan for the loach. This was equivalent to him giving away his own opportunity and turning it into Ji Yukan's own opportunity of the Great Tao. However, this didn't stop Little Loach from considering Chen Pinggan as half its master. Although Chen Pinggan was definitely unable to control Little Loach, which was already in the nascent soul realm, Little Loach would only dare to attack Chen Pinggan if its current master, Ji Yukan, ordered it to do so. Ji Yukan suddenly leaned on the table. Little Loach, in this world, apart from Mother, only Chen Pinggan is truly willing to give me the best things he has. When he was not a kill worker and after he became a kill worker, Chen Pinggan was always like this. As long as I was greedy for something that he was unwilling to buy, he would not frown at all. He even lied to me that he was earning a lot of money. I only found out later when Liu Xianyang let it slip. Little Loach, tell me, why is Chen Pinggan angry? Little Loach shook its head. Ji Yukan turned around and leaned her head against the table. She covered her sleeves with her hands. Then how long do you think Chen Pinggan will be angry this time? Alas, I don't even dare to talk to him about these things. What should I do? Ji Yukan shed tears. I know that Chen Pinggan is different this time. In the past, it was others who bullied Mother and me, so whenever he saw us, he would feel sorry for me. Therefore, No matter how insensible I was or how angry I was, he would not refuse to acknowledge me as his little brother. But it's different now. Mother and I have lived very well. He will feel that even without Chen Pinggan, we can still live very well. Therefore, he will continue to be angry and ignore me for the rest of his life. But I want to tell him that it's not like this. Without Chen Pinggan, I will be very sad. I will be sad for the rest of my life. If Chen Pinggan doesn't care about me, I will not stop him. I will only tell him that if he dares to ignore me, I will be an even bigger villain. I will do even more bad things. I will do so that no matter where Chen Pinggan goes to in the Aquarius continent, to the Tongya continent, or the Central Divine continent, you will hear Ji Yukan's name. Ji Yukan stretched out her hands and covered her face. This was the second time that Ji Yukan showed such a weak side after coming to the Bookslip Lake. The first time was when she celebrated the Mid-Autumn Festival with her mother on Verdant Gorge Island. She also mentioned Chen Pinggan. Little Loach and Ji Yukan's hearts were connected. All the joys and sorrows would follow, so it also shed tears. The ship finally arrived at Verdant Gorge Island. When they disembarked, Chen Pinggan took out a jade token and handed it to Little Loach. Chen Pinggan said in a deep voice, "Give it to Liu Jimao. Tell him to keep it first and return it to me when I leave Verdant Gorge Island. Tell him one more thing. When I'm on Verdant Gorge Island, don't let me see him." When it took the jade token, it was like a child grabbing a handful of red-hot charcoal. Suddenly, it screamed through the sky. It almost transformed into a flood dragon that was hundreds of feet long. It wanted to smash the ferry of Verdant Gorge Island with its claws. Just when it was about to throw it away, Chen Pinggan said expressionlessly, "Take it." Little Loach was full of fear. It endured the pain and still held the strange jade token that was engraved with the words, "I'm good at nurturing the Great Spirit." It went to look for perfected cultivator Jiang Jie. There were already people waiting at the ferry. They were all bowing and currying favor with Ji Yukan. Chen Pinggan said to Ji Yukan, "Please tell Auntie that I want to have a home-cooked meal. A bowl of rice will be fine." Ji Yukan nodded vigorously. As long as Chen Pinggan was willing to sit down and eat, it would be fine. She asked an old cultivator housekeeper of Verdant Gorge Island to inform her mother to prepare a table of ordinary home-cooked meals instead of fish and meat. Ji Yukan led the way while Chen Pinggan walked beside her slowly. Ji Yukan thought that Chen Pinggan wanted to be able to eat as soon as they arrived at the mansion. He was eager to walk around for a while, so she deliberately slowed down her pace. Chen Pinggan suddenly said, "I've been in Pond Water City for the past few days. I asked a lot of people about you and Verdant Gorge Island and heard a lot of things." Ji Yukan's head drooped. "I guessed it." Chen Pinggan said again, "There are some things that I'm afraid I won't be able to say when we're at the dining table. So before I see Auntie, I might say some things that you won't like to hear. I hope you won't like to hear them. I don't care whether you think they're nonsense or not. Can you listen to me first? After I'm done, you can say what's in your heart. I hope you won't be like that assassin. Don't worry about whether I'll like to hear it or not. I just want to hear what's in your heart. Just say what's in your mind." Ji Yukan nodded. "Go on, I'm listening." Chen Pinggan said slowly, "I'm sorry, I'm late." Ji Yukan stopped at once. Chen Pinggan also stopped. In the eyes of all the curious cultivators on Verdant Gorge Island, he was a middle-aged man with a dispirited look. His face could not be seen, but his eyes revealed his heart. That kind of tiredness could not be concealed. Back then, when the two of them parted ways in Mud Bottle Alley, Chen Pinggan had been in too much of a hurry. Other than the matter of Ji Yukan's bag of locust leaves, the fact that he had to be careful of Liu Jimao, and the fact that he had to take good care of his mother, there were many things that Chen Pinggan hadn't had the time to say. Chen Pinggan raised his head and looked at the top of the mountain of Verdant Gorge Island. "After the little slug left my hometown, I left soon after and began to travel in Jianghu. There were all kinds of bumps and bruises. So I was afraid that the little slug would become you and I, Chen Pinggan, who was the kind of person we hated the most. A big man liked to bully a woman who didn't have a man at home. If he was stronger, he would bully the woman's son. When he was drunk, he would kick the kid who passed by and make the kid roll on the ground. Therefore, Every time I thought of Ji Kan, the first thing that came to my mind was whether or not the little slug was doing well in a foreign place. The second thing that came to my mind was whether or not the little slug who held grudges would slowly become stronger and more capable. When she was in a bad mood, she would kick her child and not care about the child's life. Would the child die from the pain? After Chen Pinggan rescued the child and returned home, the child's mother would feel sorry for the child and would have to spend a lot of copper coins to buy medicine for the young family's shop. Would the child's livelihood be even more difficult for the next 10 days to half a month? I'm afraid of that. But I can't blame anyone else. It's all my fault. After returning from the Great Sway to the small town for the first time, I was going south to Old Dragon City. Why didn't I take a detour to deliver the sword? Why didn't I take a detour and delay it for a few months? I wanted to see that little slug and see with my own eyes if he and my mother were doing well. Why didn't I find out through some news that their lives weren't in danger and that they seemed to be doing well? Because of that, I felt that it wouldn't be too late to go see him when I became successful and could give that little slug more things. When you travel in Jianghu, you are responsible for your own life and death. You killed the consecrators of Verdant Gorge Island, your senior brother, and today's assassins. As long as I, Chen Pinggan, am here, I will help you kill them. No matter how many people like this come, I will kill them. If one comes, I will kill one. If 10,000 come, if I can only kill 9,999 of them, I can only blame myself, Chen Pinggan, for not having a strong fist and a fast sword. Because I promised you and myself that I will protect that little slug. This is the most natural thing for me, Chen Pinggan. I don't need to reason with you. I don't need to do that at all. But you, Ji Kan, have 1,000 or 10,000 reasons to tell yourself and to tell me, Chen Pinggan. Is this how Storyteller Lake is? This is how the world works. If I don't kill people to establish my power, others will come to kill me. These are not reasons for you, Ji Kan, to kill innocent people. So many people died inexplicably without even knowing the reason. After killing them, you, Ji Kan, may be able to get over it, but I, Chen Pinggan, can't. I will think that so many people, dozens, hundreds, dozens, hundreds, dozens, hundreds, the little slug who followed behind a bumpkin, Chen Pinggan, in Mud Bottle Alley back then were dozens, hundreds of those bumpkin kill workers. Then, so many people died. Chen Pinggan, who was unwilling to knock on the door even when he was about to starve to death in Mud Bottle Alley back then, walked through Mud Bottle Alley again and didn't die. That little slug who was kicked by a drunk bastard back then didn't die. Chen Pinggan stopped talking and patted Ji Kan's shoulder. Let's go. Auntie is still waiting for us. No matter how difficult the road is, we have to walk. The two walked side by side. Chen Pinggan slowly said, I, Chen Pinggan, don't want to be a moral saint. However, just because I don't want to be a moral saint doesn't mean that we can be unreasonable. I don't care if others are reasonable or not. I want to take care of you, Ji Kan. I want to see if taking care of you is of any use. After my parents died, I lost all of my family. Liu Xianyang, and you, Ji Kan, are the two of you my family. The world is so big. In the town, I only have you and Liu Xianyang as my family. I don't care if the sky collapses anywhere else. However, even if the sky really collapses, as long as it crushes the two of you, I, Chen Pinggan, will give it a try no matter how capable I am. I will lift the collapsing sky back up. Even if I can't lift it back up, even if I, Chen Pinggan, die, I will seek justice for you. Back in Pearl Grotto Heaven. For Liu Xianyang, Chen Pinggan had tried. He had decided that even if he died, he would seek justice for Liu Xianyang. Now in Bookslip Lake, Chen Pinggan felt that just saying these words had consumed all his energy. It was a different experience. Chen Pinggan just sat there alone like a dog on the side of the road. If I didn't know you, Ji Kan, I would have just heard about what you did at Bookslip Lake. I wouldn't have cared. I wouldn't have come to Pool Water City or Verdant Gorge Island. Because I, Chen Pinggan, can't take care of it. I, Chen Pinggan, am only so capable. I didn't take care of the wedding dress ghost's mansion. I saw those sword cultivators in a county city of Huangting country. I didn't take care of them. I took care of them in Flood Dragon Gully. I lost the Shan seal that Mr. Chi gave me. I took care of them in Old Dragon City. I was shot in the stomach by a cultivator. In this world, you have to pay a price for being reasonable. But it's the same if you're unreasonable. The old Flood Dragon in Flood Dragon Gully was almost flattened by sword cultivators. Du Marrow was beaten half to death. They are like that. You, Ji can, live well today. Tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? Next year or the year after that? You can let other people's families reunite today. Tomorrow, other people can also let your mother accompany you and have a reunion in hell. If it's possible, I just want a little slug named Gu Can to live at the end of Mud Bottle Alley. I don't want to give you that little loach at all. I just want you to live at Mud Bottle Alley. As long as I go back to my hometown, I can see you and my aunt. Whether your family is slightly rich or I, Chen Pingan, am rich, you and your mother can afford to buy beautiful clothes and delicious food. You can live a stable life like this. They approached the brightly lit mansion that was not inferior to the mansion of the nobles. Chen Pingan's eyes dimmed. He said softly, I've finished talking. I don't have the strength to say anything else. So, when we're at the dining table, you can say whatever you want. I'll listen. Ji Can raised her arm and wiped her face. She did not say anything. The mansion was very big. After passing through the gate, it took a long time to walk to the dining area. When Chen Pingan stepped over the threshold, he took off the face that was meticulously made by Zhu Lian, revealing his true appearance. A woman in luxurious clothes stood at the entrance of the hall, looking forward. When she saw Chen Pingan beside Ji Can, her eyes reddened. She quickly walked down the stairs and came to Chen Pingan's side. She carefully sized up Chen Pingan, who had grown much taller. For a moment, all sorts of feelings welled up in her heart. She covered her mouth. There were thousands of words she wanted to say, but she could not say a single word. Deep in the woman's heart, she was filled with guilt. When Liu Zhimao visited and told her about the little loach, she became vicious. As long as she could keep that opportunity for Can she hoped that the young neighbor from Mud Bottle Alley who had helped her and her son for many years. His death counted. Chen Pingan smiled and said, Auntie. The woman choked and said, Good, good, good. You're living well, just like my Can. This is better than anything else. Let's quickly enter the house. The steward on the island spoke in a hurry, so I had to cook 2 dishes. The rest were helped by the servants in the mansion. However, they were all made according to the taste of our hometown. They're definitely authentic home-cooked dishes. Chen Pingan, you'll be used to it. Chen Pingan said, Sorry to trouble you, Auntie. The woman glared at him. What nonsense are you talking about? Chen Pingan did not say anything else. The mother and son, as well as a person that the mother and son would not treat as an outsider, entered the house together and sat down. Although they were home-cooked dishes, they were still very sumptuous and filled the large table. The woman also prepared the rarest immortal Wuti wine from Bookslip Lake. It was completely different from the so-called Wuti wine sold in Pondwater City. The woman poured a cup of wine for Chen Pingan. No matter how hard Chen Pingan tried to persuade her, he could not stop her. In fact, Ji Can, who did not like to drink, especially at home, also asked her mother for a cup of wine today. The woman was stunned for a moment. Then, she smiled and poured a cup. At a large round table, the woman sat in the main seat. Chen Pingan sat with his back to the door. Ji Can sat in the chair between them. Ji Can turned to her mother and said, Before we eat, I want to talk to Chen Pingan. The woman was a woman who was good at reading people's expressions. She had already sensed that something was wrong, but her smile did not change. Okay, you guys talk. After you finish drinking, I'll help you pour more wine. Ji Can drank the wine in the cup in one gulp and covered the cup with her hand, indicating that she would not drink any more. Then, she turned to Chen Pingan and said, Chen Pingan, how do you think I, Ji can protect my mother? Do you know how many times my mother and I almost died on the Verdant Gorge Island? The woman's heart trembled and her expression turned stiff. She sat in her seat and her hands under the table tightly twisted the corner of her clothes. Ji Yukan continued, "Only kill those people who tried to harm me. What about the people behind the assassins? What about those bad guys who are sneaking around and hiding further away? I'll go to them one by one and greet them first. Tell them that I, Ji Yukan, am very powerful, and the little loach is even more powerful. So, don't provoke me, or I'll kill you. Do you think that those assassinations on Verdant Canyon Island were done by outsiders? That the enemies were looking for death? Don't you think it's possible that Liu Zhimao, my good master, arranged it? Hiding among those murders? You, Chen Pinggan, may say that it's not necessarily true. Yes, it's true. I won't lie to you and say that Liu Zhimao must be involved. But I only have one mother, and I, Ji Yukan, only have one life. Why should I bet that it's not necessarily true?" Ji Yukan stood up and said angrily, "Chen Pinggan, even if you kill me today, I won't fight back. But before I'm beaten to death by you, I want to tell you that I, Ji Yukan, did nothing wrong. Even if I'm wrong, I won't admit it. I won't change. I won't change in this life. I won't change even if I die." Ji Yukan's face was ferocious, but it was not the kind of hatred that she used to have for the people in her sight. Instead, she hated herself, hated the entire Bookslip Lake, hated everyone, and felt wronged that the person she cared about the most would not understand. "I'm asking a tiger for its skin in this place. If I don't peel off their skin and wear it, I'll freeze to death. If I don't drink their blood and eat their flesh, my mother and I will starve to death and thirst. Chen Pinggan, I'm telling you, this isn't our family's clay bottle alley. It's not just those disgusting adults who come to steal my mother's clothes. The people here will eat my mother until not even her bones are left. They'll make her live a life worse than death. I won't just run into a drunk bastard in an alley and kick me just because he doesn't like me. Do you know how scared I am here? Do you know how much I hope that you can stay by my side and protect me like you did in the past? Protect my mother well? Chen Pinggan, you don't know. You only know how to hit and scold me." In the end, Ji Yukan's face was full of tears as she sobbed, "I don't want you, Chen Pinggan, to come to Bookslip Lake to visit our graves the next time you see me and my mother. I still want to see you, Chen Pinggan." Ji Yukan sobbed as she walked out of the house. However, she didn't go far. She sat on the threshold. Chen Pinggan sat in the same place. He raised his head and said to the woman in a hoarse voice, "Auntie, I won't drink anymore. Can you get me a bowl of rice?" The woman, who was panicking, quickly wiped her tears and nodded. She got up and brought Chen Pinggan a bowl of rice. Chen Pinggan got up and took the bowl of rice. He gently placed it on the table and then sat down. There was another bowl of rice on the table. Back then, in someone else's house in Clay Bottle Alley, Chen Pinggan was even younger than Ji Yukan. He also had a bowl of rice, which was placed on the table just like that. Chen Pinggan raised a trembling hand. In the end, he didn't pick up the chopsticks. Instead, he took out a book from his chest and placed it next to the bowl of rice. One of the books was an old, yellowed fist manual. Chen Pinggan reached out and gently smoothed it out. It had accompanied him through thousands of mountains and rivers. It had seen all kinds of strange things in the boundless world. It had witnessed all of Chen Pinggan's joys and sorrows. After flipping through it so many times, it was still neat and tidy. There were almost no wrinkles. He only showed it to the old man in the bamboo house in Luopa Mountain once. However, at that time, Chen Pinggan couldn't wait for the old man to be careful with every page he turned. He nagged the old man countless times. In the end, the old man gave him a punch and taught him a lesson. A martial artist can't even put down a shabby book. How can you store the world in your fist intent? He showed it to his beloved girl. At that time, they hadn't fallen in love with each other. He showed it to her because she needed to know how to read and what the fist manual said. At that time, she was still unhappy. She mistakenly thought that Chen Pinggan looked down on her. She thought that she coveted the fist technique in the manual and would secretly learn it. The grace of a meal was the grace of saving her life. A fist manual was also the grace of saving her life. Chen Pinggan bit his lip. Without turning his head, he said softly, Jiyu Kan, we agreed at that time that I borrowed this fist manual from you. I will return it to you one day. Jiyu Kan suddenly stood up and roared, I don't want it. It's yours since I gave it to you. You said that you would return it, but I didn't agree at all. You have to be reasonable. In the end, Jiyu Kan cried and begged, Chen Pinggan, don't be like this. I'm afraid, in the eyes of an extreme and extremely precocious child, only Chen Pinggan was reasonable in the world. It had always been like this. Chen Pinggan didn't say anything. He picked up the pair of chopsticks and lowered his head to eat. He didn't raise his head until he finished the bowl of rice. 431. After Jiyu Kan cried and said those words, Woman F lowered her head and trembled all over, not knowing whether it was because of sadness or anger. Watch. See. Avoid. D. E. Chen Pinggan gently put down his chopsticks and called out softly, Jiyu Kan immediately wiped her tears and said loudly, Here. Chen Pinggan slowly said, I'll beat you, scold you, and tell you the reasons that I've figured out, the reasons that make you feel wrong. But I won't leave you alone, I won't leave you like this. Chen Pinggan did not turn his head the entire time. His voice was not loud, but there was a hint of determination in his tone. It was as if he was talking to Jiyu Kan, but it was more like he was talking to himself. If I leave one day, it will definitely be because I've overcome the hurdle in my heart. If I can't, I'll stay here, in Verdant Canyon Island and Bookslip Lake. Jiyu Kan smiled through her tears, Okay. You'll keep your words. Chen Pinggan, you've never lied to me. Chen Pinggan suddenly said, Then I may have to make an exception today. Jiyu Kan's heart suddenly jumped to her throat. Her body that had just relaxed a little tightened again, and so did her heartstrings. Chen Pinggan said, On the way here, I said that I'll only listen to you at the dinner table and I won't say anything else. But I feel that I have some strength after eating this bowl of rice, so I want to say something else. It's still the same old rule. I'll talk and you listen. If you want to talk later, then it's my turn to listen. No matter who's talking, the one who's listening, the one who's talking and the one who's listening, don't be anxious. Jiyu Kan smiled brightly, scratching her head and asking, Chen Pinggan, can I go back to the table? I haven't eaten yet. Chen Pinggan nodded, Eat more. You're still growing. Jiyu Kan wiped his face and walked back to his original position. He just moved his chair closer to Chen Pinggan, for fear that Chen Pinggan would go back on his words and leave the house and the Verdant Canyon Island. By then, he would be able to stop Chen Pinggan faster. Then, Jiyu Kan ran to get himself a bowl of rice. After sitting down, he lowered his head and began to eat. Ever since he was young, he liked to imitate Chen Pinggan. He ate like this, and he also did the same with his hands in his sleeves. At that time, when it was winter, the two of them, who were poor and did not have any friends, liked to wrap their hands in their sleeves to keep warm. This was especially so every time after they finished building a snowman, the two of them would wrap their sleeves together and shiver together. Then, they would laugh and mock each other. When it came to scolding and insulting people, Jiyu Kan, who had 2 lines of snot hanging from his nose, was already much better than Chen Pinggan. Therefore, it was often Chen Pinggan who made Jiyu Kan speechless. Chen Pinggan glanced at Jiyu Kan, then turned his head and said to Person F, Auntie, if there is another child wandering outside the door today, will you still open the door and give him a bowl of rice? Or will you deliberately tell him that this bowl of rice is not given for free, and that he has to repay it with the money from selling CY? Person F carefully deliberated. Chen Pinggan said to himself, I don't think so. Of course, I don't think Auntie is wrong. Even if we don't talk about the environment of the book lake, even if Auntie didn't do this back then, I don't think Auntie is wrong. So, I will never forget that bowl of rice back then. It also made me, Chen Pinggan, feel a little relieved. I feel that I am not the beggar my mother said I must not be. Instead, I owe Auntie money first. After eating, I will definitely be able to pay it back. Person F turned her head and wiped the corners of her eyes. Chen Pinggan asked calmly, But Auntie, have you ever thought that if it wasn't for that bowl of rice, I would never have given that loach to your son? You might still be in Clay Bottle Alley now, living a life that you think is very poor and difficult. So, good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be punished with evil. We still have to believe in it. We can't just believe that good will be rewarded with good and forget that evil will be punished with evil when we are living a stable life today. Do you think what I said today is right? Person F was still crying silently. She did not say yes or no. She was afraid that no matter what she said today, it would not be good for her son, Ji Yukan's future. So, she would rather not say a word more. Chen Pinggan understood this. So, even when Ji Yukan said Person F's choice in the matter of the little loach back then, Chen Pinggan still did not have the slightest bit of resentment. If he should be grateful, he would be grateful for a lifetime. No matter what happened later, whether it was right or wrong, it could not cover the earliest kindness. It was like a heavy snow in one's hometown. No matter how thick the snow was on the mud road in Clay Bottle Alley, it was still the familiar road in front of every house in Clay Bottle Alley after spring. The only difference was that Chen Pinggan had walked a very long path and learned not to force others with his own principles. So, at the dinner table today, he was willing to listen carefully to all of Ji Yukan's principles and all of the little slug's inner thoughts. Chen Pinggan squeezed out a smile. Auntie, don't worry. I won't force Ji Yukan to learn from me. You don't have to do this. I don't have the ability. I just want to see if I can do something that Ji Yukan and I feel is right. If I stay here, I won't hinder Ji Yukan from protecting you, and I won't ask you to give up the hard-earned wealth. Chen Pinggan asked, can I? Person F hesitated, but in the end, she nodded with difficulty. Chen Pinggan just sat there. He did not take the pot of wooty wine on the table, nor did he take off the blade-strengthening gourd at his waist. He said softly, Auntie and Ji Yukan, I have a piece of good news. Although Uncle Ji is dead, in fact, he's not really dead. He's still alive because he became Person Y. However, this is still a good thing. I came to Bookslip Lake this time because he took a huge risk to tell me that you're not worry-free here. That's why I'm here. I don't want Ji Yukan's actions to cause your family of 3 to suddenly lose this rare opportunity to be reunited with each other. My parents once said that Uncle Ji was the man who was most worthy of Auntie in the alley near us. I hope that a good man like Uncle Ji who wrote beautiful couplets in Clay Bottle Alley, who didn't look like a farmer at all, and who was more like a scholar, would also be sad. Person F covered her mouth, and her tears immediately burst out. This time, it was the most sincere, and it had nothing to do with right or wrong. Chen Pinggan said slowly, Auntie, Ji Yukan, and me, the 3 of us have suffered greatly because of other people's unreasonable behavior. We're not the kind of people who are born without worries. We're not the kind of people who can be educated and reasonable as long as we want to. Auntie and I have both had times where we almost couldn't live anymore. Auntie is only alive for Ji Yukan's sake, and I'm only alive because I want to fight for our parents. We've both clenched our teeth and endured through it. So, we know what not easy means. Speaking of which, when it comes to this, Ji Yukan is the youngest, but after he left Clay Bottle Alley, he had it even harder than the 2 of us. It's because at his age, he's already had it harder than me and his mother. No matter how poor Auntie and I are and how hard our lives are, we're not like Ji Yukan, who worries about death every day. But this doesn't stop us from asking why when life is at its most difficult. But no one will tell me why. So, after we think about it for a while, we'll often be slapped in the face the next day. After a long time, we won't ask why anymore, because it's useless to think about it. When we're trying to survive, it seems like it's wrong to think even a little bit more. It's our fault, other people's fault, and the world's fault. If the world punches me, why shouldn't I return the favor with a kick? Everyone who's been through this kind of thing seems to have become the unreasonable person they were in the past. They don't want to listen to other people's whys, because they don't care. They feel like if they're soft-hearted, they won't be able to protect their current wealth, and they'll feel sorry for the hardships they've suffered in the past. Why do the school teachers have to favor the children of the rich? Why do my parents have to be looked down upon by the neighbors? Why do my peers have to buy kites while I can only watch from the side? Why do I have to work so hard in the fields while there are so many people enjoying life at home? Why do they not even look at me when I run into them on the road? Why do I have to work so hard to earn it while others have it the moment they're born? Why don't they know how to cherish it? Why do other people's families get to reunite during the Mid-Autumn Festival every year? I don't know why it's like this either. I don't know what it was like 100 years ago or 10,000 years ago. I also don't know if the world has changed for the better or for the worse. I've read a lot of books and know some principles, but the more I know, the more I'm not sure if the principles I've come up with are necessarily right. They can definitely allow me and the people around me to live a better life. Before I came here, I thought that I would be able to lead a better life with a young girl by my side. However, after seeing Ji Kan, I feel that I might have been wrong. That young girl is only able to lead a slightly better life with me by her side. It might not necessarily be because I taught her those principles that allowed her to lead an easier and better life. Who doesn't want to live a good life? Who doesn't want to have a better tomorrow than today? I want to do that too. I thought about it when I was in Clay Bottle Alley. I thought about it when I was on the way to the Academy of the Great Sway Kingdom. I thought about it when I went to Old Dragon City, Inverted Hanging Mountain, Tomia Continent, Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, and on the way to my hometown. But there's no highest principle in the world. There should be a lowest right and wrong, right? Even if we do a lot of things that we have to do to survive, there should still be right and wrong, right? Ji Kan put down her chopsticks and fell into deep thought. Person F looked at Chen Pingan and then at Ji Kan. Chen Pingan, I'm just a Taoist who has never studied and can't read. I don't know much, I don't want to think too much, and I can't care too much. I just want Ji Kan to live a good life. It's also because of this that we have the chance to live today and wait for you, Chen Pingan, to tell us that my husband, Ji Kan's father, is still alive and that we have the chance to reunite as a family. Chen Pingan, can you understand what I'm saying? Won't you blame me for being short-sighted? Chen Pingan nodded and said, I can understand. I won't blame Auntie. Person F looked into Chen Pingan's eyes. She poured herself a glass of wine and drank it in one gulp. Then, she poured another glass and drank it again. You came to find Kanur. No matter what you said, Kanur was very happy. I want to drink a glass. You told us the news, so I want to drink a glass too. We're all happy. Person F poured a third glass of wine. After drinking it, she said with tears in her eyes, Chen Pingan, I want to drink a glass to see that you've grown taller, grown up, and are safe and sound. I'm happy for your parents. Chen Pingan picked up the wine pot and poured himself a glass of wine. He raised his head and drank it. In a tall building in Pond City, Kui? TSK, he said, you're short-sighted? This person F from Clay Bottle Alley is not ordinary. No wonder she can partner with Liu Jimao and teach someone like Ji Kan. When Chen Pingan followed the two carriages into the city, Kui Dongshan had been pretending to be dead. However, when Chen Pingan appeared and met Ji Kan, Kui Dongshan had already opened his eyes. Everything that happened after that had nothing to do with Kui. Similarly, Kui Dongshan had seen and heard all of it. Kui. He smiled and said, what Chen Pingan said is futile. Even if they were both from Clay Bottle Alley, they knew the taste of suffering at first. But now, Ji Kan and Chen Pingan were two completely different people. Not only were their standpoints different, but the way they looked at the world, the most fundamental context was very different. Chen Pingan could empathize with Ji Kan only because Chen Pingan had walked a longer path. Ji Kan, on the other hand, did not. For him, his hometown, Clay Bottle Alley, and then to Bookslip Lake, was the entire martial world and the world. What's more, Ji Kan was obsessed with sex. He was born to go to extremes. Not to mention Chen Pingan, even if Ji Kan's father, Ji Dao, stood in Chen Pingan's position, he would not be able to change Ji Kan's mind. This was the fun part. Ji Kan's extreme behavior made him have deep feelings for Chen Pingan. That was why he said, even if you beat me to death, I won't fight back. This was the devil incarnate's heartfelt words. How rare was it? Chen Pingan knew, so he was in more pain. Chen Pingan even heard about the person who was about to die, Liu Xianwei. Before he died, Liu Xianwei did not blame Chen Pingan at all. Instead, he only said to him, Chen Pingan, I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. That was why Chen Pingan was in more pain now. That's how people are. A frog at the bottom of a well will complain about injustice. A person who has left the bottom of the well will say anything to the people below, but to the people who are still at the bottom of the well, it's all empty talk. Because deep in their hearts, they will keep telling themselves that their words are for the snow of spring, not for people who have been rolling in the mud for a long time. If they really listen to them, they will be courting death. However, Chen Pingan has already realized this. That's why what he said on the way to Ji Yukan's mansion and what he said at the dinner table after eating that bowl of rice were worlds apart. Unfortunately, Ji Yukan was still too young when he was in Mud Bottle Alley. He did not see Chen Pingan's situation at his age, nor did he see with his own eyes the suffering that Chen Pingan suffered during his long journey. What Ji Yukan saw was Chen Pingan carrying a sword on his back and giving little Loach a jade pendant. It was the Chen Pingan who understood so many things. As for why Chen Pingan was able to get to where he was today, Ji Yukan did not understand. This child might not really be willing to understand either. On the other hand, Chen Pingan was willing to think more and more about it. That was why he could only make things even messier. If the two of them were reversed and their positions were swapped, Chen Pingan would be Ji Yukan's ex-character and go far. Ji Yukan would be Chen Pingan's ex-character and survive in Verdant Canyon Island. Today's situation would not be so hopeless. However, if that was the case, we would not be sitting here at all. Kui, he said to Kui Dongshan, actually, your teacher has already done quite well. Kui Dongshan's face was stern. Can you still see beautiful things in your old dog eyes? Kui. He did not take it seriously and smiled. The most beautiful thing that Chen Pingan did on this trip to Verdant Canyon Island is the 2 words that you have said. It is the sword above the 2 words that you have said. It is the sword above the 2 words, cut off and circle. On the ship, we first took out the only thing that Chen Pingan and Ji Yukan had in common and placed it in front of them. Otherwise, Chen Pingan would have already lost on the ship, and you and I would have been able to leave Pondwater City. That was to test the assassin first. Not only was he trying his best to understand the hearts of the people in Book Lake, but he was also trying to tell Ji Yukan that the assassin deserved to be killed no matter where he was. Furthermore, he, Chen Pingan, was willing to listen to Ji Yukan's own reasoning. If Chen Pingan deliberately put himself at the top of the moral spectrum and tried to influence Ji Yukan, then Ji Yukan might directly feel that Chen Pingan is no longer the Chen Pingan of the past, and everything is over. After getting off the ship, we put the jade pendant of the Saint of Literature temple in front of Liu Jimao, who is a nascent soul cultivator and has high standards, so that perfected cultivator Jiang Jie will not dare to mess things up. When we are at the dining table and have dinner, we will remove the F character, who is Ji Yukan's mother, so that she will not be too involved and affect Ji Yukan too much. Otherwise, it will be a mess. After Chen Pingan joins, it will only get messier. Kui Dongshan sneered and said, even so, is it useful? Isn't it still a dead end? Kui. He nodded and said, but as long as Chen Pingan can't get over the hurdle in his heart, whatever he does next will be a new knot in his heart. Even if Ji Yukan is willing to lower her head and admit her mistake, so what? After all, there were so many innocent people who had died in vain. They would be like ghosts that refused to leave Chen Pingan's heart. They would knock on the door and shout for justice. Day and night, they would question Chen Pingan's conscience. The first difficulty is whether Ji Yukan is willing to admit her mistake. The second difficulty was how Chen Pingan was going to figure out all the principles he had read in books, heard from others, and figured out on his own. He was going to find the foundation of his own principles. The third difficulty was whether he would realize that he was wrong after knowing everything, and whether he would be able to stay true to his heart. The fourth difficulty is how Chen Pingan will do it. The third and fourth difficulty is the hardest. The third difficulty is that Chen Pingan is destined to fail. Kui Dongshan directly asked Chen Pingan about the last obstacle in his heart. The fourth difficulty? Kui. He seemed to be deliberately mystifying and said, the difficulty is that there are countless difficulties. Kui Dongshan responded with a sneer. Kui. He did not think much of it. If Chen Pingan really has the ability to be in the fourth difficulty, after we finish reading this difficulty, we will be able to understand why there are so many idiots and bad people in the world, and why everyone knows so many things, but still lives worse than dogs. Then, it will become Zhu Lu, Dallas Queen, Du Mao. Why can't we be Qi Jing Chun, Alliance? But it's a pity that Chen Pinggan will not be able to reach this step, because if he reaches this step, Chen Pinggan will have already lost. If you are interested, you can stay here and slowly watch your master become skinny and haggard. As for me, I will have left long ago. Kui Dongshan said, "Oh, are you leaving here in a hurry to be reincarnated?" Kui. He laughed, stretched out a finger and pointed at Kui Dongshan. "You have to learn from your master, learn to be calm, learn to control your anger, then you can restrain yourself." Kui. He looked at the scroll on the ground again. "I think Ji Yu can still won't admit her mistakes. What do you think?" Kui Dongshan closed his eyes again, not pretending to be dead, but waiting for death. Kui. He said to himself, "It's said that there is no banquet in the world that lasts forever. Some banquets are still there when the people are not there, just waiting for them to take their seats. But at this table in Verdant Canyon Island, even if the people are still there, the banquet has already ended. Everyone is talking about their own things, drinking their own wine. What kind of reunion banquet is this? Forget it." S3. Chen Pinggan led Ji Yu Kan to a luxurious house. It was not a house with a courtyard by itself. It was right next to the room that Ji Yu Kan and Jay would occasionally stay in. Chen Pinggan asked Ji Yu Kan to accompany her mother and chat more. After Ji Yu Kan closed the door, she thought for a while and did not go to find her mother, but went alone to relax. Soon, the little loach followed behind her. It told Ji Yu Kan with the voice of the Heart Lake. Liu Jimao didn't believe it at first when he saw the jade token, but after confirming its authenticity, he seemed to be scared silly. Ji Yu Kan smiled and answered it in the Heart Lake. "I told you, Chen Pinggan will be great. You didn't believe it before, so what? Now you believe it." It sighed softly. Ji Yu Kan really wanted to slap that core formation F person who was already imprisoned in the water prison to death right now. But after chatting with Chen Pinggan, she knew that killing that assassin from the Zhuiying dynasty was meaningless and wouldn't make any difference. Chen Pinggan wasn't angry at these assassins. He wasn't angry at those hostile cultivators, but rather at those little girls who died in the little loach's mouth and the ants on various islands who were implicated and had their entire families executed. He was angry at those slugs from Clay Bottle Alley and the apprentices of the Dragon Kill. Ji Yu Kan suddenly asked, "I have some things I want to talk to Chen Pinggan about, but is it appropriate for me to go find him now?" It scratched its head. Ji Yu Kan had learned this from Chen Pinggan, and it had learned it from Ji Yu Kan. Ji Yu Kan laughed and said, "You're so silly." It hurriedly withdrew its hand and blushed with a smile. Ji Yu Kan waved her hand. "Let's go. He is Chen Pinggan." Alas, what can't you say? Ji Yu Kan looked around and felt that the repulsive Verdant Canyon Island had become charming and adorable after that person's arrival. If one day Chen Pinggan was no longer angry and was willing to stay in his new home, then this place would definitely be the most beautiful place in the world. Back outside the house, before Ji Yu Kan knocked on the door, Chen Pinggan had already said, "Come in." Ji Yu Kan found Chen Pinggan standing at the door of the study. On the desk, there was a pen and paper, a carving knife, and a pile of bamboo slips. Chen Pinggan seemed to want to write something. Before Ji Yu Kan returned, Chen Pinggan was introspecting, trying to really put himself in Ji Yu Kan's position and point of view to see this book slip lake. Chen Pinggan tried to return to the original point. He started with the smallest principle. This was the first step of the order of the theory. Chen Pinggan knew that talking to himself would not work. The two of them sat at the table in the living room. The shelves around them were full of dazzling treasures and antiques. Those were all carefully selected and prepared by Ji Yu Kan for Chen Pinggan. Based on Ji Yu Kan's original idea, the place should have been filled with naked girls, and she would say to Chen Pinggan, "What do you think? I told you years ago that one day, I would help you choose 17 or 18 girls who are as beautiful as that *tch Gui. Now, I've done it." But of course, Ji Yu Kan did not dare to do it now. After Ji Yu Kan sat down, she said directly, "Chen Pinggan, I roughly know why you are angry. It's just that my mother was there at that time, so I couldn't say it directly. I was afraid that she would think that it was all her fault. And even if you were angrier, I still think that I did nothing wrong to make you angry. Chen Pinggan said softly, "It doesn't matter. This time, we don't have to say everything in one breath. I will tell you slowly, and you can answer me slowly." Ji Yukan nodded. Chen Pinggan suddenly said, "Ji Yukan, are you disappointed?" Ji Yukan shook her head and said, "I don't listen to anyone's reasoning with me. If anyone dares to nag about this in front of me, I will either beat them or kill them. The latter is more often than not. Anyway, you will find out about this sooner or later. And you said it yourself that no matter what, I have to tell you the truth. You can't be angry with me because of this." Chen Pinggan nodded and asked, "First of all, that consecrator who should have died back then and your eldest senior brother, as well as the cultivators, servants, and maidservants in their mansions. Little Loach had already killed so many people, but when he left, he still killed all of them. Let's not talk about what I think about these people. Tell me, is it really that important to kill them or not?" Ji Yukan really told the truth. It's not that important, but it's better to kill them. So I didn't stop Little Loach. In this book Slip Lake, this is the best way to do it. If you want to kill someone and take revenge, you have to kill your enemy until there is nothing left of them. You have to raze an entire island to the ground. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles in the future. In this book Slip Lake, there are really a lot of people who escaped from that time. 10 or 100 years later, they suddenly appear and kill that person's entire family. This is very normal. I'm already prepared to be killed inexplicably one day. At that time, I, Ji Yukan, won't kneel and beg for mercy, and I won't ask who those people are or why they want to kill me. So this year, I've already started to prepare for my mother's future. I've thought about a lot of things, but for the time being, I don't think it's a foolproof plan, so I'm still thinking. In any case, the only people I care about in this world are my mother, you, Chen Pinggan, and of course, my father, who is already a ghost, although I don't have any memories of him. As long as I know that nothing will happen to the three of you because of me, even if I die one day, I will die without regret. Chen Pinggan listened to Ji Yukan carefully. He didn't say whether she was right or wrong, but continued to ask, "Then, when you can protect yourself on Verdant Canyon Island, why did you deliberately let an assassin go and deliberately let them continue to kill you?" Ji Yukan said, "This is also a way to frighten the bad guys. I have to kill them until their hearts tremble and they are scared out of their wits. Only then can all the little signs and evil thoughts of the potential enemies be eliminated. In addition to Little Loach's fighting, I also have to show that I'm worse and smarter than them, otherwise, they would be stupid and think that there's an opportunity to take advantage of them. I'm not talking nonsense. Chen Pinggan, you saw it yourself. Even I did that. Little Loach is fierce enough, right? But until today, there are still assassins from the Zhuang dynasty who don't give up and still want to kill me, right? Today, it's an 8th realm sword cultivator. Next time, it will definitely be a 9th realm sword cultivator." Chen Pinggan thought for a while and drew a line on the table with his finger. He said to himself, "According to the ins and outs of your story, I now somewhat understand your thoughts. Well, this is your principle, and it works in Book Lake. Although it doesn't work in my place, not all roads in the world are occupied by me, Chen Pinggan. My principle is not suitable for everyone and everywhere, so I still can't judge who is right and who is wrong. Then let me ask you another question. If it will not hurt you and aunt, forget it. According to the relationship between you and Book Lake, it won't work." Ji Yukan was confused. Chen Pinggan hadn't finished his thoughts, but he had already denied himself. Was there anyone in the world who could reason with others like this? Wasn't the reason to quarrel with others, or to put it in a nicer way, to reason with others? Wasn't it to be reasonable in every aspect and not give up an inch of land? Wasn't it to talk the other party to death? This was the same as fighting and wanting to kill the other party in one breath. Then Ji Yukan couldn't help but laugh, but he quickly restrained himself. If he dared to laugh at this moment, he was afraid that Chen Pinggan would slap him again. Could he, Ji Yukan, fight back? He could only endure it. Besides, Ji Kan wasn't angry at all when he slapped Chen Pingan. In the world, even his mother wouldn't hit him, Ji Kan. Only Chen Pingan would. It wasn't that he hated Ji Kan, but that he really felt sorry for him, was really angry, and was really disappointed. Only then would he hit him. Ji Kan knew it when he was in Mud Bottle Alley. Why was Ji Kan the one closest to that idiot Fan Yang among the 10 heroes of the Bookslip Lake? Only an idiot like Fan Yang, who was really simple-minded and brainless, could say that kind of stupid thing. If my mother slapped me lightly, I would feel sorry for her. Immediately, a smile appeared on the little loach's face. No matter what, Chen Pingan hadn't changed. Even if I, Ji Kan, had changed so much, Chen Pingan was still Chen Pingan. At this moment, Chen Pingan wasn't in a hurry to speak. When he was at the desk and was about to write, he remembered something he once said to Pei Qian. It was about the 3 moons carp and the 3 spring bird. At that time, Chen Pingan explained to Pei Qian that a person who was full of food, warm and clothed was a very precious kind heart. However, he couldn't say these kind hearts to a person who was about to starve to death. It was unreasonable. The reason why people were human was that they didn't even pity a person who was about to die. They would jump over and pity a bird and a frog. According to the order and theory that old Mr. Wensheng taught Chen Pingan, this was wrong. So when Chen Pingan said what he had said in the Bookslip Lake and the Verdant Canyon Island, it was the same. This wasn't a matter of doing good or not. This was a matter of how Ji Kan and his mother should live. Therefore, Chen Pingan suddenly began to reflect on himself. Right and wrong, first and last. Small and big. Good and evil. He couldn't casually skip a step to explain his own principles to Ji Kan. If he didn't think it through thoroughly, then whatever he said would be wrong. Even if it was right, even if it was the right principle, it would still be a pavilion in the sky. When he thought of the principles that he told Pei Qian, he naturally thought of Pei Qian's hometown, Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. When he thought of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, he couldn't help but think of the time when he went to the Xingxiang temple near Zhuoyuan Alley when he was feeling uneasy. He saw the kind-looking old monk in the temple. Finally, he thought of the old monk who didn't talk about Buddhism and the words that he said to him before he died. Don't go to extremes in everything. When you talk reason with people, you are most afraid of I want to be reasonable. What you are most afraid of is that once you are evil with people, you won't see any good. Finally, Chen Pingan thought of the old Mr. Wensheng who was drunk and said, "How many books have you read to dare say that the world is like this? How many people have you met to dare say that men and women are all like this? How many peace and suffering have you seen with your own eyes to dare to say that others are good and evil?" Therefore, before Ji Kan came, Chen Pingan began to write on 2 pieces of paper. He wrote first and last and small respectively. The 2 pieces of paper were placed side by side. He did not take out the 3rd piece of paper to write good and evil. On the first piece of paper with first and last written, Chen Pingan began to write down a series of names. Ji Kan, Auntie, Liu Zhimao, Chief Minister of Qingxia Island, eldest senior brother, Jindan assassin. In the end, he wrote Chen Pingan. After writing, Chen Pingan began to ponder while looking at the ministers, eldest senior brother, assassin, and so on who did not even have a name. Then, Ji Kan came. He had no choice but to put down the pen and get up to leave the desk. At this moment, Ji Kan saw Chen Pingan in a daze again. Ji Kan did not disturb him and lay on the desk. Little Loach hesitated for a moment and also plucked up the courage to lie beside Ji Kan. Both of its heads were looking at Chen Pingan, who was frowning. In fact, this little Loach was very curious about Chen Pingan, who was supposed to be its master. In the deepest part of Ji Kan's heart, there was actually such an unimaginable thought. If one day, Ji Kan's ability was high enough, then he would return it to Chen Pingan. It must be known that even for a friend like Elvite Saisong, who was recognized by Ji Kan, if one day Elvite Saisong was killed, Ji Kan would be very loyal to his friends if he helped to avenge him. Ji Kan lay there and asked, "Chen Pingan, wasn't my mother's bowl of rice back then just a bowl of rice? If you knocked on other people's door and begged the neighbors, you wouldn't really starve to death, right?" Chen Pingan nodded. That's why I am even more grateful to Auntie. Ji Yukan asked, just because of that sentence. Chen Pinggan slowly said, did you forget? I told you before that my mother only told me not to do two things in my life. One was to be a beggar, and the other was to work in the dragon kill as a kill worker. Ji Yukan let out a sigh. Ji Yukan asked again, looking at it now, even if I didn't give you that lousy fist manual back then, even if you didn't have the mountain quaking fist, there would still be something like the water quaking fist or the city quaking fist, right? Chen Pinggan still nodded, but he said, but that's not how it works. This world gives you kindness, but it doesn't. If one day the world gives you malice, then even if the malice is far greater than the kindness, I will completely deny this world. If that bit of kindness still exists, I will remember it, grasp it, and always remember it. This was the meridian barrier that Kui Dongshan had mentioned before. Every right and wrong existed independently, just like the Tao ancestors' lotus flower. Every right and wrong existed separately, just like the knowledge of the 100 schools of thought, just like every lotus flower that floated to the surface of the water. Although there were complicated lotus roots in the mud at the bottom of the pond, if one couldn't even clearly see the lotus leaves above, how could one see the truth at the bottom of the water? Ji Yukan smiled and said, Chen Pinggan, why can't you change? Chen Pinggan thought for a moment. Maybe I'm luckier than you. I met good people at important moments. Ji Yukan shook her head vigorously. That's not the case. I met you too. I was so young back then. Ji Yukan choked her nose. Back then, I still had 2 streams of snot hanging from my nose every day. Chen Pinggan frowned as if he wanted to laugh. Ji Yukan found an excuse and left with little Loach. After the door closed, the footsteps became softer and softer. Chen Pinggan's face and spirit collapsed. After a long time, he wiped his face. There were no tears. Chen Pinggan exhaled softly, walked back to the study, and sat in front of the desk. He stood up again. Chen Pinggan took off the sword immortal and the blade strengthening gourd, and placed them on the side of the desk. He wrote 4 lines of words on the piece of paper that said judge big and small. The customs of a village. The laws of a country. The etiquette of a continent. The morality of the world. After Chen Pinggan finished writing, he looked haggard. He picked up the blade strengthening gourd and drank a mouthful of wine to help refresh himself. After that, he wrote down the words calligraphy lake after a village custom. Ji Yukan returned to her room and saw that there were 3 ladies in there. One of them had been sent over by Fan Yang from Pondwater City. She was the daughter of a government official who had met with misfortune in the Stone Hair Nation. Another one had been forcibly abducted by Ji Yukan after her entire sect on White Scale Island was annihilated by Azure Gorge Island. The last one was an outer disciple of Weeping of Shoe Island who had requested to become a lady. Ji Yukan sat at the table and supported her chin with one hand. She made the 3 girls stand in a row and asked, I want to ask you a question. As long as you answer truthfully, you will be rewarded. Since you dared to lie to me, I'll treat it as an appetizer for little Loach today. As for whether you will annoy me after answering truthfully, well, it's hard to say in the past, but not today. As long as you tell me the truth today, I will be happy. The 3 ladies with different postures, but all of them were pretty and charming. They were trembling with fear, not knowing what this little master of theirs, whose feelings were hard to predict, wanted to do. Ji Yukan asked, do you think it's a good thing or a bad thing to become a girl? How good is it? How bad is it? The outer disciple of the Weeping of Shoe Island said, Young master, for me, it's a great thing. Not only am I the only one who survived on the entire Weeping of Shoe Island, but I also don't have to live in fear every day. Young master won't bully or kill us wantonly. Young master, you don't know how many young girls from the Bookslip Lake want to be young master's maid. The second young girl, who was from a noble family of the Stone Hair Nation, hesitated for a moment. I don't think it's a good thing, but it's not a bad thing either. After all, I was reduced to a maid from a noble family. However, it's much better than being a courtesan in a brothel or a plaything for those boorish men. The last girl, who was a direct disciple of the island lord of White Scale Island, said with a cold expression, I wish I could cut young master into 1,000 pieces. Ji Yukan was not angry at all. He asked. White Scale Island will be destroyed no matter what. You dared to secretly collude with the other 8 big islands and tried to besiege our Azure Gorge Island. Do you know how your sect died? It was because of stupidity. Among the 9 big islands, your White Scale Island is the closest to our Azure Gorge Island. How did your eldest senior brother become the last consecrator of Azure Gorge Island? Do you really not know? Why do you hate an outsider like me? Just because Little Loach and I killed more people? It's fine if you hate me, but you should at least be grateful that I saved you, right? Otherwise, you would have become your eldest senior brother's plaything right now. It's not like you haven't heard of his sexual fetishes. The girl gritted her teeth and said, grateful? I wish I could eat your eyes as a side dish to go with wine. Ji-Yukan chuckled. I didn't like you in the past, but now I think you're the most interesting one. There's a reward, a heavy reward. Among the 3 of you, you're the only one who can receive double the reward. Ji-Yukan waved his hand. You're all dismissed. Go and receive your rewards. Ji-Yukan asked softly, Little Loach, do you think I'm wrong? Little Loach sat beside him and said gently, no, I don't think Master and Chen Pingan are wrong. It's just that Chen Pingan is more, right? But you can't say that Master is wrong. Ji-Yukan turned around and smiled. Little Loach, your brain wasn't very good before. Why are you so smart today? Little Loach suddenly became listless. I'm sorry, Master. Ji-Yukan laughed. What are you sorry for? Are you afraid of Chen Pingan? Then do you think I'm afraid of Chen Pingan? I don't even feel embarrassed with my snot and tears, so what are you sorry for? Little Loach shook his head and became happy. Ji-Yukan crossed his arms and raised his eyebrows. I'm not even afraid of Mother. In this big world, I'm only afraid of Chen Pingan. I think the 2 of us are already very heroic. Ji-Yukan suddenly drooped his head. Why didn't Chen Pingan turn a blind eye? Why did you nag me so many reasons that I definitely wouldn't listen? Little Loach shook his head vigorously. Ji-Yukan stretched out a finger. That's why I said you're stupid. I know. Ji-Yukan said to himself, Chen Pingan is being stupid again. He wants to give me his most precious thing. But this time, it's not food, clothes, or fun, so I'm not willing to accept it. Little Loach leaned forward and stretched out a finger, gently smoothing Ji-Yukan's frown. At dawn, the sky gradually turned white. Chen Pingan, who didn't sleep last night, closed the door and left the house. He wanted to go out for a walk. Ji-Yukan, who was wearing a dark green python robe, quickly caught up. In the lake near Verdant Canyon Island, Little Loach showed his real body and slowly swam. Chen Pingan said, I said so much yesterday because I wanted you to admit your mistakes. But later I found it difficult. It's okay. I hope you can remember what I'm going to say next because I'm not talking about King Yu. I'm just telling you some possibilities that you may not have thought of. If you don't want to listen, just remember it first. Maybe it will be useful someday. Can you do it? Ji-Yukan nodded. No problem. I also remember what you said yesterday. Chen Pingan gently poked the ground with a branch in his hand and walked slowly. In the world, not everyone can be me, Chen Pingan, and not everyone can be Ji-Yukan. It's wrong. It's because there are so many good people in the world. There are many good people that we have seen and many more that we haven't seen. That's why Ji-Yukan and I are alive today. We can sit there and talk about our own principles yesterday. I'm not saying all this to prove that you, Ji-Yukan, are wrong. Instead, I hope that you'll understand more about this world and know more about it. The world of martial artists isn't just Bookslip's Lake. One day, you'll have to leave this place, just like how you left your hometown. Speaking of this, Chen Pingan walked out of the white jade flagstone path and walked toward the lake. Ji-Yukan followed closely behind. Chen Pingan squatted down and used the branch as a pen to draw a circle on the ground. Let me tell you a principle that I came up with blindly. It's not perfect yet. It's because I heard from a good friend I met in Jianghu in Tongya continent. I accidentally heard about the division of sages, gentlemen, and saints in the academy for the first time. Ji-Yukan muttered, why didn't I meet any good friends in Bookslip Lake? Ji-Yukan wished that he was Chen Pingan's only friend in the world. Chen Pinggan smiled and wrote 2 words in the small circle he drew, sage. The academy has its own rules on how to become a sage of the 72 academies. That is, the knowledge that the sage has come up with through reading and thinking can be applied to the land of the country and become a strategy that will benefit the country's mountains and rivers. Then Chen Pinggan drew a slightly larger circle and wrote down the word gentleman. If the knowledge proposed by a sage of the academy can be applied to a continent, he can become a gentleman. Finally, Chen Pinggan drew an even larger circle and wrote down the word saint. If the gentleman's knowledge becomes greater and greater and can propose universal knowledge that covers the world, he can become a saint of the academy. Chen Pinggan pointed to the 3 circles. Look, just by looking at these 3 circles, it seems to be saying that even the Confucian Academy advocates standpoints. Sages, gentlemen, and saints each have their own standpoints. Then, why is it wrong for the common people, officials, soldiers to fight, mountain cultivators, and immortal masters to talk about standpoints and not right and wrong? Do you know why? Ji Kan felt a headache coming and shook his head. Chen Pinggan said, first, you can have standpoints and it's difficult to not have one. However, it doesn't mean that you can ignore everything just because you talk about your standpoints. That kind of clear conscience is narrow. Whether it's knowledge or conduct, the most fundamental foundation is the same. Sages, gentlemen, and saints are the same. The common people are the same as the emperors, generals, ministers, and chi cultivators. Therefore, in the temple, the Confucian sages of the past generations asked the most important questions. The more important it is, the more unbreakable it is. I heard that even so, there have been cases in history where the golden words of the great saints began to lose their brilliance with the passage of time. Ji Kan became more and more confused. Chen Pinggan twitched the corner of his mouth and smiled. I thought about these words for a long time last night, but in fact, they are more for myself. Chen Pinggan stood up and looked around. The Verdant Gorge Island is a circle. The rules of the sect are set by Liu Zhimao. The place where you and Aunt live is also a circle. Many family rules are set by you and Aunt. To put it more broadly, the Bookslip Lake is also a circle. The rules are the local customs that countless mountain cultivators in history have exchanged with blood and lives. To put it more broadly, in the middle of the Aquarius continent where the Bookslip Lake is located, the Lakeview Academy is drawing circles. To put it more broadly, Chen Pinggan, have my own principles, which are the smallest circle in the world. It only binds me. Someone once said that in the secular world, it's better to discipline yourself with higher morality. Chen Pinggan seemed to be asking himself this question. He leaned on the tree branch and muttered, "Do you know what I'm afraid of? I'm afraid of the principles that allow me to say f*ck myself and suffer less grievances. Those principles that can help me get through the current difficulties will become my principles for the rest of my life. The river of light is everywhere, but it's hard for you and me to see. It's always flowing. Just like what I said earlier, in this irreversible process, many of the sages' principles left behind by the golden words will also lose their light. Yesterday's principles will become unreasonable." Ji Kan suddenly tilted her head and said, "Today, you're saying all this because you, Chen Pinggan, want me to know that I'm wrong, right?" Chen Pinggan did not answer Ji Kan. He said to himself, "But I feel that some things at the bottom, the lowest thing that fell on the dirt road of our clay bottle alley, which is full of dog dung, will never change. What it was 10,000 years ago is what it is today, and what it will be 10,000 years later. For example, when we were about to starve to death, I, Chen Pinggan, did not think of stealing or robbing. I would open the door to my aunt. I will remember the bowl of rice that she gave me for the rest of my life. I, Chen Pinggan, still think that when someone gave me a stick of candied haws, I would endure it and not take it. Do you know what I told myself as I ran away at that time? As long as it did not involve her admitting her mistakes, Ji Kan would be more interested. She was very curious. What is it? Chen Pinggan looked into the distance. If I took it, it would be wrong. Because at that time, I still had J copper coins in my hand, so I wouldn't starve to death immediately. I couldn't take that stick of candied haws because I was afraid that after eating such delicious food, I would feel that a bowl of rice was enough to satisfy my life. It would be very unbearable. It would make my life even more difficult in the future. I would be unhappy even after eating a meal of rice that was 60% full. Did I have to ask that person for candied haws every day? Even if he was still willing to give me alms every time, one day, his stall would disappear. What would I do then? Chen Pinggan was absent-minded. But do you know? At that time, these principals could not resist the temptation of that stick of candied haws. At that time, I really wanted to turn my head and tell the person who sold the candied haws that he regretted it and that he should give me another stick. Do you know how I stopped myself from turning my head? Chen Pinggan answered his own question. I told myself, Chen Pinggan, why are you so greedy? Sigh, maybe one day, your father will come back. When that time comes, I'll eat until I'm full. Dad promised you that he would bring candied haws the next time he came home. So later, when I secretly ran over there and didn't see the vendor, I was a little sad. It wasn't that I didn't get to eat the candied haws for free, but that I was a little worried. If Dad came home, he wouldn't be able to buy candied haws anymore. Ji Kan reached out and wanted to tug at the sleeve of the person beside her, but she did not dare to. Chen Pinggan muttered, as long as you're alive, you have to have some thoughts, right? Do you think I don't know that my father definitely won't come back? I know. But I still think that way. Do you know that when you were young, you always asked me why I wasn't afraid of ghosts at all when walking at night? It's not that I wasn't afraid at all from the beginning. It's just that one day, I suddenly thought that if ghosts really exist in this world, would I be able to see my parents? When I thought of this, I became much bolder. It's just that I'm a little worried. My parents are so good. If they really become ghosts, will they be bullied by evil ghosts? They won't be able to see me because they're good ghosts. After Chen Pinggan said this, he turned around and rubbed Ji Kan's head. Let me walk by myself. You go do your own thing. Ji Kan nodded and left quietly. After Ji Kan had walked far away, he turned his head and looked back. Suddenly, a very strange thought appeared in his mind. It seemed that Chen Pinggan was not as angry and sad as yesterday. However, Chen Pinggan seemed to be even more disappointed. But it was not towards Ji Kan. That night, Ji Kan found that Chen Pinggan's room was still lit, so she knocked on the door. Chen Pinggan walked around the desk and walked to the table in the main hall. He asked, "Why aren't you sleeping?" Ji Kan said with a smile, "Aren't you the same?" Ji Kan saw that the table was full of paper filled with writing, but there was not a single paper ball in the wastebasket. She asked, "Are you practicing calligraphy?" Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "I'm just thinking about it and writing casually. All these years, I've been watching and listening. I still haven't thought about it enough." Ji Kan asked, "Have you come up with anything?" Chen Pinggan thought for a moment. "I was just thinking about a sentence. The freedom of the real powerhouses in the world should be limited by the weak." Ji Kan rolled her eyes and said, "What kind of powerhouse am I? And I'm only years old now." Chen Pinggan said, "It has something to do with how old a person is, but it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with it. I've encountered many powerful opponents in the past. Empress Dali, an old flood dragon who was even more powerful than Little Loach's current cultivation base, and an ascendant realm cultivator. I can't say that they are purely bad people. In the eyes of many people, they are also good and kind people. But at least they don't understand this principle. This is one of my most precious principles. I'm telling you because you are Ji Kan. It's your business whether you want to listen or not. But it's precisely because you are Ji Kan that I hope you can listen carefully. You're so young, but you're able to protect your mother. You're a powerhouse. Many adults can't compare with you." Ji Kan leaned on the table and said with a smile, "My mother said that you did so many things for her when you were young. She always used this to say that I have no conscience. She said that she gave birth to me for nothing and raised an ingrate." Chen Pinggan said slowly, "Let's not talk about right and wrong, good and evil. If everyone in the world thinks like you now, what do you think it will be like?" Ji Kan shook her head and said, "I never think about these things. Chen Pinggan nodded. This was Ji Yukan's true thought. Ji Yukan was afraid that Chen Pinggan would be angry, so she explained, I'm just telling you the truth. Chen Pinggan said it himself. Chen Pinggan changed the topic, if it's all you, Ji Yukan, then there won't be Mr. Chi in the school in our hometown. There won't be our neighbor in Mud Bottle Alley, Grandpa Liu, Grandma Liu, and Uncle Zhao who often helps your mother harvest rice and snatch water. I think it's fine without them. It's fine even if there are those things. Mom and I are alive now. At worst, I'll get beaten up by the police. Mom will get scratched by the police. Sooner or later, I'll kill them one by one. If it's the former, I'll repay them one by one. Immortal money, rich and powerful houses, beautiful women. I'll give you whatever you want. There won't be me in Mud Bottle Alley. Ji Yukan glared at him and said, that won't do. Chen Pinggan, whose face was slightly pale, smiled. After a moment of silence, Chen Pinggan said, Ji Yukan, I know you've been telling me the truth. That's why I'm willing to sit here. Now, I hope you can still tell me the truth about my last question. Sure. Do you like to kill people? Ji Yukan hesitated for a moment, but the corners of his mouth slowly rose. In the end, a smile spread across his face. His face was full of smiles, and his eyes were burning with sincerity. He said resolutely, yes. Ji Yukan's smile was bright, but she began to cry, Chen Pinggan, I don't want to lie to you. Chen Pinggan also smiled. He reached out his hand and helped Ji Yukan wipe her tears. It's fine. I think I'm wrong. My principles can't tell right from wrong. But I'm still Chen Pinggan, and you're still a slug. Ji Yukan asked worriedly, are you angry with me? Chen Pinggan shook his head, I'm not angry with you. Ji Yukan muttered, but you're still angry. Chen Pinggan said, I'll give it a try. I won't be angry with anyone. After Ji Yukan left, Chen Pinggan stood up and walked towards the desk, but he stopped. Just as he was about to turn around and sit at the desk to rest, he didn't want to go. He just stood there. Chen Pinggan folded his hands in his sleeves and bent slightly as he thought. The old monk in the small temple in the Nanyuan kingdom once said, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. However, Ji Yukan didn't feel that she was wrong. She held the knife in her heart tightly in her hand, and she had no intention of letting it go. Then, what she said to Pei Qian about yesterday's death and today's life was empty talk. It was easy to break the thief in the mountain, but difficult to break the thief in the heart. Now, Chen Pinggan felt that this thief in the heart had walked from Ji Yukan to his side. He opened the door to his heart and stayed there. He couldn't kill her or drive her away. Because he couldn't cross the threshold of his heart. Ji Yukan was the person he would definitely not abandon. The eldest sword immortal, the old man named Chen Qingju, said that he was reasonable in everything he did so that he could be unreasonable occasionally. However, Chen Pinggan knew that although the old senior didn't say it out loud, the reason was still in the old senior's heart. However, even a sword immortal like him had times when he couldn't reason with someone. That was why he had no choice but to attack. Chen Pinggan was somewhat at a loss. He suddenly realized that he had already said all the reasons he knew in his life. He might even have said all the reasons he wanted to say to others in the future. In a tall building in Pond Water City, Kui Dongshan muttered, good words can't persuade a damned person. Kui. He smiled and said, the wonder of the great Tao is that people like Ji Yukan are more outstanding than so-called mediocre good people. Kui Dongshan turned his head and stared at Kui. You didn't get anyone to secretly protect Ji Yukan? You deliberately instigated Ji Yukan to cause trouble? Kui. He asked in return, if I let someone successfully assassinate Ji Yukan's mother and stop Chen Pinggan from going south this time, wouldn't it be a deadlock when Wan Xiu accidentally injures Ji Yukan? But do I need to make such an arrangement? I don't. Of course, if I did that, I would lose the subtlety of the fire and the diluted charm that was worth pondering over. There would be fewer paths left for Chen Pinggan to choose from. It would seem narrower and deadlier, but it would make it easier for Chen Pinggan to follow him to the extreme. If he followed his heart, he could kill Ji Yukan with a punch or stab him to death. Otherwise, he would just end his own life. This deadlock only had one person dead. What was the point? Even if there was some meaning, it wasn't big enough. Even if you don't know how to say F***ck, I still think it's an unfair victory. Kui Dongshan was dejected. He suddenly became furious and said, Kui Dongshan, what did Chen Pinggan do wrong? Kui. He smiled helplessly. Is Y immature or not? Kui Dongshan roared, you tell me. Kui. He smiled and reached out to his ear. He tilted his head and asked with a smile, as if waiting for an answer. The Holy Master, the Sage of Rites, you two are the most knowledgeable. Come, tell me. Kui Dongshan suddenly quieted down. Kui. He smiled and said, the outcome has been decided. Now, the only thing I want to know is which line of legalism you wrote in that brocade pouch? Don't be distant, cut off by law. Kui Dongshan was dazed and shook his head. It's not legalism. Kui. He nodded. It seems that it's not Buddhism either. Kui Dongshan was dumbfounded. It's not the knowledge of the 3 religions and 100 schools of thought. It's not one of the many principles. Kui. He frowned. Chen Pinggan reached out with a trembling hand and took out the brocade pouch from his sleeve. Pei Qian gave it to him before they parted in Red Candle Town. He said it must be when he was at his angriest. Chen Pinggan opened the brocade pouch and took out a note. It said, Chen Pinggan, please don't be disappointed in this world. After Chen Pinggan read it, he put it back into the brocade pouch and put it back into his sleeve. Chen Pinggan turned his head to look at the night sky outside the window and muttered, I'm just disappointed in myself. Inside the tall building, Kui laughed heartily. Kui Dongshan's heart was dead. Kui. His laughter continued and he was extremely happy. This Dali imperial tutor Kui? It had been a long time since he was so happy. Kui Dongshan was about to stand up and walk out of the golden lightning pool that he had drawn a circle around himself. Kui suddenly narrowed his eyes. In the picture scroll, Chen Pinggan picked up the blade-strengthening gourd and drank all the wine in one gulp. Then, he took out the golden wine robe and stood on the spot. The robe put on itself. Chen Pinggan took out a filth-dispelling talisman and pasted it on a pillar of a house. He closed his eyes. Using the inner vision method of cultivators, Chen Pinggan's spiritual consciousness came to the gate of the mansion where the golden wine robe was. The gate slowly opened. After successfully refining the second natal item, the little man in the golden robe with a sword and a book on his back said something to Chen Pinggan that even Maro Xiaodong couldn't understand. It's great that you can admit your mistakes and correct them. That was actually deep in Chen Pinggan's heart. Chen Pinggan had a deep hidden concern for Jiyu Kan. That was Chen Pinggan's hint to himself. If he made a mistake, he couldn't not admit it. If it wasn't someone close to him, Chen Pinggan, he wouldn't think that he was wrong and he would side with him. However, those mistakes could be made up for. However, so many people had died. Jiyu Kan wouldn't be wrong. Now, how could he make up for it? Right and wrong were right there. Chen Pinggan could make an exception if he couldn't do it. He couldn't deceive himself. Many people were doing and saying things, but they might not be right. The gate of the mansion slowly opened. Chen Pinggan bowed to the little man in the golden robe to say goodbye. Originally, the gold Serwendan who had already formed the embryonic form of his gold core and was expected to reach the realm of having morals in his body, the gold Serwendan who was dressed in a Confucian robe, had a million words to say. He only sighed and bowed respectfully with Chen Pinggan. There was a bang. In the small world of the little man, it sounded like a funeral bell, resounding between heaven and earth. The golden Ser scholar's gall shattered with a bang. The golden Ser scholar's little figure's rusty long sword, the dimmed book, and itself all melted away like snow, never to be seen again. In this room of the mansion on Green Canyon Island, there was a bloody smell. Chen Pinggan staggered and fell to the ground, sitting cross-legged. He struggled to stand up, pushed away all the papers, and began to write 3 letters. Kui Dongshan's eyes were cold. I lost. There was a long silence. Kui Dongshan was a little suspicious and turned to look. Kui. He began to sit upright as if he was facing a formidable enemy. The next day, A very strange person suddenly appeared on Green Canyon Island. First, 3 secret letters were sent by Flying Sword. As for what was written and who was sent to, this person was Gu Kan's distinguished guest, who dared to pry. The 3 letters were sent to Wei Pai of Longquan County, Zhong Kuei of Tongya County, and Fan Junmao of Old Dragon City. He asked if there was a shortcut to quickly master the immortal spell of condensing and gathering souls. There were many things about how a person became a ghost after death, or how to reincarnate. Was there a long-lost ancient secret method that could summon the ancestors of Isheng and help the people in Isheng to talk to them? After that, the person asked for a small house near a mountain gate on Green Canyon Island. There was a pen, ink, paper, and an ordinary abacus on the table. The person was young, but he looked very dispirited and pale, but he cleaned himself up well. No matter who he looked at, his eyes were bright. He asked for the files of all the cultivators and handymen on Green Canyon Island from Lord Tian Hu. He was like a bookkeeper. 432. Today, the Book Lake's verdant canyon island was calm and tranquil. The lake's surface was like a mirror, surrounded by some large and small islands. Occasionally, one could hear the cries of the cranes in the immortal's mansion. From time to time, 1 or 2 rainbows would pass by in the distant sky, accompanied by the faint rumbling of thunder. The scenery was pleasant. It was an immortal's cave. Senior Sister Tianhu wore a red half-sleeved shirt embroidered with a cloud pattern with golden thread. She walked slowly with a stack of files in her hand, heading to the house near the gate of the verdant canyon island. All the cultivators who met Tianhu along the way stepped aside and saluted this beautiful female cultivator. Mr. Tianhu never responded. She was now a powerful figure in the verdant canyon island. In the past few years, the strength of the verdant canyon island had increased greatly. Tianhu followed Master Liu Jimao and junior brother Ji Yu Kan to fight everywhere. Not only did she improve her cultivation through continuous bloody battles, but she also received a lot of dividends after the battles. Together with Liu Jimao's rewards, Tianhu successfully became an Earth Immortal of the Jindan realm at the end of last autumn. At that time, the verdant canyon island held a grand banquet to celebrate Tianhu's promotion to Jindan realm and Immortal. Tianhu came to the door of the house and knocked on the door. She saw the young man sitting behind the desk looking up at her. The young man, wearing a hairpin and a long green robe, had a scarlet wine gourd beside the table. Tianhu, as an Earth Immortal of the Jindan realm, had been here many times. She could see that the wine gourd was not simple. It was most likely an object cast by a master to camouflage him. Something that could make a great cultivator cover up his aura must be a genuine upper-grade magic weapon, such as the sword-cultivating gourd. Tianhu and Master Liu Jimao had a secret conversation about the wine gourd. Liu Jimao's answer confirmed Tianhu's guess that it was indeed an upper-grade sword-cultivating gourd. But what made Tianhu's heart beat faster was not the sword-cultivating gourd, but the long sword left in the house next to junior brother Ji Yu Kan's residence. Liu Jimao asserted that it was an unruly half-immortal weapon. Liu Jimao requested Mr. Tianhu to restrain all the cultivators on Verdant Canyon Island during this period of time. At least before Chen Pinggan left Book Lake, they should not act as they pleased as usual. That was the first time Lord Tianhu felt a foreign thing called restraint from his master, Liu Jimao. S3, when they entered the room, the young man had already stood up and took the initiative to make an empty seat on the table. Mr. Tianhu gently placed a stack of dusty files on the table and said apologetically, "Mr. Chen, this is the 3rd batch of secret files found from the incense room on Verdant Canyon Island. The incense room has been untouched for a long time and has been used to living a comfortable life without care of anything. Therefore, some of the files are not well kept and there are a lot of insects. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry." Chen Pinggan waved his hand. "I hope Immortal Master Tian will not punish the incense room because of this. Immortal Master Tian and the incense room of Verdant Canyon Island are helping me. What do you think, Immortal Master Tian?" Mr. Tian, who originally planned to teach the 3 people of the incense room a lesson. However, at this moment, after seeing Chen Pinggan's face and eyes, Mr. Tian who immediately dismissed the idea. On second thought, he thought, Maybe I should teach him a lesson under the table. On the surface, the book lake was peaceful. The cultivators of Verdant Canyon Island were used to the bloody storms of the past few years. Recently, they were really bored and had nothing to do. Mr. Tian-Hu, who was a dispensable disciple of immortal Zhejiang, was once judged by a superior cultivator who passed by Verdant Canyon Island to be a Dragon Gate cultivator who had no hope of becoming an Earth immortal in this life. However, he suddenly jumped up and took the power. By virtue of his military achievements, he was able to occupy a snatched My Fairy Island. In the Book Lake, this was equivalent to a king who divided the territory and had a territory that truly belonged to Mr. Tian-Hu. Immortal Zhejiang's fair reward and punishment was the root of Liu Jimao's success in creating the dominant structure of Verdant Canyon Island in the Book Lake. Liu Jimao was not stingy in rewarding the meritorious officials. For the juniors or those who surrendered, as long as they dared to fight, kill, and make contributions to Verdant Canyon Island, they would be rewarded equally by the ancestral hall of Verdant Canyon Island. Chen Pingan said, "Later, I may have to go to the supervisor of the incense room to ask some questions. Please help me pass on the message." Mr. Tian, who was frightened and immediately smiled, "Mr. Chen, you are too kind. This is my duty and the honor of the incense room." Chen Pingan was silent. Seeing that Mr. Tian, who did not seem to have any intention to leave, he had to ask softly, "Is there anything you want to discuss with me, Immortal Master Tian?" Mr. Tian, who carefully chose the words in his heart. After he had prepared a draft, he said, "Master asked me to ask Mr. Chen if Mr. Chen would like to participate in the election of the Jianghu monarch in Gong Willow Island." Chen Pingan said, "This is a great situation that Verdant Canyon Island won with great difficulty. It is also your Book Lake's own business. Of course, I won't get involved. However, I will be here to watch the fun." Mr. Tian, who was relieved. The answer of the bookkeeper in front of him, who confused most of the Verdant Canyon Island cultivators, was quite satisfactory. He should be able to stay with his master, Liu Jimao. Chen Pingan walked out of the desk and walked Mr. Tian-Hu to the door. Although it was the same every time, Mr. Tian-Hu felt flattered. After Mr. Tian-Hu walked away, he thought to himself, "The bookkeeper, Chen Pingan, is still the same person. Maybe it's because she knows about the blade-strengthening gourd and the half-immortal weapon now?" Chen Pingan returned to the desk and began to read the files of the incense room one by one. Name, place of origin, date of birth, master, family, and clan. Many of the names had been erased with a red pen according to the old rules of the incense room on Verdant Canyon Island. Every time Chen Pingan saw a name that he was looking for, he would write it in a blank book that was deliberately not engraved with words. In addition to the place of origin, there were also the positions that these people had held on Verdant Canyon Island. In the files of the incense room, the thickness of the content of each Verdant Canyon Island cultivator or handyman was only related to the level of cultivation. If the cultivation was high, there would be more records. If the cultivation was low, there would be only the name and place of origin, which was less than 10 words. There were also many dead people, who actually did not even appear in the files of the incense room. When they died, not a single name was left. Next, Chen Pingan went to the incense room and asked the group of people whose names he wrote down, their reputation, and the general impression of others. He also followed the clues to find the melon. He asked the names of the cultivators of Verdant Canyon Island, the stewards of the mansions, and the prostitutes, and wrote them down one by one in the book. Perhaps during this period, he would trouble some of the important figures of Verdant Canyon Island, just like how he troubled Mr. Tian-Hu to go to the incense room. Otherwise, Chen Pingan would not have to worry about it, but would consume too much of his energy on the way back and forth. On the way to report this to Liu Jimao, Mr. Tian-Hu happened to meet his junior brother Jiyu Kan, who was wearing a dragon robe. As for the rest of Qin, Yo, Suyu flattered me. There were also the 10 guests who lived on the 12 major islands, including Verdant Canyon, Maizian, and Su Lin. They were the confidants and capable G-generals of Verdant Canyon Island. As the alliance meeting of Gongliu Island approached, the higher-ups of Verdant Canyon Island were not relaxed on the outside but tense on the inside. They needed to act as lobbyists under the guise of immortal Jiang Zhejiang. Like the school of vertical and horizontal, they ran around and tried to rope in allies. When Ji Yukan saw Lord Tianhu, who still looked like a young farmer whose hands were hidden in his dark green boa, she said with a smile, "Eldest senior sister, you've gone to see Chen Pinggan again. I have to remind you out of the kindness of my heart that you shouldn't have any improper thoughts. Don't think that you can climb into Chen Pinggan's bed one day and have a good taste of me calling you sister-in-law. Otherwise, after I call you sister-in-law, I won't care about the relationship between us." Mr. Tianhu smiled bitterly and said, "Junior brother, I'm not obsessed. Besides, do you think Mr. Chen would be interested in someone like me?" Ji Yukan was a little happy and said, "Of course. Chen Pinggan has high standards. Back then, he didn't like a girl named Ji Qiu in the neighbor's house. I'm very happy that you are so self-aware, senior sister." When chatting with Ji Yukan, Mr. Tianhu would lower his body without a trace. Ji Yukan didn't need to look up or look up. After a long time, it was natural. Ji Yukan continued, "Also, you have to help me keep a tight lid on the matter of little miss. If others let it slip, it's because they're stupid and they're courting death. However, eldest senior sister is such a clever person. If she makes a mistake, I'll suspect that eldest senior sister has ulterior motives. At that time, since master couldn't protect eldest senior brother back then, he won't be able to protect eldest senior sister now. I know that third senior sister who's innately seductive and loves to crawl into other people's beds isn't very close to eldest senior sister. If it wasn't for her cultivation and aptitude being so unsightly, perhaps we would have to call her master's wife by now." Mr. Tianhu's smile froze. "Junior brother, don't you know senior sister's character?" Ji Yukan nodded and said, "It's precisely because I'm clear that I have to remind eldest senior sister. Otherwise, one day, you'll lose your life at my place for the sake of the food in master's teeth. Even if eldest senior sister doesn't regret it, as your junior brother, I've taken care of eldest senior sister for so many years." Mr. Tianhu smiled bitterly. "I'll remember it." Ji Yukan reached out a hand and gently patted Mr. Tianhu's cheek. "Go. Master is waiting for your news." After Mr. Tianhu left, Ji Yukan turned her head and said, "It's not good to keep calling you Little Loach. Let's go. I'll go to Chen Pinggan's place and ask him for a name for you." Little Loach was bashful. Ji Yukan smiled and said, "It's not your natal name. What's there to be afraid of and shy about?" On the way to that room, Ji Yukan frowned and asked, that night, was the commotion in Chen Pinggan's room really like what he said? Was there a problem with his qi refinement? Little Loach shook its head. Now that it was a nascent soul cultivator, it could look down on the qi refinement cultivators of the middle 5 realms from a high position. It could be said that it had seen everything clearly. It's definitely not that simple. It's just slightly better than qi deviation. It's hard to tell the reason. Chen Pinggan is purely a martial artist, and is rebuilding the longevity bridge. He's different from us, so I can't see the truth. However, Chen Pinggan was seriously injured that night. Master can also see that it's not just his soul, but also his mental state. Go on. Ji Yukan stopped and fell silent. S3, her entire body exuded a suffocating aura. This little devil of the book slip lake, who made people tremble in fear, did not reach this stage just by relying on Little Loach and Liu Zhimao. Ji Yukan smiled bitterly and said, "Then tell me, how can I fix it?" Little Loach, who had a feminine appearance and fair skin, scratched its head and said, "Chen Pinggan didn't say anything himself. Master, you shouldn't paint a snake with legs and paint legs, right? Master, don't you often laugh at those ants who are trapped in a desperate situation and make more mistakes?" Ji Yukan nodded. That makes sense. When they arrived at Chen Pinggan's small room, Ji Yukan took a small stool and sat on the threshold. She smiled and told Chen Pinggan the purpose of this trip. She wanted to help give Little Loach a name that did not involve monsters or flood dragons in the world. Chen Pinggan put down his pen and raised his head. He thought for a moment and said, "Let's call it charcoal and snow." Charcoal and snow are similar to each other. It's especially precious. Ji Yukan nodded vigorously and smiled at Little Loach. What do you think? Little Loach said shyly, it's too literary. I've never been to school. Will people laugh at me? Ji-Yukan sneered and said, if anyone dares to laugh at your real name, I'll. Ji-Yukan quickly shut her mouth and secretly turned her head. She discovered that Chen Pingan had picked up his pen again and was continuing to write with his head lowered. Ji-Yukan basked in the warm autumn sun for a while. Languid and comfortable, she was about to doze off. She was sitting on a small stool. Even if the sky fell down, Chen Pingan would be sitting behind her at the desk. Ji-Yukan was not afraid. Ji-Yukan stretched her body and turned her head to ask, my mother said that she'll cook for dinner. She'll make a more authentic home-cooked meal than last time. Do you have time? Chen Pingan nodded and said, thank Auntie for me. Tell her that I'll rush over when it's time for dinner. Oh right, tell Auntie that I won't be drinking. Ji-Yukan beamed with joy. Okay. Then I'll go back to work. When Ji-Yukan put the stool back in the corner, Chen Pingan suddenly said, tell Mr. Tian Hu that I want to collect the local records of the Bookslip Lake. In addition to the collections of the islands, I may also want to collect the records of the pond water city next to the Bookslip Lake, as well as the records of the states and counties further away. I'll pay for all the expenses, no matter how much it costs. Also, remind her that when the final price is quoted, she should include the premium off the book, including the manpower and material resources of the Verdant Canyon Island. Everything is business. I believe the Bookslip Lake will be familiar with this. Ji-Yukan smiled and said, it's no big deal. Now the 12 islands of the Verdant Canyon have raised a bunch of cunning guys who only know how to wave flags and shout but do not put in effort. It's a good time to send them out to do something serious. Chen Pingan looked at Ji-Yukan. Ji-Yukan thought for a moment and said, I'll tell you in advance that business is business. I dare not use the name of the Verdant Canyon Island to force people to buy or sell. Chen Pingan said, if there are any accidents, tell me immediately and I'll deal with it myself. Ji-Yukan smiled brightly and said, don't worry, there will be no accidents. This is the Verdant Canyon Island, the Bookslip Lake. There are many rules here, and many people like to break the rules. But if you really break the rules, everyone knows what kind of price to pay. Ji-Yukan left the mountain gate of the Verdant Canyon Island with Little Loach. Ji-Yukan suddenly said, Little Loach, why do I feel that Chen Pingan's last look was strange? Were you nervous at that time? Little Loach said timidly, a little. Ji-Yukan swaggered, I've said it before. Chen Pingan is suitable to stay in the Bookslip Lake. With him here, I'm afraid of him at most, but I'm really not afraid of anything. Who do you think will benefit more from this deal? Of course it's me. Little Loach smiled shyly, Charcoal Snow thinks you're right. Ji-Yukan turned her head and saw Little Loach lowering its head and twisting the corner of its clothes. Ji-Yukan laughed and scolded, you're so shameless. You're so eager to use your name now. Ji-Yukan suddenly put on a sad face. But Little Loach, we have to take it easy these days. We can't fight and kill like before. Chen Pingan may have become an accountant, but he's been watching us. Little Loach patted its stomach, I'm not hungry for the time being. Ji-Yukan rolled her eyes and said, you just ate that golden core man. If you say you're hungry again, who will I catch for you? My master. Little Loach's eyes were shining. Ji-Yukan smiled and looked up with her hands in her sleeves. Little Loach, I'm very happy. I'm happier than killing people. Little Loach learned from her and recently learned how to be honest with others. Before I go hungry, I'm very happy when my master is happy. Ji-Yukan asked, what do you think Chen Pingan is doing? Little Loach shook its head, I don't even dare to get close to Chen Pingan and his desk. I don't like to think about things, so I don't know. Ji-Yukan sighed, it doesn't matter. As long as we have Chen Pingan, what's there to be dissatisfied with? Inside a tall building in Pond City, Kui Dongshan had recently begun to stand up and often paced around the golden lightning pool. On the other hand, Kui Dongshan closed his eyes and closed his eyes. Occasionally, he would receive a message from the highest-grade flying swords, asking him to personally deal with some military and political affairs related to Dallas' future. Kui Dongshan stood at the edge of the circle and looked down at the two scrolls. One was the words and actions of Jiyu Kan and the servant girl, Little Loach, while the other was the scene in the accountant's room, Chen Pingan. Kui Dongshan began to comment on Jiyu Kan: those with high bones will die young, those with exposed bones will not be able to stand, those with strong bones will have a fierce aura, those with bones like gold and stone will have an extreme life. Hey, old bastard, if Jiyu Kan leaves Pearl Grotto Heaven and never sees Chen Pingan again, do you think it's possible for her to become the second upper five realms cultivator in Aquarius continent after Liu Laocheng? Kui. He opened his eyes and nodded. It's possible. In this chaotic world, Jiyu Kan is like a fish in water. Kui Dongshan smiled and said, old bastard, what do you say now? Although my master's vitality has been greatly damaged and damaged the foundation of his Tao, in this deadlock, there's no more death. Are you more disappointed than my master? Haha, you spent so much effort to arrange the 4 hardships, but in the end, my master admitted defeat in the 3rd hardships. Since he insisted that Jiyu Kan's actions were wrong, he couldn't kill Jiyu Kan with one punch and couldn't leave Jiyu Kan alone. Then, he first crossed the threshold of his heart and resolutely shattered the 2nd natal item that he refined with great difficulty. Using this opportunity, not only did he turn your first 2 hardships into a joke, my master was also able to cut off and circle again. He chose a winding path with the least forked roads, temporarily putting aside emotions and laws, and not fussing over laws and principles. Instead, he began to trace back to the source. While thinking about this, my master began to try to walk out of his infallible circle for the first time. It's equivalent to breaking through the barrier, no longer being restricted by principles, and began to walk into the big world. As long as his mind can reach, there's no place in the world that he can't go. Kui. He didn't answer the question. I heard that you picked up the arithmetic that we threw aside back then and began to study the meridian barrier. Kui Dongshan chuckled and said, it's just a small achievement. It's not worth mentioning at all. It can't be compared to your great plans, old bastard. Kui. He sneered, if you want to say it, then say it. What's the point of holding it back? Do you think that I'll beg you to tell me the wonders of those newly comprehended Xian principles? Kui Dongshan rubbed his hands and said, since you're begging me, then I'll tell you something interesting. I believe you'll be curious as well. Let me ask you, old bastard Kui, don't you want to know how my master got past his future father-in-law and mother-in-law on that trip to inverted hanging mountain? I can give you a hint that it has something to do with Jiyu Kan Kui. He said calmly, back then at the bamboo house on Luopa Mountain, Grandpa mentioned that Chen Pingan's greatest danger at inverted hanging mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Chi was that he could break through 2 realms from the 4th realm in one go and reach the peak of the 6th realm. Chen Pingan, a shrewd guy, must have thought of this. From the current signs, Chen Pingan was able to restrain and release his fist intent to such an extent. The circumstances at the Lotus Flower-blessed land might not be enough. It was most likely during the test of his father-in-law. Yes, there was a shop that sold Hiliang wine at inverted hanging mountain. After drinking the wine, one would become a daylily. Chen Pingan should have reached the 6th realm at that time. How did he do it and how did he return to his original realm? There are all kinds of strange things in the boundless world. There was also an old ancestor of the School of Miscellaneous Arts who sold wine for many years. None of this is important. I wouldn't be surprised if Chen Pingan reached the Earth Immortal realm in one step. So how did Chen Pingan pass the test? It's very simple. The 2 great sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Chi pretended to be passers-by and purposely angered Chen Pingan in the Hiliang wine shop. They made Chen Pingan's blood rush to his head and he gave up his future in martial arts to break through realms in a hopeless situation. They wanted to do justice for Miss Shin Ari's parents. Kui Dongshan chuckled and said, you old bastard, you're quite impressive. However, you better watch your words in the future. My mister isn't being shrewd. He's just thinking about everything. Compared to the 2 of us who are born with a belly full of evil tricks, the difference is like heaven and earth. Kui. He sneered and said, I reckon that everyone at the Great Wall of Sword Chi thinks that Chen Pingan isn't good enough for Ning Yao. Kui Dongshan said suspiciously, old bastard, what's wrong with you? Why are you saying good things for my mister? What? You want to surrender and lose half of it. If that's what you think, it's not impossible. Why don't we treat it as a tie? Kui, he continued to say, back then, he was willing to give up his future in martial arts to pass the test of inverted hanging mountain. If he's not even willing to give up his future for Jiu Kan, how can Chen Pinggan be qualified to walk into this situation? How many smart people have we seen who are unwilling to give up their wealth today and only give it up when they have more in the future? Kui Dongshan became more and more confused. Kui, you're saying good things for my mister again. Don't tell me you've lost your mind. Don't be like this. It's fine if you've really lost your mind. You can go crazy after that big matter is over. At that time, I'll just put a small rice bowl in front of Luo Po Mountain's bamboo house. Kui. He pointed at the room in the painting and turned to look at Kui Dongshan. The corner of his mouth curled up and he sneered, "What did I tell you before? The fourth difficulty lies in the countless difficulties. Do you know that the fourth difficulty has just begun? The more effort Chen Pinggan puts in right now, the more worries he will have in the future. At that time, I reckon you'll be asking me to surrender and lose half of it. You'll have to worry about whether Chen Pinggan has completely gone mad." Kui Dongshan no longer pretended to be relaxed like before. He sat back down and said slowly, "Victory or defeat for a moment depends on strength. Victory or defeat for eternity depends on reason." Kui. He smiled and said, "If this moment is 10 years or 100 years, it's the lifetime of a mortal teacher. What will you do? What will Chen Pinggan do?" Kui Dongshan said with a straight face, "You have to learn from my mister and know how to treat the world well. I, Kui Dongshan, am one of the people in the world. So don't King bully people here." Kui. He smiled slightly. Ruan Xiu's group has entered the game. The master of Gong Willow Island, Liu Larocheng, who has almost been forgotten by Bookslip Lake, is also about to enter the game. Perhaps, it's better to come at the right time than early. Kui Dongshan shook his head. "I'm not listening. Bastard chanting scriptures." Kui. He said slowly, "This is the price of being reasonable." In Mud Bottle Alley, he gave away a nascent soul loach for nothing. In Flood Dragon Gully, he lost Qi Jingchuan's mountain character seal. In Old Dragon City, he was almost stabbed to death by Du Mao. It seems that your mister hasn't suffered enough. The price isn't big enough. It doesn't matter. This time, he can eat until he's full at Bookslip Lake." Kui Dongshan still sat there and shook. "I'm not listening. I'm not listening. Bastard chanting scriptures is the worst." Kui. He turned his head and looked at this young Kui. "If you have the chance to go to Luopa Mountain in the future, remember to treat Grandpa better. If I were Grandpa and saw you like this, I would have beaten you to death." Kui Dongshan not only shook his PG, but also began to wave his 2 snow-white sleeves. "Kui," he said to himself, "do you want to kill yourself on the road to death?" When Chen Pinggan put down the brush, he suddenly noticed the sun outside. After thinking about it, he walked out of the house and began to dry the bamboo slips. Many of the bamboo slips were engraved with words on both sides. It was not that there was not enough bamboo. After traveling for thousands of miles, there was naturally no lack of bamboo along the way. It was just that some of the more books he read, the more he would discover many principles. Even if the 3 religions and the 100 schools of thought had different literature, some of the sentences on the bamboo slips were still close. The literature within Confucianism was different, but they were still like direct descendants. The 3 religions were different, but they were like close neighbors. The 3 religions and the 100 schools of thought outside were like Jianghu friends who met by chance, or distant relatives who had not contacted for many years. When Chen Pinggan was drying the bamboo slips, he picked up one of them. On the front, there was a sentence from Confucianism: "Things have a beginning and end, and things have a beginning and end. If you know the sequence, you will be close to the Tao." On the back, there was a sentence from Taoism: "Heaven and earth have great beauty but do not speak of it. The 4 seasons have clear laws but do not discuss them. Everything has its own reason but do not speak of it." However, this bamboo slip was a little special. After Chen Pinggan had read the Buddhist scriptures, He had used a carving knife to engrave a sentence on the side of the bamboo slip, which was a little smaller than the letter T. In Buddhist language, the mysteries of Buddhism are not related to words. There was a bamboo slip with the words "A gentleman upholds the foundation is established and the Tao is born," and a sentence from Buddhism, "There is no fixed law, the Buddha can speak of it." After picking it up, he silently recited it and gently put it down. Chen Pinggan picked up another bamboo slip. "The law is equal, there is no superiority or inferiority, there is north and south for man, there is no north and south for Buddha," and on the back, "The monarch and his minister are all nobles and follow the law." Finally, Chen Pinggan picked up a bamboo slip. On the front, there was a sentence, "There is no sorrow greater than the death of the heart, the death of man is second." On the back, there was a sentence, "Poverty leads to change leads to success, and success leads to longevity." The autumn air was refreshing, and the sun was high up in the sky. Chen Pinggan hung up all the bamboo slips and squatted in the empty space in the middle. He covered his sleeves with his hands and looked around. He kept squatting like this until the sun shone on the mountain. Chen Pinggan began to put away the bamboo slips one by one into the Fengsuan object. There were so many principles in the books, but he decided to put them aside for now. Principles were in the books, but people were not. This was a principle that Chen Pinggan had already known before the Lizhu cave collapsed and fell. Moreover, he did not read it from a book. He listened to it carefully when others taught him seriously. Chen Pinggan had just put away all the bamboo slips when he saw Ji Yu can come over with little Loach and waving at him. Chen Pinggan closed the door and walked towards Ji Yu Can. Together, they went to the rich and noble mansion. There were 2 painted portraits of the door gods on the door. Chen Pinggan looked at them and muttered in his heart, "It can stop ghosts, but it can't stop people." Ji Yu Can asked, "What's wrong?" Then, he complained, "You just had to move to the mountain gate and live there. You can't even hang a decent door god. How shabby." Chen Pinggan smiled. "Let's go eat." When they arrived at the dining table, they found that Ji Yu Can's mother had already poured wine for Chen Pinggan, and Ji Yu Can. Little Loach sat beside Ji Yu Can. It actually did not like to eat, but it liked to sit here and eat with the mother and daughter. Eating made it more human. Ji Yu Can had actually agreed with her mother that she would not drink tonight. She was a little worried that Chen Pinggan would be angry. However, she saw that Chen Pinggan had already picked up his wine glass and toasted his aunt. Not only that, he also poured himself a glass. After taking a sip, he began to pick up the food. During the meal, most of the people in Lizhu Cave were talking about the trivial and interesting things in the past. Chen Pinggan did not stay silent. He would talk about some of the lively things in Longquan County. It was a happy and harmonious atmosphere. After Ji Yu Can finished a glass of wine, she felt that she could drink 1,000 catties and not get drunk. Unexpectedly, Chen Pinggan poured cold water on her. "You're still young. Even if you're a qi refinement warrior now, the Wuti wine can still benefit your cultivation. You should drink less. If you're really happy, just drink 3 glasses. Ji Yu Can made a face and nodded in agreement. Person F covered her mouth and laughed. If Chen Pinggan could take care of her son, Ji Yu Can, on these trivial matters, she would still be very willing to see it. S3. Especially after the matter of the I'm good at nurturing the Great Spirit Jade token, Person F thought about it alone for half a night and felt that it was a good thing. At least, it could make Liu Jima more cautious. As long as Chen Pinggan had the ability to protect himself, at least it meant that he would not be a burden to her. Ji Yu Can, right? As for the twists and turns of right and wrong, she was also annoyed by it. She did not think that Chen Pinggan would deliberately hurt Ji Yu Can. As long as Chen Pinggan did not do bad things out of kindness and was not the kind of person who did things without considering the severity of the matter, she would let Chen Pinggan stay in Verdant Canyon Island. After the meal, Chen Pinggan began to walk alone along the lake path around Verdant Canyon Island as usual. He walked and stopped without any purpose. Occasionally, he would meet some cultivators of Verdant Canyon Island. Most of them were young and junior qi refinement warriors of the lower 5 realms. As for those handymen and maidservants, they naturally did not dare to leave their mansions at will. When they saw Chen Pinggan, They would call him Mr. Chen because they did not know the background of this young man at all. They only heard that he was a distinguished guest who was personally invited to Verdant Canyon Island by Ji Kan. Not only that, Ji Kan would go to the house at the mountain gate every day to chat with this distinguished guest. This was a very rare thing for someone who came from the West. However, when the bookkeeper was more polite to everyone, it was hard to figure out and they subconsciously lost a lot of respect for him. Could it be that he was just for show? For example, was he little Devil Goose Dally fellow villager? Or was he the junior of that lady's maiden family? Chen Pinggan walked on the quiet road and stopped. There were two people standing in front of him. One was Ji Kan's senior fellow apprentice, Chao Zhe, and the other was Lu Caisong, who could catch Ji Kan's attention. He was a handsome young man in white clothes. In fact, he was nearly 30 years old, but he was still a teenager. He should have entered the cave-dwelling realm when he was 10 years old, so he could be as handsome as a child. This showed that the old nascent soul cultivator of Book Lake was very insightful to take Lu Caisong as a closed-door disciple. Lu Caisong left Chao Zhe, who had stopped, and stepped forward with a serious face. "You are Chen Pinggan? I advise you not to order Can around in the future." Chen Pinggan asked directly, "Or what?" Lu Caisong was slightly stunned and was about to speak. Chen Pinggan's sight had already passed Lu Caisong and looked at Chao Zhe, who thought he was an outsider. He hesitated and said something strange. "Forget it, just this once." Chao Zhe stopped talking. Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "No need to explain. I know. I just don't want to hear it." Lu Caisong looked at the haggard young man with haze between his eyebrows and sneered, "What a big tone. Did Can lend you the courage?" Chen Pinggan, who looked like a sick person, stretched out an arm horizontally. Chao Zhe instinctively wanted to retreat, but he didn't want to show his fear in front of Lu Caisong, an outsider of Qingxia Island, so he forced himself to calm down. The world was silent. Lu Caisong laughed and said, "Is this AG?" Chen Pinggan frowned and said to himself, "You don't want to come? You have to think about it." When he finished speaking, a golden silk thread rose from Ji Kan's mansion in an instant. The golden thread kept stretching and finally a long sword suspended above the young man's palm. Even if the flying sword was an inch above the man's palm, it was still. But the long golden thread brought out by the flying trajectory of the long sword. It never retreated. Lu Caisong narrowed his eyes. He was shocked. Chen Pinggan asked, "According to the rules of the Book Lake, the two of you can die, right?" Chen Pinggan glanced at the slightly trembling semi-immortal weapon, Sword Fairy, and said indifferently, "Go back. The next time I unsheath, you will be satisfied." The Sword Fairy flashed away, and the golden thread of more than 10,000 feet long disappeared. Lu Caisong still stood in place and refused to back down. Chao Zhe had already made way and stood aside. Chen Pinggan glanced at Lv Caisong, who looked as if she was facing death calmly. The fatigue on her face did not lessen at all, but he smiled unexpectedly. "Ji Kan should really treat you as a friend." After that, Chen Pinggan turned around and went back to the house. Lu Caisong, who was a little scared, turned his head and looked at Chao Zhe, who was in a cold sweat. Lu Caisong asked, "Is this guy out of his mind?" Chao Zhe did not dare to say a word. Lu Caisong could run back to his master's place to hide, but once he provoked such a low-profile sword fairy, where could he run to? Chen Pinggan returned to the house and lit the lamp on the table. The local records of various places in Book Lake were sent one after another, and there were also many records of the ancestral halls of various islands. The reason why Mr. Tian who could send them so quickly was very simple. They were all the trophies seized from Verdant Canyon Island, and they were the least valuable ones. If Chen Pinggan did not mention it, sooner or later they would be burned as a pile of waste paper. The 11 vassal islands of the Verdant Gorge Island had all been wiped out by the pair of master and disciple. They all needed to be read one by one, and they also needed to make excerpts. After that, they needed to ask more details, and then it would not be a matter of sitting here and writing. But Chen Pinggan did not think it was a difficult thing. First of all, he was good at grinding. He just had to put down the practice of boxing and do something else. Second of all, If he felt it was difficult just at the beginning, he could have quit long ago. Late at night, the full moon outside the window was bright and clear. Chen Pinggan put down the pen, rubbed his wrist, and walked out of the door. He paced in a circle to relieve his boredom. He had sent 3 letters to Cloud Mountain in Longquan Prefecture, Taiping Mountain in Tongya Prefecture, and Fan Family in Old Dragon City. It was estimated that he would not get a reply from the Flying Sword for a while. Chen Pinggan was not in a hurry, and he could not be in a hurry. In the past, he had traversed the mountains and rivers one step at a time. Flying swords that were as fast as lightning were much faster. Chen Pinggan suddenly walked out of the circle, passed through the gate of Verdant Canyon Island, and went to the ferry. Standing on the shore, he squatted down, scooped up a handful of water, washed his face, raised his head, and looked into the distance. For some reason, at this moment, Chen Pinggan looked at the infamous book Lake in Aquarius Continent, but he thought of a good saying that he had forgotten its origin, and was not willing to delve into it. The heroic spirit of heaven and earth, or inspiring for thousands of years. "4:33. Chen Pinggan exhaled softly and patted his cheeks. He stood up and returned to the house at the entrance of the mountain. Gee! Looking from afar, the light from the lamp on the table shone through the window. Chen Pinggan subconsciously wanted to quicken his pace, but he suddenly slowed down and laughed involuntarily. After the age of 4, there was never a time when he went home. There was always a lamp waiting for him at the ancestral house in Mudbottle Alley. After he became a teenager, he violated his oath and became an apprentice of the Dragon Kill to earn some copper coins. However, how could he not turn off the lamp every time he went out? Today, it was time to go out. He had already forgotten to turn off the lamp. What could he do if he hurried to the house? Blow out the lamp? However, he did not feel sleepy at all. He was destined to study under the lamp at night and then light the lamp again. Then what was the meaning of turning off the lamp and lighting the lamp? Chen Pinggan walked slowly into the house and closed the door. He sat behind the desk and continued to flip through the archives of the incense room and the records of the ancestral masters of the various islands to fill in the gaps. If his heart was not calm, he should not practice martial arts. As for the cultivation of qi, it was even more impossible. Chen Pinggan knew in the lotus flower blessed land that when his heart was not calm, it was meaningless to practice martial arts. Therefore, he often went to the small temple near Zhuangyuan Alley to chat with the old monk who did not talk about Buddhism. Moreover, Chen Pinggan could not lift his spirit and qi. It was more complicated than having a disturbed heart. His spirit and qi felt like they had fallen to the bottom of a well and were tied up by a huge rock. How could he lift them up? However, this state of mind could be considered as having a calm heart in another sense. Chen Pinggan closed the badly preserved Pan-H files and picked up the small carving knife that the shopkeeper had given him when he bought a jade hairpin in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. He gently drew a dotted line on the table with the handle of the knife. After thinking for a while, Chen Pinggan took out a piece of rice paper that he had cut to the size of a book cover. He drew a straight line with a pen and wrote "Gu Kan made a mistake" and "Gu Kan is kind" at the beginning and the end of the line. The letter T was bigger. Then, between mistake and kind, he wrote "Book Slip Lake is a place of folklore" in small characters. Just as Chen Pinggan was about to write the laws of a country, he erased the previous 7 words. Not only that, Chen Pinggan also erased "Gu Kan is kind." In the middle of the line, with a slight gap, he wrote "Know your mistake and correct your mistake." Then, he quickly erased it for Chen Pinggan. S3. In the end, Chen Pinggan crumpled this piece of paper into a ball. However, he did not throw it into the bamboo basket but kept it in his funcsuan object. Chen Pinggan folded his hands in his sleeves and leaned back on the chair. He turned off the light and closed his eyes. He seemed to be asleep. The next time he opened his eyes, it was already dawn. A general often sleeps for 1,000 years in the middle of the night. Chen Pinggan stood up. He did not stretch his arms and legs. His muscles and bones loosened automatically, making a series of creaking sounds. Chen Pinggan walked out of the house and planned to walk around the Verdant Canyon Island. The Verdant Canyon Island was the largest island in the Bookslip Lake. He estimated that it would take him half a day to walk around. Now, there was a young female cultivator on the verdant canyon island who was responsible for his food, clothing, and shelter. Chen Pingan went to an old cultivator who lived nearby and guarded the mountain gate. When he met the young female cultivator, he told her that she did not need to send food boxes here today. The old man was a cultivator of the cave-dwelling realm. He quickly agreed. Chen Pingan suddenly smiled and said, "I think she will still prepare. If I am not here, she will not dare to walk into the house without permission. So, let her send you 3 meals today. Let Senior Zhong enjoy the good food. Just eat to your heart's content. Senior Zhong has told me a lot of old stories about the verdant canyon island. Take it as a reward." The old cultivator said nervously, "Mr. Chen, I won't lose my life because of gluttony, right?" Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "No, you won't." The old monk was still not very happy. Indeed, he had seen too many ups and downs in Verdant Canyon Island, so he could not help but be as timid as a mouse. "Mr. Chen, please don't deceive me. I know Mr. Chen has good intentions. Seeing that an old man like me is living a poor life, you've helped me improve my food. However, those delicacies are exclusively provided by the mansion of Spring Court. If Mr. Chen leaves Verdant Canyon Island in 2 days, some bad guys hiding in the dark will make things difficult for me." Chen Pingan said, "Then leave the food boxes here with Senior Zhong. I will come and get them later." The old cultivator smiled and said, "That's safer." After Chen Pingan left, the old cultivator complained that this young man did not know how to be a good person. If he really pitied him, why didn't he say hello to the Spring Court mansion? At that time, who would dare to give him a hard time? This bookkeeper was a hypocrite. Every day, he would deliberately mystify things in that room. In the Bookslip Lake, the old cultivator had seen many such tricks to fish for fame. He would not live for long. As soon as the old cultivator started to complain, it was like a flood bursting through a dam. He began to complain that after that guy stayed at the mountain gate, he caused him to lose a lot of money. He no longer dared to make things difficult for some of the cultivators of the lower 5 realms. He would spend money by seducing 1 or 2 snowflakes. When he met some of the younger female cultivators with graceful figures, he did not dare to indulge in his mouth and hands like he used to. After he finished his dirty talk, he would secretly pinch their PG balls. He thought that if he could get close to this bookkeeper and get familiar with him, he might be able to get a blessing in disguise. From then on, he could get a connection with the Spring Court mansion. Although he did not dare to say that he would make a name for himself, he could get a job in the government office of the Verdant Gorge Island. He did not expect that the bookkeeper was a stubborn person. No matter how he tried to please him, he was either a Jianghu newbie who did not understand the hidden meaning of words, or he was pretending to be stupid. His intention was to be punished. He reckoned that the bookkeeper only looked up to Lv Tsaisang and the other god's favored sons who had a good relationship with Devil Gu. He looked down on a cave-dwelling realm cultivator with no future. Chen Pingan walked slowly. During this time, he took a detour and climbed up the mountain. He walked to the front of the immortal mansion of the Verdant Gorge Island's cultivators and went back the same way. When he arrived at the main mountain gate of the Verdant Gorge Island, it was already dusk. Chen Pingan looked from afar. The young female cultivator of the Spring Court mansion, who was said to be the personal maidservant of Jiyu Kan's mother, was standing at the door of the house with a delicate food box in her hands. The old cultivator who was guarding the door bowed and stood beside her as if he was apologizing with a smile. Chen Pingan walked quickly and took the food box from the young female cultivator's hands. He thanked her. The young female cultivator of the Spring Court mansion, who had fair skin and an oval-shaped face, bowed to Mr. Chen and left without saying anything. Chen Pingan returned to the house, opened the food box, and put all the dishes on the table. There were also 2 big bowls of rice. He picked up the chopsticks and chewed slowly. Finally, he cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks, put them back into the food box one by one, and closed the lid. Life and death matters, right and wrong, were not things that could be done without reasons or excuses. Jiyu Kan could say F*ck me in her heart, but it could be erased like the words on the paper. It was precisely because Ji Kan didn't admit her mistakes and didn't think it was wrong that it became a dead knot in Chen Ping'an's heart. Since he couldn't give up on Ji Kan, he wouldn't deny the fundamental right and wrong in Chen Ping'an's heart because of the local customs. He wouldn't deny the principles that were so low that they couldn't be any lower. Chen Ping'an wanted to take the first step forward and try to correct his mistakes and make up for it. However, Chen Ping'an himself had to take a step back first and admit that he wasn't right enough. Putting aside all the principles, he had to change his path. As he walked, he perfected his thoughts. In the end, he still hoped that Ji Kan could admit her mistakes. Taking 10,000 steps back, there was only the sky that couldn't be climbed. The sky was immortal and immortal. There was no mountain that couldn't be crossed. The mountain was the threshold of the human heart. Chen Ping'an wanted to face these thresholds head-on. His own, those of the dead, those who cared about the dead, and those who were still alive. These were the sufferings of the human world that were destined to wear away the eternal knife in his heart. When one made a mistake, there were only two results. One was to make a mistake all the way to the end, and the other was to correct it step by step. The former could allow one to have a moment or even a lifetime of ease and contentment. At worst, before one died, one could say that one had no regrets in this life. The people of Jianghu also liked to shout that they would be a hero again after 18 years. The latter would be especially taxing, and it might not be beneficial even if it was strenuous. If one person pulled out 10 poplars, there would be no living poplars. Chen Ping'an wanted to try to verify the pros and cons of this sentence first. As for whether it was right or wrong, no matter what the final result was, it would be set aside from the principles in the book. In the meantime, what Chen Ping'an could do at the moment was to ask Ji Kan to restrain himself a little and not continue to kill unscrupulously. He had said so much to Ji Kan, and in the end, Chen Ping'an felt as if he had spoken for a lifetime. Fortunately, even though Ji Kan was unwilling to admit that he was wrong, Chen Ping'an was not an ordinary person in his heart. Therefore, he was willing to put away his domineering attitude and did not dare to go too far with the path of "I like to kill right now." After all, in Ji Kan's eyes, if he wanted to invite Chen Ping'an to his new home, Chunting Mansion, every now and then and have a meal with them and the little loach at the same table, Ji Kan had to pay something. This kind of rule was very practical. It made sense in Bookslip Lake and could even be said to be unimpeded. Therefore, Chen Ping'an asked Mr. Tianhu for a jade token of worship of Verdant Gorge Island and hung it on his waist. The next day, he began to wander around Verdant Gorge Island and chat with people. On the day when the heroes gathered in Gong Willow Island to elect the king of Jianghu, Chen Ping'an even borrowed a ferry from Verdant Gorge Island. He put on the golden robe again and carried the sword fairy on his back. He began to travel alone with the identity of the worship of Verdant Gorge Island and the family chi trainer who claimed that he liked to write travel notes of mountains and rivers. With this funny identity that had never appeared in the history of Bookslip Lake, he traveled to many islands outside the lore of Bookslip Lake. According to the map of Jianghu given by Mr. Tianhu, he began to travel from more than a dozen vassal islands of Verdant Gorge Island to My Fairy Island, where Mr. Tianhu established his mansion after bearing essence, and White Scale Island, where the ridge was like snow-white fish scales every time the moon shone. When Chen Ping'an finished visiting these islands day and night, it was already 3 days later. He also wrote down some names that were not in the archives of the incense room. On Gong Willow Island in Bookslip Lake, there were still endless quarrels. There were vaguely 3 camps. There were many island forces who supported Liu Zhimao of Verdant Gorge Island as the new king of Jianghu, and there were a group of island owners who insisted that immortal Jiang Zhejiang was not worthy of the position. These island owners and vassal forces were very firm in their stand. Even if Liu Zhimao became the king of Jianghu, they would not recognize him. If they had the ability, they would continue to fight them one by one. The last camp was the island owners who were watching the tigers fight. They might be the ones who changed the rudder according to the wind, or they might have secretly formed an alliance and it was temporarily inconvenient for them to show their position. Interestingly, every time the island owners who opposed Liu Zhimao opened their mouths, they would like to say that immortal Jiang Zhejiang was a person of virtue and prestige, and then so on, as if they had made an agreement in advance. In Bookslip Lake, the phrase "a person of virtue and prestige" seemed to be more harsh than any scolding words. On this day, Chen Pingan drove the ferry to an island called Pearl Hairpin Island, which was far away from Verdant Gorge Island. The island was not big, and there were few cultivators and disciples. Therefore, the island owner, who did not know whether to go to Gong Willow Island or not, was not like the other small island owners who wanted to go to Gong Willow Island to occupy a place. Instead, he chose to stay on the island and not get involved in the grand event of Bookslip Lake, which was very likely to determine the situation of Jianghu in the next 100 years. Chen Pingan stopped the ferry and docked. There was already a woman standing at the ferry. She had a bun on her head and was wearing revealing clothes. She had a voluptuous body and a square forehead. Chen Pingan had already guessed the identity of this Dragon Gate cultivator. It was said that this person, whose real name was Liu Zhongruan, was once a member of the royal family of a dynasty that had been destroyed in the central region of the Aquarius continent. The last emperor was carried to the imperial throne by this woman who called him aunt. According to the unofficial history of Pondwater City, it was said that the young emperor was young and ignorant at the time. He even laughed and patted the huge imperial throne under the PG, asking his aunt to sit on it. Then, this person really did sit on the PG and carried the young emperor to her arms. She was as silent as cicadas in winter and no one dared to question her. Mr. Tianhu once casually mentioned the island owner of Pearl Hairpin Island and praised her as manly. Liu Zhongruan smiled and said, "Are you the accountant who lives at the mountain gate of Verdant Gorge Island?" Chen Pingan was stunned for a moment. In Verdant Gorge Island, no one would call him an accountant to his face. Chen Pingan said, "Sort of." Liu Zhongruan asked directly, "Is it that you people of Verdant Gorge Island find Pearl Hairpin Island an eyesore and take advantage of the time when the nearby island owners go to Gong Willow Island to do something?" Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "I'm the only one visiting Pearl Hairpin Island. Sorry to disturb you. I want to ask Mrs. Liu about the local customs of Bookslip Lake. If Mrs. Liu doesn't want me to go to the island, I'll go somewhere else." Liu Zhongruan narrowed her extremely narrow phoenix eyes and said, "What if I say that Pearl Hairpin Island doesn't welcome an accountant? There are only women on my island, and their cultivation is not high. If anyone catches your eye and is taken to Verdant Gorge Island to be a brothel keeper, should I let her go or not?" Chen Pingan looked as usual. He cupped his hands and said goodbye. He turned and walked to the ferry and really went somewhere else. Liu Zhongruan stood in the same place. Now she was really confused. In fact, she had already prepared an outstanding young woman as a disciple. She was willing to spend money to avoid disaster. Chen Pingan was also rejected in the next neighboring Feijue Island. The island owner was not there, so the steward did not dare to let a minister of worship of Verdant Gorge Island go ashore. If he was caught by the unruly cultivators of Verdant Gorge Island, who could he cry to? If he was alone, he would not dare to refuse. However, he had a big family on the island, so he did not dare to take it lightly. But if he did not give the young minister of worship of Verdant Gorge Island any face, the old cultivator did not dare to embarrass him too much. He saw him off all the way and kept apologizing. He looked like he wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan did not persuade Enwo to do anything. He just left quickly and rowed the boat far away. On the third island, Flower Screen Island, the owner of Earth Immortal of Jindan Realm was not there. He went to Gongliu Island to discuss important matters. He was also one of the most hard-working allies of Immortal Zhejiang. A young island owner stayed on the island to guard the nest. When he heard that the guest of Devil Jiyu, the youngest minister of worship of Verdant Gorge Island, was coming, he quickly jumped up from the fragrant and gentle village, dressed neatly in a hurry and rushed to the ferry. He personally showed up and greeted the guest with a smile. Actually, the young island master was a little disappointed when he saw the young minister of offerings who was hiding in the Verdant Canyon Island. The young island master did not look like a master who was good at killing, but more like a teacher in a rural school. Now, all the islands around the Verdant Canyon Island were secretly discussing this matter. However, the Verdant Canyon Island was tight-lipped and no useful information was leaked. They only heard that the young man was a ruthless person who had slapped the great demon Gu twice in public in the Poolwater City. Gu did not fight back, but treated the young man with courtesy and took him to the spring court mansion of the Verdant Canyon Island. Now, the young island master and his friends, including the young island master, were betting that the young man would live for a few days. The young island master of the Flower Screen Island bet that the young man would die within a month. Who did not know that the great demon Gu was known to be temperamental and kill people at will? The chi cultivators who were eaten by the big loach in Book Lake were not enemies. They were guests of honor on Verdant Gorge Island, and many of them drank with each other. Chen Pingan drank a lot in Flower Screen Island. He drank very little, but the other party drank a lot. 1,000 cups of wine were not enough for a bosom friend. They chatted about many of the drunken mantras of the young island owner. Back on the ferry, Chen Pingan, who was rowing the boat, thought about the temperament of those words and knew that Book Lake was not easy to deal with. Away from Flower Screen Island, Chen Pingan anchored the boat in the middle of the lake. He took out a pen and paper and wrote down some people and things. After that, he walked and stopped every day like this. He saw different sceneries and people from island to island. Like Pearl Hairpin Island, there were many people who closed their doors and refused Chen Pingan to climb the mountain. On the map of Book Lake in Chen Pingan's arms, a circle was constantly drawn on the island. Every day, he would row the boat and leave Verdant Gorge Island before dawn and return to the house on Verdant Gorge Island late at night. Book Lake not only gathered the mountain and swamp cultivators from all over the Aquarius continent, it was also a place where witchcraft and demonic arts flourished. All kinds of unheard of evil arts emerged one after another. There was also the Flower Screen Island, where the cultivators liked to indulge in extravagance and immerse themselves in the happy days of drunken stupor. On the road, gold was chiseled into lotuses, and the flowers were stuck to the ground. There was also an island called Yi City, where the island owner opened a coliseum. Whoever dared to throw a stone at the ferocious beasts would be guilty of offending the beasts and would be punished with capital punishment. Every day, the cultivators from other islands would throw the disciples of their sects who committed crimes or their enemies who were captured into the cages of the most famous coliseum in Yi City. Yi City had its own fine wine and women to serve the cultivators who came to have fun and enjoy the bloody deeds of the ferocious beasts on the island. There was also the island owner of Dress Island, who was said to be a great scholar from a country in the southwest of the Aquarius continent. Now, he liked to collect the hats and crowns of the scholars from all over the continent and used them as chamber pots. One day, Chen Pingan left an island called Asterisk Island. There were 2 immortal sects on the island, both of which were proficient in the dual cultivation technique. When they saw Chen Pingan, one of the women of the sects, regardless of their age, had the gaze of a hungry wolf, a tiger, or a leopard. However, the Qingxia Island's jade token hanging on the young man's waist made them not dare to act too recklessly. When Chen Pingan went down the mountain and boarded the ship shook slightly, and the fragrance of cosmetics lingering around the golden robe dissipated. On the way to the next island, Chen Pingan finally encountered a group of assassins lurking in the lake. There were 3 of them. Chu Yi and 15 each destroyed the life item of one of the assassins' Qi residents, causing them to fall into the water with heavy injuries. One of the military cultivators who took the opportunity to get close was punched into the lake by the weak and sickly young man when he thought that victory was in his grasp. Chen Pingan rowed the ship and pulled the 3 onto the ship with bamboo shoots. He asked some questions, and one of the assassins took advantage of Chen Pingan's contemplation to launch a sneak attack. He was easily killed with a punch. Chen Pingan then sent the 2 living people and the cold corpse tea to the shore near Yunlu City of Bookslip Lake. After one person carried the corpse tea and the other staggered ashore, Chen Pingan turned the ship around and slowly returned. An hour later, dozens of Qi cultivators stormed out of Yunlu City. They were led by a 7th realm sword cultivator. They surrounded Chen Pingan and the ferry in the middle. Chen Pingan asked the sword cultivator, "Do you know who I am? What's my name?" Was it because of a friend's loyalty that he went out of the city to fight, or did he already have a grudge against Verdant Canyon Island? The sword cultivator boasted that he was not even familiar with the two people and could only be considered as a friend of a friend. However, Verdant Canyon Island cultivators were worthy of death. Chen Pinggan hesitated for a moment. He did not use the sword immortal on his back. Instead, he took out a talisman with 2 fingers. The talisman of the true body of the day and night wandering god. He killed the realm's 7 sword cultivator and the righteous warriors of Yunlu City who were at the front. He also used his flying sword to kill one of the earliest assassins who had survived the calamity. Ignoring the dispersing cultivators of the Cloud Tower, Chen Pinggan, who was increasingly dispirited, did not head to the Verdant Canyon Island. He cut off the 2 heads and hung them on his waist. Instead, he docked the boat again and tied it to the ferry at the ferry port. He walked into the Cloud Tower and came to a mansion with a high gate. He said he was looking for someone, an acquaintance he had just met near the Bookslip Lake. No one stopped him. After Chen Pinggan crossed the threshold, he found the assassin who carried the corpse ashore in a courtyard. Beside him was the flying sword Chu Yi that had quietly followed him into the city. Chen Pinggan turned his head and looked in a direction. He called softly, "Charcoal Snow." A young woman appeared on the wall. S3. Chen Pinggan said, "Don't follow me anymore. Protect Jiyu Kan. Also, tell Jiyu Kan to stay out of this. He is not allowed to vent his anger on Yunlu City." The little loach nodded vigorously. As if he had been pardoned, he hurriedly flew away. Chen Pinggan placed the 2 heads on the stone table in the courtyard. He sat aside and looked at the assassin who did not dare to move. He asked, "What do you want to say?" The man probably knew that he was going to die. After his last bit of hope was gone, he was suddenly full of courage. He laughed loudly and said, "I will be waiting for you underground." Chen Pinggan asked, "What if I go back on my word and kill everyone who knows you in Yunlu City?" The man stared at Chen Pinggan. "I am going to die. Why should I care about this?" Chen Pinggan turned his head and looked at the people of the mansion standing at the gate of the courtyard. He retracted his gaze and stood up. "I will come and see you again in a few days." Chen Pinggan tiptoed and stepped on the wall. It seemed that he had left Yunlu City. However, when he left, the flying sword Chu Yi destroyed the remaining life aperture X of the assassin. In fact, Chen Pinggan secretly returned to the mansion after that. Then, he saw a farce. It turned out that the assassin was not a member of the mansion, but an immortal who had a close relationship with the previous family head. He was a cultivator who escaped from Book Lake and his whole family was killed. He was not lurking in Yunlu City where his whereabouts could be easily exposed, but in the border city of Shihao Country, which was more than 300 miles away from Book Lake. However, this time Chen Pinggan put them here, so the assassin came to the mansion to recuperate. Coincidentally, the other assassin was quite popular in Yunlu City, so he gathered so many cultivators to go out of the city to hunt down the young man from Green Canyon Island. Besides the grudge with Green Canyon Island, they also wanted to take this opportunity to kill Liu Jimao, who was in the limelight at Gong Willow Island. If they succeeded, the forces of Book Lake, which were hostile to Green Canyon Island, might shelter them or even rise again. Therefore, when they discussed in the mansion, they felt that this plan was feasible. Wealth came from danger. They had a chance to make a name for themselves and kill an extremely powerful cultivator from Green Canyon Island. This old immortal of Sea-Viewing Realm, who was once respected by everyone in the mansion, was immediately worshipped by 2 cultivators of the 4th state. They joined forces with a pure warrior of the 5th state and dilly-dallied for a long time. They were afraid that the guy lying in the pool of blood had a trump card, so they finally dared to take action and detained him. The 3 of them were all sweating profusely. Only then did the current clan head begin to curse this person for being ungrateful, almost implicating more than 100 people in the clan to be buried with him. The clan head's face was ferocious, saying that even if he had to dig 3 feet into the ground, he would still find that beautiful woman who came to the clan as a guest in J. When the time came, he would let him admire that living erotic painting day and night in front of his face. The tied-up assassin finally began to struggle for his life. His entire body was covered in wounds, and his blood was a blur. The family head was unusually carefree. His eyes were red, and he said something that made things worse. "Don't think that it's hard to find that young girl of yours. Others don't know your background, but I do. Isn't she hiding in the city at the border of the Stonehair Kingdom? I heard that she was a good-for-nothing with no talent for cultivation, but she was born beautiful. I believe that it's not hard to find such a beautiful young girl if you spend a lot of money. If you really can't find her, I'll spread the news at that place that you're about to die in the Cloud Tower City. I don't believe that your girl will hide and not show up." 3 days later. In a city at the border of the Stonehair Kingdom, a middle-aged man was already waiting there before the group of people from the Cloud Tower City entered the city. In order to hurry on the journey, the group of people had to eat and sleep in the open and complained constantly. A cultivator of the 4th state and a warrior of the 5th state led the group. They didn't realize that someone was watching their words and actions and even silently recording them on a piece of paper. The group of people searched in the city but to no avail. They immediately rushed to a county city near the Stonehair Kingdom. Finally, in an alley in the county city, they found the family that only had an old woman and a young girl. They weren't very rich, but they were just a well-to-do family. The group of people didn't rush to snatch the girl. After all, this was the county city of the Stonehair Kingdom, not the Book Lake, and definitely not the Cloud Tower City. If the old woman was a cultivator of the Middle 5 state, wouldn't they be doomed? The group of people worked together to come up with a plan. They asked the most honest-looking guard of the family to send a message when the old woman was out. He said that her father was severely injured by the cultivators of the Verdant Gorge Island in the Cloud Tower City. He didn't have long to live and had completely lost the ability to speak. He just didn't want to die. When the head of the family bent down to listen, he could only hear the guard repeatedly saying the name of the county city and the girl. Only then did they find this place. If they didn't go to the Cloud Tower City now, it would be too late and she was destined not to see her father for the last time. The young woman didn't open the door at first, but when she heard the bad news from the Cloud Tower City's guard, she opened the door with a face full of tears. She cried and sobbed, looking as weak as a willow tree. The guard's Adam's apple moved slightly when he saw this. After the young woman packed her bag, she suddenly thought of the old woman who had taken care of her daily life and the guard who was in a hurry to take her away from the county city. She said that she had to tell the old woman. The old woman's body was too weak. If she couldn't find her, she would definitely be worried and sad. Perhaps before she reached Yunlu City, the old woman would pass away again. Wouldn't she have no relatives left in this world? When the guard heard this, he thought in his heart, "Is it a useless wife?" He looked at the innocent and charming girl who was about 17 or 18 years old. Not to mention the abode on the mountain, she couldn't be considered a young girl in the streets. He felt that there was nothing wrong with letting her tell the old woman who was about to die. If he was too childish, it might arouse her suspicion. So he changed his original intention and accompanied the beautiful girl to wait for the old woman's arrival. As a result, when the old woman with a vegetable basket entered the door, his face stiffened just as he was about to smile. His back was pierced by a dagger. The man turned his head and saw that the girl had quickly covered his mouth and gently pushed him to the ground. After seeing this scene, the old woman was indifferent. The girl endured the sadness and worry in her heart and told the old woman what happened in the Cloud Tower City. The old woman nodded and only said that it was most likely that the family was adding insult to injury or showing their allegiance to the enemies of the Verdant Canyon Island. The girl begged the old woman to go to the Cloud Tower City. Even if she died, even if she couldn't see her father for the last time, she had to go to the Cloud Tower City. The old woman sighed. She said that her peaceful days had come to an end. Looking around, she flew up like a bird spreading its wings and went directly to the residence of a cultivator who had been watching them for a long time. After a bloody battle, she covered her fatal wound and returned to the courtyard. She told the girl that she had gotten rid of the hidden trouble here and that the old woman would definitely not be able to go to Cloud Tower City. She also told the girl to be more careful. She even gave her a pill why. If things came to a head, she would die with a single bite. The girl felt that there was an unexpected situation. She forced a smile and wiped away her tears. She packed her luggage and left the county city alone for the cloud tower city of the Bookslip Lake, whose fate was unknown. The girl hired a carriage and drove out of the county city gate. She didn't know that on the other side of the courtyard, a middle-aged man with a long sword on his back knocked out all the remaining people in the cloud tower city in an inn and then went to the courtyard where the old woman was coughing up blood to cook why. When the old woman saw the man who appeared quietly, she was ready to die. She didn't expect that the ordinary-looking man with a sword on his back who looked like a Jianghu vagabond threw her a pill and then squatted down in the corner to help cook why. While watching the heat, he asked about the origin of the dead cultivator. The old woman looked at the fragrant green pill and answered the questions carefully. She said that the cultivator was a heretic from the Bookslip Lake who coveted her young lady's beauty. He was good at hiding. Her master had left for a long time and the heretic only revealed himself recently. It was very likely that he came from the Jade Island or the Golden Island. He probably wanted to kidnap her young lady and offer her to the great cultivator in the sect. She originally wanted to wait for her master to come back and then solve the problem. She didn't expect that her master, who was good at spells, had been killed in the Cloud Tower City. The old woman was getting more and more confused. It turned out that the middle-aged man took out a pen and paper to write down what he saw while he was cooking why. After the middle-aged man finished cooking why, he stood up, but before he left, he pointed at the corpse that he didn't have time to hide and asked, "Do you think this person deserves to die?" The old woman hesitated for a moment and chose to be honest. "If he doesn't die, my young lady will suffer. When she reaches the Cloud Tower City, she will suffer a fate worse than death. Maybe this person will be among the people who make my young lady suffer." The middle-aged man didn't say anything and left the courtyard. In the middle of the night, a graceful figure jumped over the wall of the mansion in the Cloud Tower City. Although she only stayed in the mansion for a few days, she had a good memory. She was only a third-realm martial artist, but she could enter the mansion as if there was no one around. Of course, this was also related to the fact that the 3 consecrators in the mansion were now on their way back to the Cloud Tower City. However, when she landed quietly in a courtyard, the entire mansion suddenly lit up, and lanterns were lit and hung up high. This woman who sneaked into the mansion at night was temporarily consecrator hired by a 6th realm swordsman with a large sum of money. He deliberately pressed a natal flying sword against her chest instead of between her eyebrows or neck. Then, he used an unsheathed long sword and gently placed it on the masked woman's shoulder. He put 2 fingers together and gently waved, tearing off the veil that covered the woman's face. The young swordsman, who looked like an old man in his 60s, was stunned. He smiled and said, "Not bad, not bad. You're not a cultivator, but you have such skin. You're really a natural beauty. I heard that you're a pure martial artist. I'm sure that after a little training, your bed skills will be even more exciting." The swordsman turned to the owner of the mansion and smiled. "I'm not lying. According to the agreement, you don't have to pay for the remaining half of the divine money." The woman only said that she wanted to see her father for the last time. After that, she was at their disposal. S3, the swordsman put his sword back into its sheath and nodded. However, he moved like lightning. He tapped the woman's neck with 2 fingers and then flicked it several times. A pill Y was vomited out from the woman's mouth. The old swordsman held it in his hand and brought it close to his nose. He sniffed it and had an intoxicated expression. Then, he casually threw it on the ground and crushed it with the tip of his foot. "Beautiful little girl, how can you seek death? Do you know how much the divine money I used to buy your ex-life was? 200,000 taels of silver." For some reason, the woman, whose entire body was numb and soft, could not even bite her tongue to commit suicide. She could only be pressed by the swordsman's shoulder and dragged to a side room in the courtyard. When the door was kicked open, she saw a man with round eyes covered in blood. The woman cried out. The 6th realm swordsman said proudly, after reuniting with father and daughter, "It's time to." At this moment, the swordsman's body instantly tensed up. His natal flying sword had just left his vital chi residence when it made a trembling sound. It turned out that it had collided directly with the tip of another natal flying sword. At the tip of the sword, the swordsman's flying sword was caught between 2 fingers. Swordsman Zombie Y turned his head and immediately gave a fist salute. Junior Du Shu of Cloud Tower City greets the Sword Immortal of Verdant Gorge Island. It turned out that a pale-faced young man with a sword and a gourd was standing beside the Sixth Realm swordsman at some point in time. The man released his fingers and handed the swordsman 2 small coins. The Sixth Realm swordsman Du Shu trembled as he accepted the 2 small coins. Without another word, he immediately left the mansion. The tip of his natal flying sword was shattered. It was not something that could be repaired with 4 small coins. How could the divine coins used to repair the natal flying sword be more valuable than his own life? However, it was a pity that the little girl with fair skin was destined to not have the fortune to enjoy it. That night, a carriage slowly drove out of Cloud Tower City towards the city gates of Shahao Nation. It was already far away from Cloud Tower City in the early morning. Chen Pingan stopped the horse and jumped off the carriage, preparing to return to the ferry outside Cloud Tower City. He hoped that the ferry tied to the shore had not been stolen. Otherwise, there would still be some minor trouble. The girl lifted the curtain and sat in the driver's seat. Her father was already fast asleep in the back carriage. Her life was not in danger, but it would be difficult for her to return to the middle 5 realms in this lifetime. She looked at the young man's back and held back her tears. She said in a deep voice, "One day, I will find you for revenge." However, the young man did not pay attention to her at all. He did not even look at her. This made the girl even more bitter and resentful. Suddenly, she felt a chill down her spine. That was because the man stopped and turned around. Chen Pingan said, "I might have to stay at Bookslip Lake for at least 2 or 3 years. If the time is too short for you and you're not confident in your revenge, you can come to Dallas Longquan County to find me in the future." The girl was stunned. Chen Pingan said to her, "You can bring more friends to help you collect your body, because I will only kill you when the time comes." The girl stared blankly at the man gradually disappearing. In the carriage, her father seemed to be awakened by the noise. He coughed and said, "Don't think about revenge." She wiped away her tears and turned to ask, "Father, he was here before, so I didn't ask you. How did we become enemies with him?" In the carriage, the man was speechless. They went around Cloud Tower City and came to the ferry. Not only was the ferry still there, but there were also 2 cultivators who were not recognized by Cloud Tower City. They were specially guarding it to prevent the blind thieves from killing themselves for the sake of money, which would cause the Qingxia Island's consecrator to vent his anger on the entire Cloud Tower City. Chen Pingan thanked the 2 cultivators and left with the ferry. As they went further and further, Chen Pingan's thoughts drifted away. After he came back to his senses, he freed one hand and drew a circle in the air. It was a long way to go to Qingxia Island. Chen Pingan did not plan to go to the nearby Book Lake Island for the time being. However, on the way, he met the huge ship that came to pick him up. Chen Pingan flew to the bow of the ship. Ji Kan and Little Loach stood side by side. Ji Kan scratched her head and said, "Chen Pingan, I haven't seen you for a few days. You've lost weight again?" Chen Pingan asked, "How's the situation on Gongliu Island?" Ji Kan rolled her eyes and covered her sleeves with her hands. "It's so boring." They beat the table and stared at each other, quarreling all day long. But it's not surprising. The longest time in the history of Book Lake to elect a Jianghu monarch was half a year. They were just short of building a hut or sleeping on the floor of the council hall on the island. The shortest one was only a month or so. Because they quarreled and quarreled, it annoyed someone to death. That person killed more than 20 island masters at that time in one breath. Then, on the same day, there was a new sovereign of the Jianghu. She was that person's lover, and also the only cultivator in the Bookslip Lake who sat on the sovereign of the Jianghu as a woman. Chen Pingan nodded. Ji Kan asked curiously, "Did anything fun happen on the shore after leaving Book Lake?" Chen Pingan thought for a moment and said, "I saw a line." Ji Kan and Little Loach looked at each other. Ji Kan did not want to ask for trouble, so she changed the topic and said with a smile, "Qingxia Island has received the first message from the Flying Sword. It's from the nearest cloud mountain in our hometown. That flying sword has already been ordered by me to be enshrined as an ancestor in the sword room. No one will open the secret letter without permission. Chen Pinggan looked back at Ji Yukan and nodded. He squeezed out a smile and reminded her, the quieter Gong Willow Island is, the more careful you and Little Loach have to be. I guess Dali and Zhuiying dynasty will secretly compete with each other in Book Lake. If you encounter such a situation, you'd better take a step back and not rush to take action as long as either party is involved. Whether Liu Jimao of Qingxia Island can become the Jianghu monarch or not is not something you and Little Loach can decide by eating one or two Earth Immortals of Jindan Realm. Ji Yukan said, I'll remember it. I know what's important. I'll think about who can be killed and who can't be provoked before I take action. Little Loach rubbed his belly. He was actually a little hungry. Then Chen Pinggan withdrew his gaze and continued to look at the lake in the distance. He did not know if he would have another chance in this life to look back at the beautiful Jade. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.